And we're live. So, welcome everyone to happy hour number 21, I believe. And what the treat we've got for you tonight. We're going to be talking about Star Trek V, The Final Frontier. Now, this is not just any movie. This is potentially the Star Trek movie, and I needed a top crew of analysts to go through this one with me. I couldn't just do this with one person. So I have got with me tonight, Az from Heel versus Babyface. I've got Doomcock from the Center of the Earth, and I've got Gary from Nerdrotic. Hello to all of you, gentlemen. It's a pleasure to have you on board tonight.
It's a delight to be here, Critical Drinker.
Greeting.
Hi. Hello.
Hello.
I am Jeff.
My name's Jeff.
What's up, party people? How you doing, chat? Heard I saw somebody got in early and gave us a proposition. I'd like to thank you very much, and no thank you. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Once lockdown's over, we'll see about that proposition. But right now, we have to play it cool. But yes, hello to everyone in chat. Hopefully, we'll provide you with a lovely stream this evening. What we'll tend to do is, as always, if there's super chats as they come in, we'll probably leave them towards the end, and we'll tackle them at the end of it rather than stopping and starting. But let's just jump right into this absolute delight of a movie. Gentlemen, I watched it yesterday so I could get up to speed again on Star Trek V, and wow, what an experience it was. It's an interesting movie. I'm going to say that about it, right? Because, after all the ups and downs of the previous films, we had excellent films like Wrath of Khan and Undiscovered Country. We had ones that were okay, like the motion picture and Search for Spock. We had funny, light-hearted ones like Star Trek IV. This one's like a real oddity amongst the original Star Trek movies. It's it seems like almost a vanity project on the part of William Shatner. It grapples with crazy, big ideas about the origin of all existence and the search for God and stuff. And it doesn't necessarily get there, but it's an interesting film to talk about, that's for sure.
Well, I really look at this as a very valuable film. I genuinely and unreservedly love this film because of the characterizations and because I really look at this film as essentially Captain Kirk's dream by the campfire. After they are sitting there, talking about family, talking about I'll die alone, singing row, row, row your boat gently down the stream, merrily, 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 life is but a dream. And then they go on to go ahead and have Shatner fall asleep by the campfire. And then everything that happens after that is essentially his dream. And, there are certain, everything in this movie kind of conspires to support that kind of interpretation. I look at this as like a glimpse into Kirk's subconscious and Kirk's attitude towards his friends, towards his crew, towards his career, and particularly towards himself, because I think he's reliving old traumas in this. I think the whole thing is reflective of Captain Kirk's undeniable sense of humor. I mean, he really was not just a leader and not just a hard ass, but also a pretty damn funny guy. And so that's the goofiness of the comedy in a lot of this movie.
I think you talked to me about this before, actually, and you suggested like the next time you rewatch it, look at it from that point of view. Just imagine that the bulk of the movie is almost like a campfire daydream for Captain Kirk, and none of it really happens. And if you look at it in that context, it kind of it would explain away a lot of the fantastical stuff in the film and how it doesn't quite make logical sense sometimes, and it's all like it's a very much more of a heroic version of Kirk than what you sometimes got before. All of those things, and it's like, oh, okay. And the fact that it's bookended by these campfire scenes, you could almost look at it in that respect, like it was just a passing daydream for Captain Kirk, and really none of it happened. And I'm sure that wasn't Shatner's intention with this film, but man, it makes it go down easier anyway.
Well, it does, and as you know, as a writer, we're both writers, and we don't always understand all of the themes and nuances of our own work a lot of times. And I feel like Shatner is certainly not an intellectual. I think Shatner works on a very intuitive level, not just with his acting, but with his alleged writing, with the help of lots of other people. But because he really did have full authority on this film. He was the writer director, working with a lot of people. I think it reflects a lot subconsciously about how Kirk views his universe, and I find it extremely valuable and rather touching in a lot of ways. I don't worry about Sybok being Spock's half brother from a Vulcan princess. I mean, this is definitely something that Shatner, Kirk would come up with. I mean, because Spock's he surprised him 50 million times with a fiance and battle to the death. I mean, Spock's full of surprises.
I mean, to be honest, I still remember from the end of Search for Spock, those Vulcan princesses are pretty hot, man. I would tap that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And their diaphanous gowns. They were fine and beautiful.
The wings as well, remember?
Yeah. But I was talking with Az just briefly before this about how this film came to be, or how Shatner came to be the director. And it harkens back to like the TV show days where they'd negotiated a clause in their contract, which basically they called a favored nations clause, which basically meant whatever perk one of the actors got, like Nimoy and Shatner, the other one was guaranteed to get as well. And so when Nimoy directed Star Trek 3 and 4 and did a pretty good job with it, Shatner saw his opportunity and invoked this clause and basically said, well, look, if you want me back for Star Trek 4, the voyage home, my stipulation is I want to direct the 5th movie. And so they said, well, okay, well, it's in your contract, I guess. We've got to do it. So he was given the reins to direct The Final Frontier. The problem is they didn't have anything to base it off, because the previous 3 movies, they all followed on from each other. So there was a nice kind of logical stepping off point with them. Whereas with this, they kind of had free reign to do whatever they wanted. And it was a case of trying to figure out some kind of story that they wanted to pursue. And according to Shatner, the whole idea was born from him watching late night TV one night. And he saw like these televangelists who are like, oh, God will save you if you send me $20 in the mail, that sort of thing. And he was just totally entranced by these people who can basically captivate the minds of anyone who watches them. And that's where the idea of Sybok was born, and that's where the whole plot kind of stemmed from.
Yeah, but I would point out, to Leonard Nimoy's credit, it was Nimoy himself that pointed out to Shatner, hey, Bill, since I'm doing these movies, you could technically demand to direct your own. Nimoy was a stand-up guy in that regard. When they did the animated series, they wanted to go ahead and have James Doohan do all the voices other than McCoy, Spock, and Kirk. But Nimoy held firm and wanted to offer the jobs to all of the original cast that they could. And the guy was just a real mensch.
And hey,
peace. Oh, hi. Sorry. I just said R.I.P. Leonard Nimoy.
Yeah, he was a great guy.
He was, yeah.
I went to Twitter yesterday. It got recommended I was like just floating around on Twitter, and I saw Leonard Nimoy, and I went back and I scrolled through a little bit yesterday. It was sad. Got to see his very last tweet, and then the second, the last one is not from him. Obviously, it's I think he died. That was a bummer, man. I miss that guy.
Yeah, and it's such a shame that he came back as Spock, but just to be in these shitty like new Trek movies. It's like, what a waste of an incredible actor and an incredible character. That's how you choose to bring him back.
Yeah. Validating this obscenity that defiles the corpse of Star Trek. Great. Thanks, Lenny.
I mean, one thing I'll say about this film, for all its flaws, like it kept my interest more than any of the new Star Trek movies have.
Oh God, yeah.
Because with them, it's like, what's today's story? Bad Robot? Is it going to be another crappy revenge tale? Oh yeah, I guess it is. Yeah. Whereas with these ones, okay, there was variety in them, and this movie, for all of its shortcomings, it's reaching for the grandest of grand ideas, and it's let down by, as we can probably discuss as we go through it, but my understanding from reading Shatner's memoirs about it and all that is that it was let down by just they didn't have the budget, they didn't have the time to do everything, they couldn't quite get the script locked in. They had lots of different ideas, but they didn't know how to make a coherent story out of it, and none of it really came together. And it's a real shame because I think, and I'll we'll get into it, but I genuinely believe that there's some kind of good story lurking at the heart of this. It's just buried under so much bullshit that it's hard to see it.
Yeah, because Star Trek's a show that deals with science. It's a very pragmatic show. Every entity that they come across in space, there's an explanation for how they are, how they exist. It's a godless show, but it's not a nihilistic show. And so to have the concept of God in this scientific world, where they are used to everything being proven, and now they have to take a leap of faith. I think that in itself is an interesting concept which wasn't fully explored or realized in this film at all, which is a shame because it would have been quite interesting to have that faith versus science. Yes.
I know in the original draft, in Shatner's original concept, they were going to literally run into Satan, as far as I understand it. They go to this planet thinking it's going to be God that they're meeting, and it turns out to be this volcanic hellscape, and Satan appears, and demons start to drag Spock and McCoy down into hell, and Kirk has to go back and save them, and it's it's way over the top for what you would do in Star Trek. And so basically everyone involved, from Roddenberry down to Nimoy and DeForest Kelley, said Bill, you can't do this. This is not the kind of thing that Star Trek should be delving into. And so they eventually talked him away from that. And so you've got this this unspecified alien thing that lives on the planet that's pretending to be God so that it can escape. And it was kind of a compromise. I think as well, McCoy and Spock were going to get brainwashed by Sybok, and they would actually have joined him and turned against Kirk. And again, the actors were saying, well, no, I really think that's doing our characters a disservice. And I think that's, again, Shatner's ego was coming through there, where he's trying to be like Kirk standing alone against everyone, even his own friends.
Yeah, Doctor Who did the Satan very well.
Satan pit.
With that.
Yeah, that was great.
Love that.
That's a classic.
That was a very interesting. Yeah, it was a very interesting way of dealing with the concept of a devil, and so that was dealt with quite interesting. So there is a way to do it. There's definitely a way to do it. But yeah, I wouldn't trust Shatner with it.
Yeah.
Well, but I really do think it's a very good movie. When you look at these developments, again, these arise out of Kirk's subconscious. For example, the encounter with God. What does God need with a starship? It's because
that is the line of Star Trek right there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's basically God. He faces gods all the time. And the thing is, in particular, facing down Apollo in Who Mourns for Adonis, was essentially that scene. You want to worship us? You've got enemies, mister. He brought down a god. Similarly, he has experienced the crew mutinying under alien mental controls before, in This Side of Paradise in particular, when the spores basically left Captain Kirk, the last man on the Enterprise, to transport himself down, but only through his sheer passion and anger at the idea of losing his ship caused him to cast off the influence of the spores. Then he called up Spock and got Spock provoked severely to break him. So he has felt this before too. These are things that I think were very traumatic to Kirk. I mean, facing down, gods, facing down the betrayal of everyone on the crew. and these themes are echoed again in this dream.
I mean, when I look at this film in its entirety, like all the different elements that you see in it, you've got this grand galaxy-spanning adventure to, first of all, to rescue hostages from a failed paradise planet, and then journeying into the great unknown to seek out answers to like these universal questions of the very nature of life itself. But it's all anchored around this friendship between three men who've known each other for decades. So I guess what they were going for is you've got that great cosmic adventure that Star Trek has always kind of excelled at, but also the small, like, intimate relationship between characters, like where you get the scenes with McCoy and with his father and Spock witnessing his own birth, all of those things, and Kirk not really knowing these things about his friends. Those elements are great ideas. It's just the story that was there to tie it all together. The script that was supposed to bring all this stuff together just wasn't good enough to support all of that stuff. And it's such a shame, because I think if this had been handled better, it genuinely could have been one of the best Star Trek movies ever made.
Well, I think it is. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I genuinely enjoy it. I know that a lot of the humor is, well, not a lot, but there are moments that are cringe, and we can't really agree on those, because I think it's cringe when Scotty walks into the pipe. But, Nerdotic was saying earlier that it wasn't very funny. But I was like, I kind of rolled my eyes. But of course, Kirk always had that kind of relationship with Scotty, where they're always kidding each other. And Scotty, you've earned your pay for the week. Things like that. And they had a great rapport. So I think he would enjoy this kind of gentle ribbing of his chief engineer,
So, I mean, I suppose what we normally do then, we just kind of work our way through the film and talk a little bit about it. So, I mean, if that's cool with you guys, we can try and do that and see if we can make sense of this great enigma that is the final frontier. I mean, the first 10, 15 minutes of the movie, I really like. Like, it sets the scene great. Like, first of all, you've got Nimbus 3, which is meant to be this peace planet, I guess, that's meant to be developed by all of the major powers in the galaxy, the Klingons, the Romulans, the Federation, and it's just this desolate wasteland. You see this guy toiling away in some field trying to drill holes in the ground. Someone like appears on horseback out of the mist, like the dust clouds and stuff. You see him fumbling with a weapon, because it's the sort of place where if you happen upon someone out in the middle of nowhere, they're probably going to kill you.
That scene is straight out, like it felt like heavy metal to me. Something I love that opening scene.
I really do too. And I what it seems to me as a direct homage is to Omar Sharif approaching the well in Lawrence of Arabia.
Lawrence of Arabia.
Yeah.
That? I mean, that's really directly evocative of that scene. So Shatner is paying an homage to a cinematic classic.
But what's good as well is like
harking on to the Good Samaritan as well in the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
On their way to Damascus, and then the Good Samaritan helping out.
Right, and there are and also there's another biblical reference. Paradise Lost. Remember at the outskirts of the city, that's spray painted on a wall, I believe.
Yeah, Paradise City. Yeah.
Yep.
Little details which are kind of smart, which I appreciate. But it tells you a lot just in these opening scenes where, like, the guy's weapon isn't some super advanced phaser. It's this really cumbersome projectile weapon where he's trying to load it with rocks and stuff. Like, this is a place that's like at the ass end of nowhere, and people are at the very ragged edge of survival. And so this dude appears on horseback, and I can't remember the actor's name that plays Sybok.
Lawrence Luckinbill.
Luckinbill, yeah.
Still kicking,
great actor.
To this day.
He was wonderful. I thought he was great as Sybok. Really genuinely likable, interesting, intriguing portrayal.
Well, he's got kind of an intensity about him that's really good, especially in that first scene where he talks about the guy being in pain, and the man just breaks down in tears. This is a guy, I guess, who's got really nothing in life. I think he even says that, actually. It's like, I can't believe you would kill me for a field full of empty holes. And the man's like, this is all I've got.
And who was originally play Sybok? Sean Connery.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah, it was originally
That-
Pontiac.
That's why the place that they're meant to be going is called Shaka-Ree, because that was their stand-in word for Sean Connery. I kid you not. That was, because they couldn't get Sean, they're like, fuck it, we'll just keep that in.
Shakari. Plus, it would have been funny to hear
Shakari.
him say it. Shakari.
Show me your
It would have been
pen.
amazing to have Connery do scenes like that.
Oh God,
I
yeah.
sense your pain runs deep.
Yeah. Mish Money Penny. I mean, Spock.
Spock. Just to hear him say Spock would be great.
Spock. Can you just imagine Shatner and Connery together? Oh my lord.
God damn, the universe would implode with that kind of
Yeah.
awesomeness.
Spock has a brother. I didn't know that Spock had a brother. He never told me. He never told me.
Would it be hilarious at the end when they find God and it's just Mikey Burnham?
Yep.
I've become the bestest god ever.
Yeah.
The bestest
I've been waiting
ever.
for you.
Harry Chan.
But so you get the guy, I guess Cybok is able to work his magic on him. Whatever he's able to do with people, he can expose their deepest emotional pain and kind of heal it. And so this guy's immediately converted to his cause. And that's when he takes his hood off and you see that he's a Vulcan and he starts laughing. What Vulcans never do. Shock horror.
Which is great. I like that. I think it's great.
It's a great, like, what the fuck kind of moment. I imagine people back then were like, wow, this is pretty weird.
Why is the Vulcan laughing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I think it scoots over to does it go to Paradise City then, or does it go to like Kirk on shore leave?
No, it
Then it
goes to
shore
Kirk
leave.
climbing.
Yeah.
El Capitan.
And
which is also fitting.
God bless Shatner. The idea of a man of Shatner's age and build free climbing El Capitan, like it's just delightful.
I wouldn't let him free climb a fence, but
Yeah, it's a great contrast though to go from like this scorched wasteland of the planet of galactic peace over to this beautiful pristine wilderness of Yosemite. There's trees and rivers and lakes and mountains and everything. It looked gorgeous. Like the shots are awesome.
Yeah, it's beautiful, and I think symbolically it's very interesting in that I think Nimbus 3 is very hellish kind of a place, and you then have the contrast of Shatner, Kirk climbing El Capitan, in a sense, trying to ascend to heaven. It's an interesting contrast symbolically.
Have you heard Shatner talking about this scene of climbing El Capitan? It's a sight to behold. It's crazy.
I know they fucked up the continuity of it, or should I say the framing of it, because they basically shot the scenes where he's on the cliff edge and Spock's beside him. It was just done in a parking lot, but they didn't realize that there was a tree in the background that like fucked it up, so they had to do the whole thing again. Like they didn't notice it until they were looking at the dailies. It's like, oh fuck,
that's a big tree.
Yeah. Well, I think
when Shatner's talking about this scene, and this is Shatner at his heyday of vanity and ego, and he's talking about Kirk is he's hugging the mountain, he's in love with the mountain, and the reason why he climbs the mountain is because he's in love, and it's just like, God, I love you to pieces, William, but you are fucking batshit crazy.
I was,
and it's beautiful. It is beautiful.
There's a place you see the parking lot, but there's a place in the Paramount Studios parking lot that's got a big sky background, and they fill it full of water sometimes, and they shoot there all the time.
Right.
Yeah, I've been there. It's a pretty cool place.
But
yeah, that's probably where they did Star Trek 4, right? Didn't they like have a little tank for the whale stuff when they're crashed in there and floating in the water? They didn't do that out in the bay or anything. They flooded a tank.
No, it was
might be that.
You can visit it. It's possible. Well, when things open up again.
Yeah.
Wow. Need to do that,
dude. Have any of you guys ever been to Yosemite?
No,
No.
sadly not. It looks amazing from this movie, though.
Yeah.
It is paradise. It's beautiful. Used to go
Is
there.
it part of Yellowstone? No. It's not part of Yellowstone Park or anything.
No. It's about 2,000 miles away.
Oh, next door then.
Yeah.
You were almost there, as.
Yeah,
Close.
so
It's a
close.
ballpark. Close enough in galactic terms. It's shit.
It's a
Yeah, you can
teleport
get a shuttle
away.
there,
It's a
you know.
That's all it is.
Well,
Yeah, it is. But I think Shatner probably in saying that Kirk is in love with the mountain is because in the way that Walt Whitman was in love with the pond on his estate and the woods and everything. It's probably meaning he's passionate about it, not that he is violating it.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to obtain affirmative consent from the mountain,
yes,
and if he doesn't
right.
get that, then well,
Pound me too.
yeah, exactly. But I mean,
Get me too by the mountain. Yeah, that'd be.
the long shots in that are really funny because it's clearly a stuntman who's got a very different physique from Shatner. But yeah, whatever.
Clearly, and a different
Dude.
face that they show a couple of times.
Yeah, just doing insanely acrobatic stuff that Bill Shatner would not have been capable of doing. But I could sort of buy that a guy like Kirk would be into mountain climbing. He would want the physical challenge of doing something like that. I think that's a bit extreme for someone like him. But either way, Spock rocks up in his rocket boots, and he's he's just hovering there in front of Kirk. And I guess it's just setting it up for later in the movie where they have to use those boots again.
Mhm.
But it's it's a fair enough scene. It's just like him telling Kirk that he has to concentrate and stuff, and he's just making it worse. Kirk's yeah, fuck off, I need to actually do this.
Right.
But then he falls off.
I think that his rocket boots also have a kind of central anti-gravity property as well, because in that scene where he flips and then dives with the boots, he's obviously got some kind of anti-gravity field around him, and when he actually grabs onto Kirk, I think that field must extend onto Kirk. I think that those rocket boots are mainly for lift and steering, but a relatively weightless payload. You know what I mean?
Probably. I mean, I don't know if Shatner really, or the producers put as much thought of that into it, but it would have to be something like that, because otherwise the way he moves just wouldn't make any sense.
Yeah.
It's a shame because the long shots where you see him from a real distance falling look really good because they're actually real. It was just a stuntman on a wire getting dropped down the side of that mountain. But it's the up close bits where it's like a really shitty green screen.
Yeah.
And Shatner oh no, I'm going to fall.
I'm going to fall.
I'm getting nowhere near terminal velocity whatsoever, but okay.
Yeah. But Spock saves him with literally 6 inches to go before he impacts the ground. So it's I don't know, man.
I'll be knocking 6 inches, all right.
Yeah.
Come on.
You can do a lot with 6 inches.
You can do plenty with 6 inches. It's the story of my life.
I do like when McCoy's watching the whole thing and he's just raging that Kirk's putting himself in such a dangerous position.
Yeah.
It's oh, you'll have a great time, Bones. It'll be relaxing for you.
But it's just really irresponsible of Spock to just pop up. Hi. I'd be surprised he didn't just fall there and then.
Yeah.
I mean, I could be wrong because I'm not a mountain climbing expert or anything, but free climbing a mountain like El Capitan, that's something that the elite climbers of the world do.
And die.
And very few of them even attempt it because they're yeah, if you fucking fall off that, you're dead.
If you stay at Yosemite for any, we stayed in the summer, so we'd stay for 2 weeks. Every summer I stayed there, at least 2 people died on climbing Half Dome or climbing El Capitan.
Yeah.
Yep.
It looks brutal because it's just a sheer cliff face by the looks of it.
It is. It's straight down 3,000 feet.
Yep. If
It's
you
not
don't
a
have a
good day out.
Spock and you don't have rocket boots,
Yep.
you're fucked.
Flat.
Yeah. But it's okay because Kirk knew he wasn't going to die because he wasn't
Because he had
alone.
friends.
That's exactly right, which is a really wonderful sentiment.
It's nice.
This film has got heart.
It just pisses me off again about Generations because it's like, well, you died there and like you had someone with you. So fucking someone was wrong.
He wasn't his
Oh, he
friend, though.
didn't.
Let's just be honest.
Yeah.
He didn't have anyone with him. I didn't ever watch that. It doesn't exist in my mental.
Better off, Doomcock.
Yeah. Spare yourself the madness.
Yeah, I'm
It
not.
is a bit sad, though, that this is the payoff for the end of the movie, though.
It is,
I thought I was going to die. You weren't going to die because your friends are with you, and you're like, oh no, that wasn't the good payoff we were looking for.
Yeah.
Picard could have totally saved him. I want to.
So, I mean, what you get here is like, again, like this is Shatner's version of Kirk, very much so. Like whereas Wrath of Khan was like it was a kind of angsty middle-aged Kirk who was worried about getting older. This Kirk's like full-on heroic. I'm never afraid of anything because I know when I die, I'll be alone. How do I know? Don't know. I just know. Like, it's very like epic saga kind of heroic character. Who's almost had a prophecy about his own life and he knows how it's going to play out. But this is his version of Kirk.
Well, that's where you can see the ego come in.
Yeah. Yeah,
because
but
the Kirk of like Wrath of Khan Kirk is great. It's just because he's got flaws and but even in the motion picture in Wrath of Khan, those two Kirks are incredible because in motion picture, he's just desperate to get command and he doesn't mind stepping all over Decker to do it. But then he realizes, of course, that a lot of the stuff he's doing is wrong, and he keeps fighting with Decker and. You get that wonderful dynamic where it's just like, stop fighting with me. And he's just like, I'm not fighting with you. I'm, telling you how to command. I'm working with you. And he realizes, God, yeah, I'm trying to do everything. I'm trying to run everything. I'm trying to, be that person. And then Wrath of Khan, of course, is, I think the best thing they did with Wrath of Khan was keeping away from Ricardo Montalban because, just the dynamic of never being face to face with them. And all the flaws and the, getting older and never, knowing who your assailant was, but without being able to face them face to face, put a wonderful dynamic on the whole situation.
It avoided doing the obvious, which was having them have a big punch up, and it became then a battle of wits and experience and intellect and stuff, which is it's far more interesting and it's much more symbolic of what Star Trek was always about. So
this kind of gives more credence to Doomcock's idea that it's a dream because it is kind of a very much an egocentric version of Kirk.
I mean, it's a good. What I love about this scene, and this kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier, like the first 10-15 minutes of this film are just great fun to watch. The three of them around the campfire, like they're all three very different people, but like they're together. They've known each other for all this time. Like McCoy's kind of drunk by the way he's acting. Spock is really awkward and he doesn't really get anything that they're doing, and McCoy's getting frustrated with him. But there's this real core of like friendship and camaraderie between them, and you absolutely feel it. And this is what I'll give Shatner credit for with this script. He understood that Kirk, Spock, and McCoy are the emotional heart of any good Star Trek movie. And so the movie is very much centered on the three of them, and they all get great scenes, they all get great moments, and they work together. And that's one of the things I really do appreciate about this film.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. It's just like, for instance, Ed Wood. Ed Wood in Bride of the Monster gave Bela Lugosi one of his greatest moments ever. Home, I have no home. Similarly, this movie, while it is goofy in a lot of ways, I mean, it has some absolutely magnificent Star Trek moments in it, where Kirk realizes my pain is part of what makes me. I need my pain. What does God need with a starship? And Captain, please, not in front of the Klingons. When he hug him. I mean, this is why when I first saw it, and it had been getting panned in the press and everything, and I was like with a bunch of people at that point working on something, and I was like, oh, I'm going to go see it. Next day when I came back, they were all, well, I gave them a thumbs up because it was about the characters. They all had really great moments. And overall, that's all I can ask for on a Star Trek movie. I want to be with my crew again, my captain again. And that it gave it to me in spades there.
I think as well, like, these guys, because the history between them, and the actors have been around each other for 20 years, they play off each other perfectly. Some of the lines that they get, like the jokey kind of lines, they get more of a laugh than they probably deserve, but they earn it somehow. Like the bit where they're trying to teach Spock about singing, like doing a sing along, and Spock's just not getting it, and it's like, McCoy's trying to say to him, the lyrics aren't important. What's important is that you have a good time. And Spock's like, I see. Are we having a good time? And McCoy just gives this great line of like, God, I liked him better before he died. And it genuinely made me laugh because like DeForest Kelley delivers it perfectly. And, you obviously know the context behind it. And I just think little bits like that are really good.
But it's such a McCoy line, though. It's
absolutely.
Such a McCoy line. It's perfect for McCoy because, McCoy is that biting person. So you can easily imagine that is something that he would say. So even though it's played for yucks, it's definitely something that would have come out of McCoy's mouth.
Yeah. And McCoy sums the whole thing up perfectly when he says, like, we spend all this time together, like basically in our jobs working together, in can in space, and we drive each other nuts. And when shore leave comes up, what the hell do? We choose to spend it together because other men would have families to go to, and Kirk makes that remark about, well, other men have families but not us. And that's it kind of harkens back to a lot of the things that you've seen in like Wrath of Khan, where Kirk's never really had a wife and kids. Like, he never settled down. Although you find out that David is his son, like, he's never been there for him. He's never helped to raise him or anything like that. He's never had a family, and neither have the rest of them. And it's kind of an interesting observation, really, about the cost of what they do.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, the emotional core of this film is genuine. They have captured the voices of these characters, while the situation they find themselves in is largely nonsensical. If it's a dream and a commentary on how Kirk views his relationship with his crew, with his friends, and his career, it becomes all of these things, even the absurd parts of it, have an added resonance that I find really compelling.
I think we know as an audience anyway, when Kirk says that, we all know, we're like, no, you guys are family.
Yes.
And it's for them to kind of realize that. McCoy saying, we work all the time, we get on each other's nerves, and then when we get some shore leave, what do? We spend it with each other. And you realize that they're not just spending each other because they haven't got families, they're spending with each other because they are family.
Yes.
And it's only them who's not admitting it to each other, whereas we, the audience, are fully aware of this.
Yeah, but the chemistry that you get between them is just it's great. Like, clearly these people have all known each other for a long time, and I think just the sort of natural kind of camaraderie they have, it just kind of shines through on screen for me.
I think DeForest Kelley's so underrated. As an actor, I really do, because he's easily as integral as Kirk and Spock. Within that trifecta, it is a trifecta, and it's he's essential to it. And he's the emotion, just raw emotion.
Well, this is where the new movies absolutely do not understand that dynamic, because he's pushed to the side. Like, McCoy is pushed out, and for some reason Uhura is inserted into it. And that three-way dynamic absolutely does not work in the slightest.
No.
It just becomes it becomes like an irritating distraction where, they're trying to do missions, and like Spock and Uhura are bickering about their relationship. It's like, oh, fuck off. Like, act like fucking professionals for once in your lives.
And the communications officer is like doing action scenes.
Yeah, like, Christ. Uhura should be doing naked sexy dances with palm fronds in front of her boobs. Like,
I know. Well, that is a very, very Kirk kind of solution to come up with from the outside, you know what I mean?
You can imagine that conversation with Uhura. It's like, right, I need you to distract them, get naked and do a sexy dance. It's like,
Yeah.
Captain, I'm 60 years old. I don't know if this is going to work. Get naked now. That's an order.
There's going to be some very flattering lighting. Don't worry.
Yeah.
The feathers. That's what I want to know. Where'd you get the fans?
Yeah.
Who gave her the background, like backing track to do that singing?
We all know that it was DeForest Kelly that had the feathers all along.
He had the fans. He had the feathers. And he kept those uncomfortable feathers in the only place that they wouldn't look for him.
Nurse Chapel was he took him from her.
But I like how you also get, like, because it flashes then over to the Enterprise, where I guess this just follows on straight from Voyage Home, because it's like they went out for their first cruise in the ship and it's all fucked up, but like nothing works properly. Scotty's trying to fix everything because for some reason the whole ship's broken down, and Uhura comes onto the bridge with him, and I don't know, this movie kind of implies that they're dating or something, like they've got some kind of relationship going on,
Right,
yeah,
which kind of came out of nowhere, but like, oh, okay. But that's when you find out they it's jumping around a little bit, but there's a hostage situation that's occurred on Nimbus 3 because Cybok and his followers, he's recruited like a small army. They have stormed Paradise City, which is like the capital of this planet, and they've taken hostage the three sort of representatives from the different powers in the galaxy. So
can I just say that the Romulan delegate is the happiest Romulan I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
She was she got out of bed the right side that day, didn't she? She was full of spunk.
To be fair, mate, if I looked like that, I'd be happy. You know what I mean?
So was David Warner by the end.
Romulus.
Yeah, it's just like I've never known a Romulan to be like this. It was
and her
different for sure. Yeah,
man, I wonder how she got the job.
Yeah, she stayed in shape, that's for sure. I really like the Klingon Cord.
Yes,
you know, so when he gets introduced, he just belches.
Good man.
And David Warner is in it, right?
And he's in the next one as well.
Yes, they must have just really liked David Warner and like, we can reuse you. And
then, of course, he was in TNG in the incredible Cardassian two-parter.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. He gets around that guy, doesn't he?
I love Star Trek. David Warner's a treasure. He's a national treasure.
Yeah. Star Trek did that a lot, though, didn't they? They reused actors in different roles. They would just put them in different alien makeup.
Yeah, well, they would do that all the time because, I mean, it was a different world back then. You maybe saw each episode twice, maybe. Mm-hmm. There was no videotape. There was no watching them again. So they figured, well, next year, who's going to remember that, Captain Tracy was actually Simon Van Gelder in, oh, Christ. What is the one? The one where he's in the chair, the Tantalus colony.
Menagerie.
Oh, God damn. What the... no, I'm just having a brain fart. Oh, well, anyway. Yeah, I mean, they doubled them all the time. And that was common throughout Hollywood, too. I mean, you'd have people reprising roles on episodes of different seasons. For example, Patrick McGowan was on 4 episodes, I believe, of Columbo, playing 4 different guys.
Yeah.
That's brilliant.
Yeah, Shatner too, twice.
Oh, there you go. I knew he was on it once, but I didn't know he did it twice.
Yeah, he did.
He did it twice. Yeah.
So Cybok and all of it, he's got a small army of followers. They're able to storm into this city, and they take hostage these 3 representatives, knowing that their respective governments are going to send out a rescue mission to try and recover them. And that's what prompts Starfleet to mobilize the Enterprise. Scotty's on the bridge there trying to fix everything, and they get like a red alert from Starfleet, meaning that they've got a hostage situation and they're going to have to recall their crew to get ready, because I guess there's no other starships in Starfleet apart from this one.
Yeah.
There's always a reason why it has to be the Enterprise. It's like, there's no other ships in range or whatever.
He's all,
Crashes in the sector. No, it's not. It's really not.
knowing it was a Shatner film, it's no, they had other people. They just needed a Jim Kirk.
Yeah.
Hey.
Oh yeah, that was it. So
But the condition of the Enterprise also is it also supports the idea that this is a dream, because ever since the refit, we've only ever seen the Enterprise either untested with new technology that isn't balanced, or understaffed with a student crew. It's all, or only with like 5 of them in terms of their rebellion and everything. So it's very typical, a fear of Captain Kirk's, to be going in unprepared. And I think that in this case, once again, for no reason at all, the ship is just completely torn apart, and similar situation to what he's had in the past.
It's a bit of a shame, because obviously in the 4th film we don't get Enterprise to the end, because it's the voyage home and we're using the Klingon bird of prey. But in the 3rd film, of course, when he destroys the Enterprise, and he's just like, my God, what have I done? And the Enterprise was such was almost like another character within itself, with such a personality. It meant so much, and then suddenly, after number 5, the Enterprise just became disposable, and it was just such a shame. And they never really brought that back until TNG and the Enterprise D. But then you get the first movie, and then once again it becomes disposable.
Yeah, 100%. Like, I never, like, it kind of felt significant when the Enterprise D crash landed on that planet and got blown up. It's like, oh wow, it's like the first feature film that it was in, and it's gone. And then the replacement just felt kind of soulless. Like, I never really gave a shit about it.
Very
and it's kind of
looking Enterprise.
Yeah, and it's kind of the same with this one. Like you say, Kirk even says, like, oh, I miss my old chair. Like, it's kind of like just a mechanism for them to get where they need to go. It's not really his home anymore. And it's a shame, because it actually looks quite cool. Like, the bridge looks really good. It's a bit more futuristic now. It's not that kind of old-fashioned, 70s look that the original bridge had.
One beige.
Yeah, everything's beige. Yeah.
Beige.
Yeah, it's all very, very, like, there's a lot more computer screens. It all looks very, very efficient now, and very white and bright and shiny and all that stuff. So even though nothing works apparently, I do like when they go back on, and, like, Shatner's trying to, like, he tries to exit the turbo lift onto the bridge, and only one of the doors opens, and he's got to, like, force his way in. Like, you can't even do a captain's log because the fucking logbook doesn't work. Like,
yeah. The yeoman's there waiting with his uniform.
Yeah,
So
go climb a rock. He's got his t-shirt on. I don't know why he's fucking wearing that, but
because he was climbing
a rock.
Well, yeah, but it's just like, why have you got that logo on your t-shirt? Like, what's the point of it?
That's they sell that at Yosemite. I guess he went to Yosemite Village and got his shirt before he left.
Right. Okay.
Get his t-shirt, his souvenir.
Yeah. I climbed this rock, and all I got was this lousy t-shirt.
They also got Sulu and Chekhov, who were supposed to be lost, and thanks to the little, because I was watching this on Amazon Prime, so I get to read all the trivia on the left. I guess they were supposed to be really lost. They were supposed to be at Mount Rushmore instead of Yosemite, which is like in South Dakota, So, and then they were going to walk away, and there was going to be a black female president on Mount Rushmore, but they had no budget for this film. I guess Paramount just wouldn't budge at all. And ILM was working on Raiders, Last Crusade, and Ghostbusters 2. So they got overs from ILM, and that's why there was, there were supposed to be bigger effect shots. There was supposed to be a longer ending, and we didn't get any of that. They just kind of.
That's why Slimer
Shatner had some awesome, like, shots in mind where you were gonna get this awesome panning shot from Nimbus 3 all the way to Earth, like it was gonna go from the surface of that planet all the way to the surface of another one, like right through space and everything. And they were like, well, it's gonna cost you $500,000 or whatever to do something like that, and Paramount were like, nope, forget that. And it's like epic shot after epic shot just had to get cut because they had to keep trimming back the budget, and you end up with this garbage. And like you say, Gary, they had to go to a different special effects house who were kind of untested with all this stuff. And that's why all the ship scenes look garbage, and the warp speed bits look shit, and it's all just very amateurish. It's like,
the warp speed looked terrible.
Well, yeah. It's same with the Klingon ship when it's shooting that space probe. It's it just looks fake as fuck, and it's like,
it's like stop motion animation.
Yeah.
Or animatronic.
It reminds me of Ed 209 from RoboCop. It looks the same as that.
Yeah, the space probe screens when it gets shot for the first time. I had to go back and catch that. I'm like, I never heard that before, but it goes when
it squealed. Yeah. I had to check that as well.
It makes that noise. It makes that noise that dive bombers make in like World War II movies when they're like, like it's like there's air resistance, but it's like you're in space. What the fuck?
In space, everyone can hear you scream.
Yep.
I always wondered if that was some kind of dig at the motion picture as well. How it's like a Voyager space probe that they blow up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's Vija. Oh my god, they're doing.
Yeah. Oh no, none of that could happen.
They're retconning the motion picture.
Brother that we didn't know about.
Yeah. And again, I would say again, the sketchy special effects, which are so unrealistic, again, is very dreamlike.
I mean, I think you're being more generous than the film perhaps deserves, but like if we go with that.
Well, I'm not saying that. I mean, it's not merely that it was in Shatner's unconscious as he was directing this, but I am also a big believer in what Jung called synchronicities, which are basically like trains of thought in the universal consciousness. I think it was not merely Captain Kirk Shatner that was making this film a dream. There's editing mistakes in there that make it could only be a dream, and I think that I think that this is another shading of meaning that may have was not intentional. It's just the way it worked out, but those kinds of things happen.
Fair enough. I mean, if that's the way it panned out, then it was pretty fortuitous. I mean, I was going to say about the scene with Sulu and Chekhov, like like you were mentioning, I guess they're meant to be in a different part of the country. It's like near Rushmore or whatever. You just see them in generic woodland, and I just assumed they were also in Yosemite. And I thought, man, couldn't you show them somewhere else? Like, I want to see them in a strip club or something, or like a 23rd century casino or something like that. Like, just do something different with them. They're just out in the woods because it saves on budget, I suppose.
Right.
And they're lost. Like, but yeah, so they try to pretend they're caught in a blizzard because they don't know where they are, and it's like, Uhura, any chance you could tell us which way to the transporter coordinates? No. But yeah, so they all get picked up and they're brought back to the Enterprise. Although generally the special effects are pretty shit in this film, there's one beautiful shot of the Enterprise silhouetted against the moon. I don't know, like, if it was a different company that did that one shot or whatever, but like they really nailed it there. It's like that really give you that majestic, elegant kind of silhouette of a starship there, right up against the moon. It just looks great. It's like an old timey sailing ship in a moonlit bay or something. Like, it's really cool.
Beautiful.
It was. One thing I missed, I mean, like, Star Trek movies are always good for some pretty decent ship porn. And I love this version of the Enterprise. I still adore it. So there's some moments, and they always, they started up the same music every time. It got a bit much, it's like the same musical key every time they showed the Enterprise. It's like, all right, I get it. Mix it up a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. There's something like the most charming thing about this movie to me is what you guys said, is these guys were so confident in their roles at this point that they didn't have to prepare. They just like fired it up, and it's Spock, Kirk, and McCoy on pretty much. I mean, they're together in Star Trek 6, but this is kind of like their last hurrah. And that's the way I see it. That's why I love it. I love this movie, is with all of its flaws.
Yeah. It's like I was saying earlier. Shatner understood the camaraderie between those three was a key element, and so he uses it to its fullest in this film. And that's one of the things it does get right. Like the character moments are really good. It's just everything around them that goes wrong a little bit. But yeah, you get that again. A good scene with the three of them where Shatner is like looking at the Enterprise, as they're approaching in the shuttle, and he's like, "All I ask is a tall ship and a star to steer her by." And I think it's McCoy who thinks it's Melville, whereas Spock corrects him, and he's like, "Oh, it's John Masefield." And he's like, "Are you sure about that?" And it's like, "Well, I am well versed in the classics." And McCoy's just like, "Well, how come you don't know row, row, row your boat?" What a great character moment! That just nails all of them perfectly. Now,
I don't know if this is an American thing, but they call when they're at the campfire, they call them marshmallows, and not marshmallows.
Yeah, marshmallows. That's what the American term is.
Is it okay? Right, because we call them marshmallows here in the UK.
We do, yeah.
Not marshmallows.
Marshmallows. That's the way we call.
So are they really laid back kind of things? Like
yeah.
Well,
they are, man. Hippies used to smoke them.
Considering they're about to get burned alive, you'd think they'd be terrified, but
it's all in a day's work for marshmallow, man.
That room always. I didn't get that room in the Enterprise. It was I initially thought it was Kirk's cabin, and then it's not, and then it's like, oh, is this meant to be the conference room? And then it's like there's no table or anything.
It's like 10 forward, basically. I think.
Yeah, it's like a observation deck.
It was just a weird kind of room to have.
It's poetic. And again, if this is Shatner Kirk's dream, then having a nautically themed wood paneled room with an ancient steering ship, because all I ask is a tall ship and a star to steer her by. I mean, he's a romantic at heart. He's a bit of a swashbuckler, so it would make sense that this would be in his mind.
Yeah, I mean, with Wrath of Khan, I think that's what started this whole idea that starships and Star Trek should be themed. It would almost be like Hornblower in space. That's what they framed it as. And so a starship is just a stand-in for an old-timey sailing ship, and it's all very nautical and it's all very romanticized. And like you say, that room is just an extension of that idea, where it's taken the old-fashioned ideas of what a ship was, with the wheel and everything and the ship's bell, and it puts it there as like a ceremonial kind of like, this is a reminder of what we're here for. We're explorers. We're here to go out into the universe and explore, just like they did hundreds of years ago on Earth, not knowing what they'd see over the horizon. And I think it's fine like that. It's just, you can imagine it's just the kind of room where people go to, like, chill or reflect or whatever, and you've got this amazing view of like the universe out in front of you. I don't know. I think it's okay for what it is.
Yeah, and it's also like in harkening back to Star Trek II, like you said, when Admiral Kirk comes on board and the guy steps up with the weird little electronic whistle and goes, woo, kind of the boatswain's whistle, an electronic version of it. They did want this to have a very nautical feel, from Wrath of Khan. That's why James Horner's score is so majestic. It's really very nautical score.
So they, when they're brought on board, like again, I do quite like the scene where Kirk makes his way onto the bridge and it's just chaos. Like people are trying to like move equipment out of the way so that he can like get his transmission from Starfleet, and it's, I don't know, like I quite like the idea of like you're on the bridge of like the most advanced ship in human history, and like people are dropping tools and shit all over the place, and it's like, oh, can you clear that stuff up so I can get this transmission in? Like, yeah, he's trying to be polite to them, but it's like, can you fucking move out the way so I can talk? I don't know. It did make me laugh. Like, just like the mundane sort of aspects of like working on a ship, I suppose, where things go wrong and it has to be repaired, and you've just got to work around it, I suppose. Like, but try and maintain your dignity.
You could feel Kirk's frustration in that, which is great.
Yeah, he's like, can you clear that up? Can we have some quiet in here? It's good.
He's a great, he's a captain, and Kirk's always been a great captain. And so, when you're forced back onto your bridge, your ship's barely working, you got people, shorting themselves out underneath panels, and you've got a guy that's trying to give you your orders. It's amazing. He didn't actually shout at them and just go, "Shut up, everyone, shut up."
Yeah. But it's they get their orders for what they have to do. They've got to go to Nimbus 3 and try and resolve this hostage crisis because there's no other Jim Kirks in the vicinity. They need him because he's the only one that's heroic enough. But then Spock sees Sybok on the hostage tape. And that's when he recognizes him. You don't find out that it's his brother at this point in the story, but he just he recognizes who he is, and then he explains to Kirk and McCoy, that he was a Vulcan, that rejected logic, and he embraced the kind of emotional side of Vulcan history, and that's what he was banished for. And so, okay, you get an explanation for why he shows emotion then. So it's like, okay, it's enough to get going with, I suppose.
Yeah.
And there's a weird when they're giving the we're being held prisoner speech, and the Romulan woman is literally like, she walks down the steps and then she stops, turns around, and walks back up them. It's just like, what are you doing? Why did you do that? Why did you just walk down the steps to say half your speech and then turn around and walk back up them to deliver the other half, and then it pans to Sybok
or something?
It's like you've obviously been given your marks that you've got to hit, but it totally reminds me of in Ghostbusters where they're doing that commercial and like Egon has to like literally look at the ground to see where his mark is.
Yep.
Step forward.
It's always stuck with me. It was so weird, and the movement was just so insane. It was just why? Bill, talk to me. Why did you do that?
Well, it's subconscious toxicity on Kirk's part, being his dream. He would look at this beautiful Romulan as a fashion model. And so she's on the runway.
There was a bit
Just
as
like
well
when he gets the pussy on his back. Right?
Oh,
yes.
I mean, that's like, I've had a career with women on my back, and it's just a perfect.
He was assaulted there by Tina Turner.
Yeah,
that's literally what it was. They even used her. Wow. Like
But he killed a cat by throwing her 3 foot into a pool table.
Yeah, into a water tank.
He just would face down and never moved.
Water.
Yeah. Cats fucking hate water, man. They just die when you put them in it.
Well, Kirk never met a pussy he couldn't get wet.
Maybe it was an acid table. Just threw in acid. Acid.
I remember that scene now because it's like she leaps from somewhere, right? And clearly there's a trampoline being placed behind the bar because she lands on that and then just bounds onto his back.
Yep.
What was her plan? She was just gonna like maul him to death
with her 3 titties.
Yeah.
And this is what year is this is before. This is pre-Total Recall, isn't it?
Yes, yeah. Not long before though, because I think Total Recall was 1990.
Yeah,
so,
90 or 91. So,
man, did Paul Verhoeven look at this and he's like, we got to get 3 titties in this one.
But we're gonna have 3 titties, but we're gonna get our titties out. When they didn't do it in Star Trek.
That's right. It's a titty Cold War, and he didn't want to be caught underarmed.
Yeah. Who's gonna pull the trigger first?
We're behind in the titty race. We've got to double our effort.
We cannot allow a titty gap to develop.
A cleavage gap.
Such a weird cat.
God, yeah.
Weird.
So they head to Nimbus 3, the planet that they've got to recover the hostages from. They can't use the transporter because I think it's fucked, and like Scotty's like assigned to try and fix it because nothing works properly on the ship. And so they go down in a shuttlecraft, and again it looks fake as fuck because the budget wasn't there for special effects. But I'm pretty sure that the next scene was just done One, so that they could have some like naked dancing, and two, so that Shatner could ride a horse because he really likes horses. Apparently, like it's like they've landed really far from the city, and so they're like, "Fuck, we've only got like an hour to get there because there's like a Klingon ship on the way. We got to beat them to it. How can we get there quicker? There's a bunch of horses there. Perfect. We need to distract them though." And that's when you get the epic dance from Nichelle Nichols. And I'll give her credit, man. There she is, probably naked, dancing.
She had some breeches on. She a little bit.
Thank God.
Yeah. I looked. I mean, like, come on. I'm gonna look. I'm the guy.
Yeah, you pause it a couple of times. You got to zoom in
10 times, and yeah.
Research.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's for the show, folks. Come on.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Like Nichelle Nichols back in the TV show days, she was absolutely gorgeous. Like, beautiful woman. Perhaps by the time this movie rolled around, she was showing her age a little bit. And I don't know why, because in the previous movie, she still looked pretty young. But it's like she aged about 10 years in the space of 2 for this movie. I don't know what happened to her.
Well, being in a relationship with Scotty, it puts the years on you.
Yeah.
The years
does, yeah.
Well, I don't know. It's green, right? It's green.
It's like, well, he clearly doesn't stay in shape, so fuck it, I'll just let myself go.
Exactly. Plus, he's always serving her booze. Booze is fattening.
Yeah.
We're just gonna order out this tonight. That's all.
How about we spot a green?
It's all the gach that they're eating.
You're the most understanding lassie I know. As he shovels food into his face. I just love it. And when she brings that food onto the bridge and it's like ration packs, if it was like a doner kebab or something.
That would be great. He's just there holding both hands around this doner.
Just fucking like bits of like salad falling everywhere, chili sauce falling over the deck, and it's like, Scotty, you're making
red cabbage falling.
Yeah, I had
What are you showing? I'm so drunk.
It's the garlic sauce, lassie.
Yeah. Oh man, I've had plenty of drunken kebabs.
Oh man, they're the best kind though. You have to be a bit drunk to enjoy them. But
true.
If you can get more than 10% of it actually down your throat, then you're into a winner. Because most of it ends up on the pavement, man.
But it's hard because you're drunk, so you got to balance yourself. Never mind the hand to mouth coordination that's required to get this piece of mastery in the gob.
I've had some experiences, and I'm not proud of what happened.
Lettuce, red cabbage. You got the chili sauce on the meat, and then you got the garlic sauce on the top. Oh yeah, come on.
Yeah, it can go badly wrong.
Gotta be.
If you forget what happened, you wake up the next day, you look at your shirt, and you're like, "Fuck, man, did I murder someone?"
Yeah.
I don't know.
Did I murder somebody, or did I have a period?
Or did I murder someone again?
Period.
That happened to me when I was sober. So yeah, I have no excuse.
And then he realized when you're sober, he's just like, how does garlic, mayonnaise, and lettuce ever work when you're sober?
It
doesn't.
Yeah, it all makes sense though when you're pissed as a fart. So it's all right. Yeah.
It's just the world comes together. Of course, it fucking makes sense. You fucking weirdo. Fucking delicious.
As you slump against the wall in an alleyway, just fucking doner kebab in your lap.
Fucking doner kebab in one hand, cock in the other, trying to have a piss. With people walking past, and he's like, "What? What? Fuck off!"
Yeah, don't judge me.
Yeah, don't fucking judge. And then a policeman walks past, and you're trying to put your fucking knob back in, and you're trying to pretend to be sober. So you just sort of walking with your kebab. I'm fucking fine.
I'm not drunk. You're drunk.
Yeah.
No, we've all been there, mate. We've all been there. I sympathise.
God bless college.
But damn, what was where the hell did we get to? Oh yeah, so Uhura's naked, and all these
People
guys
just go, Brits are weird.
these yeah. These dudes, right, who are like a lookout patrol or something. I think they've never seen a woman in their entire life, because they look at her like, well, like she's a doner kebab and you're absolutely drunk as fuck at 2 a.m. Like, oh, I've got to get to her now.
Is she naked? She's
yeah. One of them says that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Naked.
None of them think like this is a very obvious ploy to like get us to go up there. Like, they just crawl all the way up, and then they get taken prisoners. So the Kirk and the others are able to grab their horses and ride right into town.
I always wanted to perform for a captive audience.
Yeah. What a line in the show.
Yep.
Nailed it. And you even get that guy going, oh, damn.
Yeah. I'm going to get myself some pussy.
Damn. I really thought like a beautiful woman was just randomly dancing naked in the middle of the desert for me.
Yeah. Never mind. There's like 9 of my mates right here with me.
Yeah.
Probably all fighting for it.
We'll take it in turns. We'll take it in turns.
Choo choo.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to go third or fourth, but never mind. So they ride into the town, and what was it? You do get a good line from Kirk there, where it's like harkening back to like Spock's advice to him when he was climbing the mountain, where he's like, Spock, be one with the horse. Just like where Spock had said, you have to be one with the rock. I quite like that. So they ride in, and then they get discovered like immediately, because like they don't really make any attempt to disguise themselves, and there's like a big shootout. And it kind of seems like the most one-sided fight ever, because it's like phasers versus like muskets.
But
it's
and a Gatling gun later.
Yeah. There's a bazooka at one point, which is kind of cool. But Kirk goes inside. He gets attacked by Tina Turner, throws her into a pool table, and then she just fucking dies for some reason.
This was the debut of the Starfleet Marines. By the way.
That's right.
Ah.
Was this a thing? Yeah, they wanted to. Gene Roddenberry wanted to actually get them in the original series, and could never work them into original series. Enterprise ended up doing it. In the end, they ended up getting the Starfleet Marines on board. But yeah, this was the actual debut of the Starfleet Marines.
Well, I mean, they from what I understand, Shatner wanted like a slightly a more grittier, grounded sort of look for the uniforms and the shuttles and all that stuff. And it's kind of like they're wearing like more military style clothing and stuff, and they've even got like bulletproof riot shields, which actually work a couple of times. There's a couple of times when you see them get shot by guys with like just their primitive weapons, and it just like ricochets off their shields, and then they use their phasers to shoot them, and it's like, oh wow, that's like a good example of like their superior technology at play, and it actually functions as it should. And it's like, oh, okay. You can see how these Federation assault teams would actually work. It's good.
That is. I mean, I thought it was a good. Plus, Shatner wanted an action sequence, so he didn't want a lot of stealth. Just let's have a shootout. That's his style. I also had a thought on the Catwoman. Maybe we're wrong. Maybe she was part cat and part possum. And when she gets thrown into the pool table water, she's like, "Oh fuck this," and just plays dead.
What would have been great is like right at the end of the movie, like a post-credit scene, you just seen her like jump out of the pool table, like, wow! She's just like ready to go at it again.
She goes eat out of a bowl, licks her paw or something.
Exactly. She looks embarrassed, licks between her legs, and then crawls up a tree.
Cough up a hairball, yeah.
Exactly, like what it showed him. I'm part possum, though. I'm part possum. Doc nods at her sadly. I understand.
Took a turn. Holy shit.
There's also a bit, and it's so shit, because it's like a guy's on horseback right in front of Spock, and Spock just does like a Vulcan neck pinch on the horse. But like the horse, like it's a trained horse, and I guess it just like falls to the ground. But the rider like isn't harmed by it in any way, but he just kind of like slumps off it and falls off. And I guess he's just dead. Like it didn't affect him in any way, but he's done.
Yeah.
Oh man. But yeah, so like Kirk goes in, he fights Tina Turner, throws her into a pool table, she's dead, and then he finds the hostages. But then they pull weapons on him, so like you find out they've been working for Sybok the whole time. Like they've been converted to his cause now, and I guess everyone else outside just got arrested or captured or something. They all just gave up. It's weird. Like Kirk's just brought aside, and everyone's just lost. You know.
But notice how they had to bring everyone into the canteen because when Kirk leaves the canteen, they're all behind him. So it's like everyone come into the canteen and surrender. Now we're gonna get into a formation and leave the canteen as prisoners.
Yeah, they had to get that. Spock's got a blanket around his shoulders for some reason because you know
why?
Yeah,
to keep
like
the cat possums off his back.
It's like I know
He's
you're
allergic to cats.
It's like I know Leonard Nimoy. I know you're elderly at this point, but it's like were they really going to be that caring about your needs at that point?
We're filming this at night. It's like 9 degrees. I want to wear a blanket in this scene.
Yeah, like fuck this shit. Fucking Bill can deal with the consequences. I don't care.
They all are wearing a blanket. That's how it's gonna go down. Okay.
But yeah, so Sybok takes them prisoner and they head up to the Enterprise. But as they do, as they're on their way there by shuttlecraft, the Klingon bird of prey arrives in the area because this fucking asshole who's in charge of the bird of prey just decides that he really wants to fucking kill Captain Kirk for no reason. Like he's got no history with him or anything. He's just like, nah, well, if I can kill him, I'll be a total hero.
Mm-hmm.
And so like he's right on this shit. And so what you actually get here is quite a good scene, and I think if it had been better directed with better special effects, it would have been nice and tense because the bird of prey is closing in. The shuttlecraft has got to get on board the Enterprise, and the Enterprise is going to be vulnerable while that's happening. So they're trying to figure out how they can make this happen. And I guess the best they can come up with is that they have to pilot it in manually at full speed. And just hope for the best, like for a few seconds while they're vulnerable. Just get it in there as quickly as possible, and then they can escape. Excuse me.
Yeah. So they have to come up with and nobody knows what's going on, and they're trapped by Sybok, right? So they have to communicate to Scotty and Chekhov. And what does he say? He says, "We have to landing plan B," and he just makes something up.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and he's like B as in barricade. And Scotty's like, "Oh, I can't be serious." And I always thought, like, what the fuck does he think that means? Like in this context, like genuinely, if that had been me, I'd be like, "No, I've still got no clue what you want me to do here." Like, it's like, what does barricade mean in this context? Do you want me to keep the shields up? Do you want me to like put the Enterprise between you and the bird of prey? Like, what?
Are you going to sacrifice yourself and take the shot while we get away? What's going on here? So
yeah, it's really odd.
Well, I think the barricade, to me, I always thought the barricade was the series of nets raised on the shuttlecraft deck to break its charge in there, you know?
Right.
Because they're gonna fucking crash in the wall. So I mean, you gotta, put this up and hope that it holds.
Okay. Well, that's what I guess that's what happens ultimately. I assume that was just an automatic thing, but yeah, they fly the shuttlecraft into the bay at full speed, which is kind of cool to see actually, because it's not really an aspect of the ship that you see very often. They fly it straight in, like Sulu fucks it up, and it hits the base of the landing pad, like knocks the nacelles off it, and it just crashes right into the far wall, which kind of knocks everyone out for the time being. And they go to warp speed just as the Klingons open fire, so they avoid that.
They didn't go to warp speed. They went to Camtasia special effects.
Oh God, yeah,
that's what they went to.
You might as well have just got a cardboard cutout of the Enterprise and just moved it across the screen really quickly. That's what it looked like. It was so shit.
They did that, man. Some of those are cutouts. Some of those are animated
Yeah.
cutouts. Did you know that? They actually did that.
It's
In the
so
episode.
like
Like it.
It looked
that
terrible.
that warp speed effect cannot be that hard to do. But like, man, they made hard work of it. And it just looks so shit.
It was terrible.
And it's a shame because I think if you redid this, that scene could be so much better, like with better special effects.
Well, yeah, they could do a special edition with one geek on a home computer. You know,
Yeah, at this point, yeah.
At this point, easy.
I did like the models of the Galileo and such.
Yeah.
I thought they looked great.
Yeah, the shuttles are good. And again, the interior it's all very militaristic inside because it's very businesslike, which is quite cool. But yeah, like everyone's out for the count. Kirk gets up, Cybok gets up. They wrestle over a gun, and Cybok has the drop on him, so they go outside. Like he wants to be taken to the bridge, and then they end up fighting each other again. And the gun slides over to where Spock is standing. And Kirk's like, pick it up, because he's been choked by Cybok. And that's when you find out that Spock won't shoot him. And Cybok's like, it walks right up to him completely unafraid and just challenges him to fire, and Spock won't do it.
Are Vulcans is it 3 times more stronger than humans? Is it 3?
A lot.
I think so. Yeah, because he's able to physically pick Kirk up off the ground and like just hurl him around like a rag doll.
Oh yeah. So I can't remember. I can't remember exactly how strong a Vulcan is against a human, but I think it's around 3 times stronger.
Yeah, something like that.
Whereas
Definitely
Data's
stronger.
10 times stronger than a human, isn't he?
And Michael Burnham is 100 times stronger.
Michael Burnham's she's infinite. She's just infinite. She can get hit by a flying spacecraft and fall to a planet through its atmosphere and live.
After with her penis.
Yeah. I hate Mikey Spock. I mean, she's just a fucking 2x whore. That's my opinion.
Does anyone like her really at this point?
I can't imagine anyone likes Mikey Spock. Even the dumb Drekkies after this last season, where every episode she's crying or laughing maniacally because they're trying to give her emotions that she's never had before. It's just awful show.
Yeah. But yeah, so Spock won't shoot him, and so like Cybok is able to take control of the situation again, and he puts the 3 of them in the brig together. And it always like surprises me how easy it is to take over a starship in this, according to this movie. They're able to go from the shuttle bay all the way up to the bridge. No one intercepts them. No one knows that they're there or anything. And they basically just get to the bridge and take over from there.
Well, remember, there's less than a skeleton crew aboard.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
and they couldn't transfer anyone else on board, even though they were literally in Starfleet space dock.
That is dumb.
With
But
tens of thousands of people.
But again, it's a dream.
It's all a dream, yeah.
I mean, this kind of shit happens. This stuff has happened in Kirk's past. This side of paradise, which is another parallel since it had paradise in the title, where basically these spores created an idyllic situation where everyone had perfect health, perfect tranquility. Everybody was like on ecstasy the whole time.
Oh, yeah.
And then they had to basically have strong negative emotions to drive the spore influence away. And essentially they left paradise. It was unproductive, and man was not meant to live in paradise. Man was meant to struggle in the same way here. It's like, I need my pain. And I think it's a fascinating parallel.
What I was going to say as well, this next scene absolutely cracked me up. They're thrown in the brig together, right? And Spock's trying to explain himself, and he's like, "I don't expect you to forgive me." And Kirk's like, "Forgive you? I ought to knock you on your goddamn ass." And I love how McCoy just jumps in and he's like, "Do you want me to hold him, Jim?" It's like, you stay out of this. The comedy timing there is just perfect, and it's all DeForest Kelly. He just nails it. But then I love how Spock is explaining like, well, I couldn't kill my brother, and he's like, Kirk says to him, well, you might be a fellow Vulcan, but that doesn't mean you couldn't defend your ship. And he's like, no, he's also a son of Sarek, and he's like, you can't be serious, I know that you don't have a brother. And he's like, well, technically you're right. I don't have a brother. I've got a half brother. And Kirk's like, oh, fuck, I need to sit down. And he presses a button for a toilet to come out of the wall because it actually has printed on it, do not use while in space dock. I just love how they thought to put that in. There's some genuinely funny moments in this, and I think they work quite well. They're probably not very appropriate given the subject matter, but man, they do get a chuckle from me. They really do. But yeah, so
they're the boys.
Yeah.
Remember, Chekhov, he never joined the series till season 2.
Yeah.
So and it's, although we have this sort of rose tinted look at Sulu and Chekhov and Nichelle Nichols and Scotty, the original series really just focused on the trifecta, and those characters would essentially the ancillary characters just to bounce off to break up whatever was going on in that sort of episode. So their roles were kind of beefed up for the films as they got more recognition. But yeah, it's the trifecta has always been the heart of that show. Yeah,
very much so. I mean, it's nice that like Scotty especially gets some more screen time in this one. Even though sometimes it does ridiculous things with him, like him cracking his head off a bulkhead and stuff, which was literally right in front of him. But yeah,
I mean, I did laugh.
I laughed.
It's funny. Yeah, it's kind of like low hanging fruit, but yeah.
I think he's pissed out of his fucking skull.
Yep.
Well, he's a Scotsman, that's what we do.
He's got fucking liquor in every orifice, this boy, he probably unscrews his wrench and there's some liquor in there.
That's why he's the miracle worker, because Kirk's like, how long will it take to repair? It's like, I don't know, about 2 years. And then he does it in like 2 hours, and it's like, oh, Mr. Scott, you're a genius. Like, I don't even know where I am.
I think Scotty needs to be an asshole to be able to function as an engineer.
Yeah. Well, we tried having Scotty sober once. It didn't work.
Scotty sober becomes depressed and nihilistic.
Well, exactly. Look what happened when they brought him back in TNG. He was just like, just point me to the booze.
Yep.
Just point me to the booze and let's get wankered.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Fucking synthahol. Fuck off.
Yeah.
Like, what's the point in drinking booze that doesn't get you drunk?
Yeah, just because you're miserable.
Yeah.
Amen.
It's like, man, I drink booze to escape from reality, not to like live in it. But yeah, so you find out that Sybok is Spock's half brother, which I guess that's pretty shit in terms of continuity. Sarek, I guess, before he met Spock's mother, had sired another child with a Vulcan princess, and that's Sybok.
That's Sarek's player.
But she died. But you just said she died. How?
Yeah.
Well, with a little help from Sarek.
And where was little Sybok in the young Spock scenes in Star Trek Discovery? Wouldn't he have still been there, or did they have their breakup when they were like toddlers? Like, did he decide to become a revolutionary when he was 4?
But how old was Sybok's the older brother, isn't he?
The older brother, but
he would have to be, yeah.
So we don't know how, because it could be 40 years older for all we know. Because Vulcan's
are you trying to help Star Trek Discovery here? Are you? Is that what you're trying to do?
Look, I've never heard of this fucking Discovery show that you keep talking about.
Good.
I don't know what on earth it is. So I think, the crazy juice is being spread around here. All I know is Star Trek is TOS, original series, DS9, Voyager, and Enterprise. I've never heard of anything after that.
Excellent. That makes me so happy.
That's the best way to look at it, yeah.
I'm thrilled.
Sure. Way to look at it.
Yeah.
That's the
I don't
way
know.
look at
Maybe
Star Trek.
his princess ex-wife was taken by the Vulcan equivalent of Son of Sam. Maybe there was Son of Sarek running around. The serial killer, Vulcan serial killer.
I want to watch that film. I want to film Son of Sarek.
The bit that really confuses me about this film as well is like Cybok goes to the bridge, like brainwashes everyone there, and then decides like, okay, I'm going to announce my my intentions to the rest of the crew, and so he just like puts a shipwide broadcast on. He's like, hey, crew of the Enterprise, I'm a random terrorist man that's taken over your ship, and I'm going to be taking you to the center of the galaxy, which you've been told is going to get you killed. Just trust me on this one, it's going to be fine. And no one like tries to stop him or anything. Everyone's like, okay, yeah, sounds fine.
Well, did you see the cameo? Did you see the cameo in that scene?
What's this cameo of which you speak, sir?
Yeah.
The cameo was the Enterprise D hallways that they used.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Got to save that budget.
Yeah. They used the set for TNG for that shipwide broadcast.
Yes. Yeah, because I noticed it especially like later on when Scotty gets captured and you see like some of Cybok's guys like running through the corridors and it's like, oh, that looks very familiar. And that would have been just after TNG started, because this was 88. This was filming.
89. Yeah, so it's 88 filming. So they would have been filming in 86, 87 for the first season of TNG. So essentially 2 years.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
There you go.
That's how they save money. You see, well, they just reuse sets from each place.
Oh, we'll notice.
Yeah, exactly. We did. But yeah, so he's taken over the ship. He's going to take them to the center of the galaxy, which apparently he can get to within a couple of hours because fuck distances. Like,
Well, again, in a dream, you can be instantly in an entirely different setting,
fuck.
right?
Come on, the evidence is
more into
mounting.
this dream business by the moment.
Yeah, the evidence is mounting quickly. Like,
Either
I would
that or
just-
it's just a bad movie. I prefer it to be a dream.
well, I love this idea of like, Star Trek Voyager, where it's like, well, we're stranded like 80 years from home at maximum warp, and you just see Kirk like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. We can go anywhere we want in like 10 hours. Like, it's easy.
Hey, look, when you've got Camtasia custom special effect, you can go anywhere quickly.
Yeah.
Your wildest planet is only like one rendering cycle away on the Commodore 64. The video toaster. I'm telling you. It's just
So-
awful. But I mean, at least things are not as bad as on Star Trek Discovery or the Jar Jar Abrams Star Trek Into Dumbness, where a suitcase personal transporter can beam you all the way from Earth to fucking planet Klingon.
Oh, fuck that movie.
God, that's
Yeah.
the dumbest fucking movie ever made. I'm
Was
sorry.
it transdimensional warp? Was that it? Is that what they
No,
call
it was called transwarp beaming, I think they called it.
transwarp
Yeah.
beaming? Okay.
'Cause, yeah, that's the thing you can totally do. No
And in
problem.
Discovery, they're just like, going from planet to planet is boring. We're just going to have a spore drive.
Fire up the mushroom drive. Let's go.
Yeah. So
Well,
why do you have warp nacelles then?
Stop being so misogynist, Az.
Yeah.
Millennials don't have any patience for the trekking part. We just want to go. Okay,
Yeah.
are we there yet? Yes, we are. Let's go.
It's Star. That's it.
Star
No
destination.
tracking. Star Discovery.
Start instantaneous there.
And you know what we've discovered? Feelings. So many
Yeah.
feelings.
All in corridors. Yeah. Next season, we're going to see a whole new transwarp beam.
Yeah.
Yeah. It started off as a he, but now it's a her.
I think there should be an episode where the disgracery computer shuts down and refuses to take them anywhere until they acknowledge its pronouns.
100%.
White
Yeah.
supremacy.
And
I
it's going to
identify
identify
as
as a
binary.
different gender every episode.
Mm-hmm.
And they have to constantly like readjust everything they say in order to keep up with it.
That's right. That's
I-
right.
I
That's
think-
why.
Everybody, we need to know your pronouns. Come on.
Yeah.
right.
If you don't have them in your bio, then you're a phobe and an ist.
You got to have
And
my
an ism.
badge. Pronoun.
Yeah. And tits
Yeah.
are bad. Bad
Yeah.
down with tits.
Ass is bad.
I just
Man,
makes
It's
the
a
old
great
thing.
pleasure to send that tweet out today. It was just like, here's a bunch of asses for you. Fucking pricks.
And then that dumb stupid bin that opened a gob recently and then got a bunch of fucking white knights, and they got that Hollywood guy or what, he joined in, and she herself has like put out a tweet a few days ago of that the 9 foot whatever it is woman from Resident Evil Village saying, "Oh, she can step all over me anytime she wants."
Yeah.
It's like huge with massive knockers. It's like, darling, I think you're a fucking hypocrite.
Yeah. I think the best picture I saw of that was like a picture of her, that 8 foot tall vampire woman, absolutely beautiful. It was like villains in Japanese games, and then it was like a picture of Abby from Last of Us 2. It's like heroes in fucking Western games.
That was great. Yeah, I saw that one. That was fantastic.
Makes me think of
God bless Japan.
and this movie had Zixis too, played by Spice Williams. The big
That's right.
non-woman. Yeah.
Who is Spice Williams? I assume she's like a fitness model or something like that.
Nah, she was just an actress who I read her bio, and she got hooked on drugs and alcohol. And when she got sober, she got into fitness, and I guess got addicted to steroids after that, because there's no way she got that big.
But I'll tell you one thing, dude.
Well-
She got addicted to plastic surgery as well. Fuck hell.
She was
As Chekhov said, she has wonderful muscles.
Yeah.
I've
Oh,
never.
look at this. Look at this image. This is a great image. Yeah, I'll share this for the chat. But look at this wunderbar image of there. I've shared that of Kirk with her in.
Oh yeah.
Boosh.
Beautiful.
Yep. Her arms are bigger than his.
He looks terrified. I've never seen anyone recite Klingon in such an awkward way before, though. Like there's bits on the Klingon bridge where she's like, "Hush, not buck, not talk, not keen." It's like, oh, come on, just like fucking make it up as you go. It doesn't matter. Anyway, yeah, she's impressive. She's kind of how you imagine Klingon females would look. So
Well, all the Klingons were ripped. They were all ripped to hell.
Yeah.
So.
well, that Klingon captain is like, man, he works out.
Yeah. Nice ass. Yeah, but he
Good-
works
good
out.
Yeah.
Oh, I fucking love Dumb and Dumber.
Man.
Oh, that needs a rewatch soon. I haven't watched that in a long time. I need to cry laughing at that film again.
It's incredible. It's when they get off the bike when they've gone through like the Rocky Mountains, and it's like they got snot like frozen to their face.
And he's stuck to him because he pissed and he got
Just go, man. Just go.
just go. Oh, so it's derailed.
Oh
fucking
man,
through.
this is degenerated into nonsense. Fuck, were we?
We were talking about Spice Girls.
Spice Girls, yeah. Yeah.
If you
So
want to be my Klingon, you.
you got to wear a pasty on your head.
Yeah. Sorry.
No, kapla. That's what it means.
There you go.
Boom. Got him.
The Klingons now look like 1980s rock stars for some reason. They got like massive hair and stuff.
Yeah, it was great.
That was the best. I thought the Klingons looked great in this.
He was the Alice Cooper of Klingons.
Take down to the Paradise City.
Hey,
Those are pretty.
Yeah, where the Romulan woman ambassador is Very friendly.
Very friendly.
And the cats have got 3 titties.
There was one scene towards the end where David Warner is like holding her and it's like, I don't know. It like they didn't hear that the director said action and they're just standing there by themselves. I don't know if you saw that. They had to rewind that.
Yeah, I think that's where the Enterprise gets hit with a torpedo or something, and he's just like holding her.
But they got together because at the end, they mention, they say, how are things, whatever, and he said no, and he holds her. Then he's just like,
it's such a
bit better now.
It's such a shame because like it really wastes David Warner as an actor. Like, 'cause he really doesn't get to do much in this film.
Makes up for it in the next one.
Yeah, he does.
He really does. Yeah, but in this one, it's just like he's just there. It's like all 3 of those hostages, like apart from Cord, who kind of becomes useful right in the finale. Like the Romulan ambassador, she doesn't do anything. David Warner, he doesn't do anything.
He did a lot for me, mate. She did plenty.
Wow, yeah. I need to find out what the actress has done.
I wish she'd done me.
I look at her and I just think of the girl that was having sex in Predator 2 for some reason. I don't know. Just seems to jog my memory for some reason. It's probably a completely different person.
For some reason.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, moving on. So the Enterprise is on its way to the middle of the galaxy because you can just go there in the space of a few hours. Kirk and the others are trying to find a way out the brig, but they can't. And then Scotty just blows the fucking wall open because he's the only one that's managed to escape detection so far.
He blows the wall open with a jigsaw piece.
The drunken Scott has avoided detection somehow.
Yeah. Well, we're pretty well versed in avoiding like the police and stuff. It's bred into our fucking DNA from when we're born.
Well, if you've seen Star Trek Discovery, Gary, then you'll know that there is so much space
that's right.
between the bulkheads.
He took a roller coaster ride in the center of the Enterprise for a while. And then,
oh dear.
Stupid.
Yeah.
Scotty blows open the wall for their brig, and he's like, "Oh, come on! Do you not know a jailbreak when you see one?"
It's very
so
aggressive.
So he gets them out, and then knocks himself out on a bulkhead because he's a drunken Scottish guy. I think it's better if you proceed on the assumption that Scotty is just drunk at all times. The movies make a lot more sense, actually.
Yes. Absolutely.
I just love it. That bit when Star Trek 3 when they're trying to steal the Enterprise and pilot out of space dock, if he just fucking crashed it into a wall. Like, fuck off, I've done my best.
Yeah.
Smashes it into the Excelsior. Just
walking out of nowhere. What the hell?
Never liked that fucking ship anyway.
Yeah, it's too fucking big. Fuck off.
Up your shaft.
Yeah. Up your nacelles.
I think Kirk and the others, that they've got to try and go up. They've got to go up a turbo shaft.
Yeah.
Fucking too much of this Maker's Mark, man. Honestly, someone else might have to do the plot summary from here on in.
Oh dear.
They've got to go up a lift shaft anyway, and it's slow as fuck. But then Spock just fucks off, and he gets some of those rocket boots again. And he's like, "Yeah, guess what? I found a better way up." And Kirk and McCoy like kind of clamber onto those boot things that they're gonna like fire them up. But then they start like dropping, and I like that little line from Kirk where he's like, Spock says, "Oh, it appears that they were too heavy." Kirk's like, "Oh, it must have been all those marshmallows."
Yep.
Yeah.
Because it definitely wasn't DeForest Kelly, because he probably weighs like less than my fucking bottle of whiskey right now.
It's probably $1.20 at best. Probably, God bless.
Yeah, yeah. Shatner was starting to expand slightly into new territory.
Yeah, and
he was so trim in a motion picture as well.
I know, yeah.
Like he's lived on a good diet of whiskey for the last 2 decades at least. Maybe his entire life.
Shit, man, it's worked for him. I respect it.
90 next month.
God damn it. He looks better than I do now. bastard.
Yeah, it looks way better than I do. Fucking
Who's
right
90 next month?
Shatner.
Shatner? Hold my
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah. 22nd of March, is it?
dang.
Yeah.
Looks better than
Mhm.
than
God
Stewart.
bless Shatner and all
He's gonna outlive Patrick Stewart for sure.
Well,
Probably, that sounds horrible to say, but probably.
well,
I mean,
has
I don't wish death on any man, obviously, but yeah, like Stewart's looking pretty frail these days. I just don't think he's going to be around that much longer.
Yeah. Well, his career certainly has expired. That's for sure. After Picard, that was just.
Whoa.
death
I mean,
knell
are they
for
going to
that.
do another Picard, another season?
It's delayed.
They're claiming it, but now they're saying it's delayed again, which I have said it's never going to fucking happen. I don't care what they say, but okay, we'll see. So it's delayed again. How long? How long do you think it's going to be delayed?
Take your time.
Person,
Take your
they
time.
will do. Yeah, they'll do a season 2 with or without him. They'll clamor on. They can just say, "Oh, we put him in a younger robot because he's still dead." So dead is dead. Just because you made
Yeah.
his brain
Yes.
in a
Yeah.
fucking robot doesn't mean he's alive.
Well, like they said in Red Letter Media as well, it's like this robot clone body that you made from. Does he have like arthritis? Did you give him like a bad back and like an enlarged prostate, so he has to go to the bathroom like 5 times a night? It's like,
Yeah,
Sounds like
really?
me.
Like, why did you do that to him? Like, you just put him in like the body of a 30-year-old.
But
I know
they try and palm it off, don't they, by saying, I hope you haven't made me immortal. Jesus Christ, you're not immortal, mate. Trust me.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't know if they can't get insurance on the guy. I think they ought to just pop Picard into a fucking toaster, just a toaster that lights up and has his voice. Might as well,
Yeah.
and then this is a toaster that always apologizes before it makes toast. And by the way, I'd like to apologize on behalf of myself and Starfleet.
And
How
white
would you like
people
to do it?
everywhere.
Yeah, well, you'd have like a strong, empowered black, female character that would be like, "Oh, my toast isn't done to my liking," and he'd be like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I tried so very hard."
I
and,
identify as a black woman now.
and then every single piece of toast that Toaster Picard makes is burnt black. And if you complain, racist.
By the way, can I just say, Cynthia Gao looks fucking incredible today.
Who?
Oh, wow.
The Romulan ambassador. Sorry, I've been perving at women
No, right.
while you've been talking. She looks.
What's her name? Cynthia Gao.
Cynthia Gao? Yeah, she's 57 now, and she looks stunning.
Do you have an image that you could share with us?
Multiple images. I could share.
Any that are suitable that I won't get my channel
Hold on, I'm
demonetized?
going to say I'm just going to delete the part Cynthia Gao naked. Okay, we got rid of the naked bit. Okay, so now let's. So now it just looks like I've put in Cynthia Gao. There we go.
Let's add this in.
So also we've got some
Wow.
roller stuff.
Oh yeah.
Vanity Fair here. Look.
Oh, is that
Damn.
who?
That is a space MILF.
I mean, this
Look at
movie was from 30 years ago.
She's a
Douche.
vampire, dude. She is a vampire. She's
yeah.
Douche.
what a virgin.
Wow.
Next to Lucy, and Lucy, I tell you what, Lucy Losing, another incredible looking woman.
Certainly is.
Boosh.
That's
Wow.
in my first Batwoman review. I kept on calling Mary Lucy because I kept. I just kept the whole time because I'm a racist bastard.
Jeez.
Uh,
Somebody stop me. This is gonna go all kinds of weird.
Oh wait, yeah, like there's one there, like second from the left, right at the top there.
Here,
Wow.
Yeah.
this one.
Yeah.
Boink.
Oh man, beautiful woman.
Douche.
Yeah, when you've got the
Douche.
genetics on your side, you see, that's it.
Yep.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
she is over 50. She's older than I am.
57.
Wow.
57.
57.
Jeez.
Fuck.
She was very young when she did Star
She must have
Star
been, yeah.
Wars. Star Trek.
Oh, Doc and
Oh,
Raz.
crazy. Sorry, I'll get back to putting naked back in. Naked.
Yeah. Now we can leave you to it.
Yeah. I'll be
Az
good
is
for a
gonna
while,
have to
guys.
Az is gonna have to go on silent for like the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, when do you see this happening? Then you know shit's happening.
No, wait, make that 4 minutes.
Yeah. I'll be back in 60 seconds.
Yeah, so
An entire
Kirk,
civilization is
Kirk,
gone.
Spock, and McCoy, they escape up the turbo shaft, and they get to like that forward observation room because you got to reuse the sets, save the budget. That's where the emergency beacon is, and so they send out a distress call, and that's when Cybok and the others intercept them, and that's when you get probably one of the best scenes in the film. Like we were discussing earlier, this is when Cybok challenges each of them to kind of explore the deepest pain, the deepest emotional trauma that they have, and it's a great scene. It's well played out. It's Kirk is willing to listen to this man. He's trying to reason with him to some extent, and he's like, what is it that you do to people that makes them follow you like this? And Cybok's trying to explain to them, like, I'm not controlling people, I'm just freeing their minds from all the pain that they've been in. He starts off with McCoy out of the three of them, and you get this absolutely brilliant scene. This is for me the highlight of the film, where you get to see McCoy's father. I guess when McCoy was a lot younger, he's suffering from some horrible terminal illness. He can't be saved, but he's kept alive on life support. And McCoy realizes that he's not living anymore. He's got no prospects.
His dad says that he's just in constant pain. He can't live with this constant pain that he's in.
Yeah, he's begging McCoy to stop the pain, and so McCoy euthanizes him. The performance from DeForest Kelley there is just pitch perfect. It's dignified. You see the kind of anguish in him, but you see the kind of the almost like the pragmatism of a doctor recognizing that a patient isn't going to make it, and it's that combination of those two things in McCoy that I think he captures absolutely brilliantly.
But even before he shows the scene, and he brings up the image of his father on the bed, and DeForest Kelley looks around and sees it, and he turns back to Cybok, and he's just like, God, good God, man, don't do this to me. It's just like, it's heart-wrenching when he says that, because he's a very stoic character, doesn't give a lot away, does McCoy, and so to see McCoy vulnerable is quite hard to take.
And Cybok questions him about it as well. He says to him, "Why did you do it?" And McCoy says to preserve his dignity. And the way he says it, like, is he's just broken at that point. Like, it's a really bitter acceptance of, like, that was the thing that I had to do for his good. And then even then he's like, that wasn't the worst part of it though, was it? And like McCoy reveals that not long after that he did that, they found a cure for whatever ailment his father had been dying from, and he might have prolonged his life if he hadn't done that, but he did that because he wanted to release him from the pain he was in, and so it's enough for him to accept it and to release all that horrifying guilt that he's felt all his life. And then what's interesting is that he tries the same thing on Spock, and initially Spock is very much like, he almost seems arrogant about it. He's like, look, I don't have any pain that I'm hiding, and so I'm happy for you to proceed, show me what you want to show me, but it's not going to affect me. And again, Leonard Nimoy plays it really well. It's understated performance, as you'd expect, and then you get to see the moment of his birth, where his mother gives birth to him, and he's given to his father Sarek, and Sarek remarks that he looks so human compared to a Vulcan, and it's like right from that moment that he was born, he was almost rejected by his father for being human instead of being a Vulcan. And you see that that's the source of the conflict and the pain that's always been within Spock. And again, like you can see how much it shakes him to his core. It's exposed that insecurity that he's always had about himself that maybe he's never been willing to admit to. And I think the way that scene is framed, like the music, the performances, I think this is where Shatner, I think, doesn't get enough credit. He understood how to get all of that out of his actors without it being this big elaborate special effects extravaganza. It's almost like a stage play. The lights go down in one place, they come up in another, and it draws your attention over there, and you get to see it. That's all you need. That's literally all you need for something like that.
No, this whole thing got me.
Beautiful scenes.
Yep. No, I freaking love this scene, and it was weird watching because I haven't seen this movie in a long time. So, but it gets me. I try, because my dad died of cancer, so that the McCoy scene gets me. And then especially afterwards when he's I kind of had a cure. I had a cure. But it doesn't, he tells him it doesn't really change. He was still in pain. He would have been in pain longer. But the best part is Leonard Nimoy in that Spock scene still plays it like Spock. And I can't, and this is the part I hate about Star Trek Discovery, because it makes me think of I'll think of how Pecker played Spock and how Spock is portrayed in Abrams films, because he's always emotional, right?
Mm-hmm.
Even at his most insecure time, when you see something break, it's subtle, with Nimoy, because he knows his character better than anybody. And Doomcock, you've told the story on how he finally cracked the code to how to play Spock, and it was just perfect, man. It's one of the best scenes in Star Trek for me.
It's that art of showing emotion without showing emotion. I know it sounds really contradictory, but it's like that's what he's trying to do there. His face is very, very. It's like carved fucking rock. Like he's trying to be held together. He's trying to be stoic about it. But in his eyes, you see that pain of realizing that right from the moment I was born, I was a failure in my father's eyes. And damn, like how fucking hard would that be for you to take, to be confronted with that and know that that's your legacy. Yep. As far as your parents are concerned, like from the moment you were conceived, you were a failure for them. You were imperfect. And no matter what you did, you were never going to right that wrong. Like that is a hell of a thing to confront yourself with. And that's what he conveys there.
Yeah, and if you combine that with the episode Sarek from TNG, then it becomes even more heart-wrenching, because when Patrick Stewart, when Picard melds with him so that he's able to function, and Picard's taken all his angst and emotion and anguish, and he's having that literal breakdown while Sarek is able to control himself. And he talks about how he's proud of Spock and can't, he's never been able to say it. And so you realize that inside this man, is so proud of his son, his half-human son, but he never, because of the way of, because of the Vulcan way, he never really gets to express it. And, he also, breaks down about his wife and desperately wanting to say how much he loves her. And, but again, not the Vulcan way. So it's this lack of emotion that the Vulcans have, pure Vulcans more so than half-breeds. It's just so heartbreaking at times, because there are things which are always going to go unsaid, that us as humans, who are very emotional creatures, are desperate to hear or desperate to live out. And so, that Sarek episode, combined with sort of this seemingly initial dismissal of Spock, leads to something incredible in later life.
Yeah. But I think here, I will give the movie props for doing this. It exposes that essential conflict of Spock's personality, without contradicting things, without ruining any other backstory to him or anything like that. It's like you understood already that Spock was like half human, half Vulcan. You understood the conflict within him, but to hear that, to see his father condemn him almost from the moment he was brought into existence, it's a powerful moment. And again, McCoy plays it very emotionally. Sorry, DeForest Kelley does, because that's his character. That's who he is as a man. But you understood the reasons for him doing what he did. Spock plays it very stoically, but you see the repressed emotion like beneath it all. You see that in his eyes, like the acting for Nimoy is just fan-fucking-tastic there. Again, it's the two men, the polar opposites in terms of who they are, but they're both united by the fact that they've got this deep-seated pain that's driven them their whole lives. And I think that's a really interesting thing. And, then Kirk says to Sybok, what is it you've done to them? And, he says to them, like, this isn't me manipulating them. This is who they are. Didn't you know that about them? And isn't that an interesting line? Kirk didn't know these things about his friends, these men that he's known for half his life. That McCoy had to euthanize his own father, that Spock had carried this pain with him of being rejected by his father his whole life. He didn't know that about them, but that brings him closer to them in that way. But that's something that they'd never shared with each other up until now. And then what's the most important of all is that, like, he then offers Kirk the chance to do that as well. And you would think, well, the natural thing he's going to experience is the death of his son, never having gotten a chance to really bond with him and know him. But Kirk refuses it. And I think that makes sense for what Kirk is, where he recognizes, like, that pain, that realization that I've made mistakes in life, that I haven't always done the right thing, or that there are things that didn't work out the way I wanted to. That's what made me into the person I am, and I can't just turn my back on that. I can't just let go of that, because I need that to make me who I am. And it plays with some really interesting ideas about what it is that defines people. Is it our successes? Is it the people around us that make us feel happy, or is it the things that we've failed at? Is it the setbacks that we've experienced? Is it the regrets that we have, or is it both of those things? All of those things mixed together to make us the people that we are. And if we let go of one of those things, what the hell are we then? Those are interesting questions, and this is what the film really tackles well. It's the personal, like, really down to the nitty-gritty of what makes a character who they are. That is what it nails, and that's what's so fascinating about this film. That's what I think it deserves props for.
Oh yeah, because in the next film, when they're discussing the what is going to apparently be the annihilation of the Klingon Empire, and they're saying, look, if we don't help them, then they're gonna die. And Kirk says, let them die. That's his pain, because he's never forgiven them for killing David. And so when you kind of add that again, it's like looking at another piece and bringing it into this piece, because I think it makes it more. When Shatner is going on about, I need my pain, I immediately thought of David. That's what I thought. I thought, he needed to hold on to that hatred that David's death drove him. And to him, he wanted to maintain his utter disgust with Klingons, and that's not resolved until the next film, which is done again very well indeed.
Well, that film dealt with the idea of prejudice really well, because it gave it a sound basis. It wasn't just like, this guy is wrong and you need to condemn him. It's like, no, this guy has a reason for feeling the way he does. Yeah. And let's go into that. And over the course of the movie, he gets to understand that not every Klingon that he can encounter is like the ones that killed his son. They're not all bad, and his prejudice is rooted in his own experiences, but ultimately he has to let that pain go, that hurt and that anguish, and he has to move beyond it. But it doesn't condemn him for it, because it's a logical progression for the character, and that's goddamn. Remember when fucking Star Trek could actually do things like that smartly, and it could paint interesting characters in a way that wasn't pandering, and it wasn't lecturing. It just allowed you to draw your own conclusions from smart characterization. That was a fun time in cinema, wasn't it?
Well,
that was when they trusted people to actually not be complete fucking retards.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. But hey, we got pronouns now, so thank God.
That's all we really need.
That's the important thing.
Yeah, that's the important thing is that the dumb bitch which can't act is a they them. That's the important thing.
That's the most important thing. And she's going to get more story next season. Very excited about that.
I mean, honestly, I would watch Star Trek 5 10 times over rather than watch Discovery.
Yeah.
Genuinely, I think I would get more entertainment out of that than I would out of Discovery.
No reason to watch a Discovery episode back. I've seen it. It's garbage. I can watch Star Trek 5 all day long because there is brilliant elements in it. Even if it's arguably the weakest of the films, it's still got incredible moments, which we've been discussing, of course. And even the humoristic elements of the film, these are great characters. So even the stuff which is a little bit underwhelming, or even the stuff which is a bit goofy, it's still been done through the lens of great characters. And so there's always that forgiveness element within that, and there's always that little bit of fun that we can find with it. You know, why is Spock wearing a blanket for no fucking reason? Why does Kirk throwing a cat into a pool table suddenly just kill it for some, all of the, why is Uhura fucking dancing with feathers and she's just got a bunch of rapists trying to fuck her? It's just like all these things if you can laugh off because of the situation. But Discovery, there's no humor there. There's no intelligent conversation there. There's no great characterization there. It's not a show to ever be experienced again.
Here's the thing: there's no heart.
No,
this movie, and in fact, every fucking Star Trek movie with the original crew had heart. They didn't always have brains, but they had heart. And there was like a genuine like artistic intent behind it, whereas with Discovery there's nothing. There's the message and there's the politics, but there's no heart behind any of it, and that is what people miss.
Yeah, it's just a platform. It's not a narrative, and people are hungry for narratives. I mean, these are tales that help us to gain insight into our own lives, into our own world, and Discovery is just a hollow exercise for a bunch of virtue signaling snowflakes that probably have done terrible things in Hollywood. They're just covering their ass.
It's not as if their virtue signaling is like trying to give out a pandering message of diversity and inclusion, as we like to fucking mock nowadays. Their idea of woke is let's segregate everyone. Let's segregate the alphabet community. Let's segregate black people. Let's not have a singular white man in a position of authority or in a positive role model character within the show. The messages that they have are disgusting, horrible, filthy, anti-human, anti-humanistic messages. So it's not as if they're trying to create a more inclusive or open or welcoming environment. They've created a horrible, disgusting environment of toxicity, of segregation, of racism, of bigotry, and they're doing it under the guise of virtue, which is the worst thing. And whereas you watch something like these Star Trek films, Star Trek, 5, and in the case of here, and you see nothing but love between the crewmates.
Well, because it's passion. That you're right. It's devoid of humanity. I mean, their motivation, the people behind the current Star Trek just wanted a franchise. They don't give a shit about Star Trek. And they didn't, and because they don't give a shit, they are devoid of passion. They haven't even bothered to look back and see what made this thing a franchise that lasted over 5 decades, and it's filled with passion. Star Trek, it's always hated that people say Star Trek was boring and static. Are you fucking kidding me? It's filled with it. It's the best science fiction ever made, like pure science fiction. And
that I think is why with this film, like I respect what it was going for. I respect the ideals that it was striving towards. Like it was trying to like address all these big grandiose questions about like where we come from and what our meaning is, what the meaning of life is, where the source of all like creation and knowledge comes from. Like it does it in an imperfect way because they didn't know how to do it. They were struggling with like all kinds of constraints. But man, there was some kind of artistic intent behind it, and that's something I will always respect about any film. Like if there's heart behind it, if there's some kind of like good some kind of good intent. That's way better than a million kind of like soulless corporate political messages and pandering for me.
Absolutely.
Yep. And just imagine, like, I mean, Kurtzman's given a bunch of money, or at least he was up front, to film a complete disaster with Star Trek Discovery season 1. And Shatner here had his crew. They were given nothing. And imagine, I mean, this should have been a total disaster, and it wasn't. It wasn't, because they had, the right people at the job, people who actually give a shit about Star Trek. Harv Bennett was still involved, and that's why you still have a movie with a soul, right? And it's got the characters. I'm a character person, so like if I'm into the characters, the plot is immaterial to this fucking movie. Mm-hmm. I mean, it falls apart at the end. It could have been great, and there was supposed to be a bigger scene, but I didn't give a shit because I had Kirk, Spock, and McCoy. That's all I ever needed.
That's really all you need. And I got to say that, I think the ending was great. I think, what does God need with a starship is, the climax of the thing. And I don't really need to see any more action. I mean, that question right there is such a fantastic moment in the film that it was very satisfying for me. I've got to hit the road here in a few minutes, but I did want to raise a point that we skimmed over, which is the elevator shaft scene. The elevator shaft scene is absolutely the most crucial proof of my thesis that it's a dream. Because look, there is no shaft in the Enterprise that goes up, 100 stories. There's not 100 decks on the Enterprise. There is no straight shot like that. It just doesn't exist. So, and the fact that when they rocket up, the editing is such that they pass a floor going up, and then they pass another floor again that is below the floor that they already passed numerically, because they're showing like they got it out of order. So, I mean, that is right there. A shaft that is impossibly tall and incorrectly numbered. They pass.
I would genuinely love if this was some kind of diabolical, like, puzzle that Shatner set for all of us to like unmask, and like genuinely it was all meant to be some like crazy Kirk hallucination or something like that, and he put all these like little hints all throughout the movie, and he's like, it's going to take them 30 or 40 years to figure this out, but it's worth it. I hope that's true. It would be amazing if it was.
All those McCoy beans that he ate. Probably.
Yeah, bourbon and beans, an explosive combination.
Yeah. It's Tennessee whiskey.
Can I just show you guys, by the way, like the problem that I'm wrestling with in my own life, like right here, right now. Like this is legit a physical problem. Can you help me with this?
Sure.
All right, I'm gonna show you. Right? Can you see me?
Yeah.
Hey,
all right, cool. Can you see the alcohol on the shelf behind me?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, cool. This is where I can stretch to with my cable for my headset. This is where I can reach to
Oh dear.
Oh, no.
Motherfucker.
Oh,
This is such a tease. It's
This
such a
is
tease.
legit. Like, I want to get there, but I can't. And like, the whiskey that I had on my desk is empty now, so I have to get there, but I can't.
we could ramp.
He's just gonna have to, when Ducott leaves, just make sure he plugs every single fucking thing he can imaginable, and then quickly grow a bottle.
Yep.
That's right.
Yeah.
There you
Yeah.
go. So I'll just say that in my view, the dream interpretation really makes this movie sing. I love this film unabashedly and unreservedly, and actually, I don't think it's the weakest film. I would definitely choose to watch Star Trek V over Star Trek: The Motion Picture, and even sometimes Star Trek VI.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Controversial
I've
opinions.
never
sir.
really bought into the whole mystery of the boots. It's like they could only have done this with the boots, and they're like, nah, not really. I could think of all sorts of different things. So it's big plot holes in the murder mystery aspect of it that I have problems with, and also him mind raping, Kim Cattrall on the bridge is pretty fucked up too. But I like the movie, but I'm just have to say.
Awful.
I'm not that crazy about Star Trek: The Motion Picture. I respect it to some extent, but I would definitely put Star Trek V over the motion picture.
Interesting thoughts. No, that's. I mean, it's definitely like. Excuse me. It's a more accessible film, I think, than the motion picture.
Yeah.
So I definitely agree with you on that one. The motion picture is a very slow, thoughtful, meditative sort of film, whereas this one's much more immediate. And I think there's something to be said for that. And I think, regardless of how people interpret it, like, I enjoyed watching it. Like, I certainly was not bored watching this one. Whereas if I was to watch anything from 2009 onwards in Star Trek, I would be bored out of my mind, and I just wouldn't be engaged with it at all. So there's definitely that. But yeah, honestly, man, like, I'm sorry that you have to leave before we finish, but it's been a pleasure to have you on tonight. It's been great to speak to you. For everyone who's listening to this, the link to Doomcock's channel, it's Overlord DVD, is in the description. I wholeheartedly recommend that you subscribe to him. He gives great insights into what's going on at Lucasfilm, in Star Trek, everything that's going on with Star Wars at the moment. He's got some great videos that he puts out, and I certainly watch him like every time he puts out a new video. So no,
Thank you, man. I'm very honored. Thank you. That's very kind of you to say. It's very kind of you, and I've had a blast here. You guys, it's just been a great deal of fun. Sadly, I am way behind on a bunch of shit I have to get done. I have to run, but I hope we do it again. And thank you for hearing my mad interpretation of this out. And because it is a strange idea.
No, I totally get it, mate. And honestly, it's always a pleasure to speak to you. So I'm looking forward to the next time our paths cross.
Absolutely, my friend. Gary, great to be with you guys as always too, and hope we do it again soon.
Take it easy,
See you
man.
later, dude.
See you
Thanks,
later,
man.
guys. Bye.
All right. Give me 1 second while I go over and get that whiskey. Hold on.
That's
That's a smooth transition. Fucking hell.
gonna get the whiskey now.
You just had Ducott giving his beautiful goodbye, and then you wait to go and grab the bottle of whiskey.
Yeah, it's like you've got to wait till you've got people. So perfect. I've got a nice bottle of Bunnahabhain here. So perfect.
Excellent.
All right. So where the hell did we get to? Oh yeah. So we had the scene in 10 Forward, or whatever the equivalent is, where Kirk and Spock and McCoy all have their fears exposed, and that's when they approach the Great Barrier at the center of the galaxy. Because that's you can just get there.
Yeah.
No problem. So they go back up to the bridge, and it's pretty much like, they say that no ship can survive this, and Cybok's like, I don't fucking care, just go in. And then they go in, and then it's fine.
But he said he had a vision. That's why he believes they're not going to get destroyed, because he had a vision that God's waiting for him on the other side. That's when we get the God reveal.
This is where the script starts to go off the rails a little bit. Like going into like proper God territory is so not Star Trek. That's
yeah. I mean, this is what I said at the beginning. This is why I think there was an interesting story to potentially be had with Star Trek's scientific approach to matters versus a theological one. It was DS9 that dealt with the theological side of Star Trek. That's what that was being used for. But this was just never fleshed out enough to really be of interest.
Yeah.
Well, because when we get there, but there's so many things they could have done, like in the Satan pit with Doctor Who. The reason that works is because you walk away going, was he against the devil?
Was he? Yeah.
Did he just fight the devil and beat him? Because you kind of think he just did, and it could have been an interpretation. And there's a bunch of things they could have done.
Yeah. In this case, though, they reach like the Great Barrier, which is at the center of the galaxy, and Sybok leads them in, and they basically just drive their ship straight through it. Like there's no real tension to that. It's just like some pretty crappy special effects, and then suddenly they're through. Like it takes about 10 seconds, and suddenly it's over. And there they are. There's a big planet right in front of them, and that's where they need to be.
Looks like somebody blew some smoke in front of a laser beam.
Yes.
Yeah. Again, this is the special effects house that they hired, which were not very experienced in all this stuff, and it's just like, just make some swirly clouds. That'll be fine. And that's pretty much what they do. So they get there, and Kirk and Spock and McCoy just like make their way up to the bridge because apparently no one was guarding them or anything. They could just go there. Which always seemed weird. They just show up.
Yep.
And Kirk is like, well, so what's next? And Sybok's like, well, you can have control of the ship again. And it's like, well, what makes you think I won't just like take us out of here? And Sybok, I guess, like gambles, and he's like, well, you want to know what's down there as well, don't you?
Well, this is where the faith side comes in, and this is what it's because it wasn't explored. You can miss what. Like, I don't think Sybok would have put them under guard because this is a man driven by faith. So he doesn't believe that he has to. He's had his prisoners, but then he's gone to his prisoners and he said, he's done his thing. Let me feel your pain. And they've turned and they've joined him. Even Uhura Chekhov joins him, and Sulu joins him, and etc. Yeah. So they even kind of fall for that sort of trick. So I never believe that he feels he would ever have to, even if they reject him, because as far as he's concerned, he's had a vision from God that to meet him on this planet on the other side of the barrier. So in his eyes, nobody can stop that because this is a preordained biblical matter. And so Kirk coming up, when Kirk comes up to the bridge with McCoy and Spock, and he's just like, what makes you think we're not going to, we'll take charge of the ship again? It's because he has faith. It's because he has faith. And again, it's not really explored. And I think that sort of theological aspect of it really needed to be dealt with much, much better.
I think once he got to this point in the plot, once they'd actually reached the planet and there it is right in front of them, I think it definitely makes sense for him to say, to Kirk, you would never walk away from this. With all of this right in front of you, this unexplored planet, this is exactly why you exist, to explore places like this. So, like, I totally get him then saying, like, I'm not going to put you under restraint. You've got command of the ship because I know you have to see this as much as I do. I think just leading up to that, I think he would have kept him under restraints, I guess, but it doesn't matter too much, to be honest.
But he's saying it to Kirk from a scientific perspective.
Yes.
You have to see this. And from him, it's a theological perspective.
Yeah. So Kirk, I guess, then takes command, and they go down in a shuttlecraft to the surface of the planet. It's like Spock, McCoy, Kirk, and Sybok. That's all that's aboard. and they make their way into like a canyon or something, I guess it is. And that's when Cybok's like, well, we're here. Like, what's next? What do you have to show us? He's just waiting for something to happen. And there's a moment where you think, well, maybe nothing's going to happen. And then, all these rocks start like shooting out of the ground all around them. It's like a fist or a rib cage or something, like sticking up at the ground, like some kind of Stonehenge type thing. And I like this moment because it's dark and they're approaching the center of this like arena that's been created, and all of a sudden like this light starts appearing, like smoke starts coming up out the ground. I think it was all done with practical effects as well, which is good. And then whoosh, all of a sudden this beam of light just like shoots up into the sky. And again, there's not many great shots in this film, but there's one great one where you've got the Enterprise in orbit and this beam of light just shoots right out into space right in front of it. And it looks like really striking, really cool. Just really kind of iconic, like one of those shots that you just remember.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where God appears, or whatever their equivalent of God is. He puts on the appearance of what you would imagine God to look like, an old man with a beard. And, I think McCoy says to him, is this the voice of God? And he's like, well, it's my voice, but many different faces. And you see all these different versions of it throughout human history, whether it's Egyptian or Viking or whatever. And then you get the classic like appearance of like a white man with a beard, and he's like, does this better suit your expectations? And he starts asking them like, how did you get here? And then Cybok explains they came in a starship. That's what leads into the classic line.
Yep.
He's like, could this starship carry me, my wisdom, out into the universe? And that's when Kirk's like, excuse me, I have a question.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, what does God need with the starship?
Don't ask the Almighty for his ID or whatever.
Yeah. But it's Cybok's trying to like smooth things out, and he's like, look, this man has his doubts. And Kirk says, well, I'm just looking for proof of what you claim to be. And this entity is like, well, here's the proof that you're looking for. And he shoots him with like a laser blast that knocks him to the ground. And then he does the same thing to Spock, who also questions him. And then I love this moment where he does the same to McCoy, where he's like, do you doubt my power as well? And that like, he's going to do the same thing to McCoy if he challenges him, and McCoy knows that too. But seeing what's happened to his friends, he stands his ground, and he's like, I would doubt any god that would inflict pain upon people for his own pleasure. And I love that moment where he's like, I know this guy's going to hurt me. I know he could destroy me at any moment, but I'm not going to bow down before him because he's tormented my friends. He's done that to them, and I'm not gonna stand for that. And I just love that moment of McCoy just like absolutely standing his ground there.
Yep.
Just to backtrack slightly, when he's knocking them back with laser beams, when he knocks Kirk back, and we see the character get thrown back.
Yeah.
And then when he knocks Spock, we don't. We just see the beam and then Spock very slowly landing on the floor.
Yes.
Like Leonard Nimoy was like, I'm not fucking getting thrown around.
Yeah, fuck off.
And you can see the wire behind Kirk. They mentioned that on the Amazon thing that pulls him. There's a bunch of technical mistakes. There's like, you can see the shadows of the cameras on horses and stuff. Yeah. I love that little upgrade thing on Amazon Prime.
Yeah,
it fair destroys the mystique of things, doesn't it?
It does.
I noticed it in The Expanse, actually. Whenever I paused it, it would like, give you the bio of whoever was in that particular scene at that particular moment. It's like, that's pretty cool, actually.
But yeah, Len and Nimoy weren't going to do nah for nobody.
Oh no.
Yeah. It was almost like Bill's directing this. Fuck him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bill, I
Gonna
don't want
do
to throw myself around.
I'm going to do the bare minimum here. But yeah, no, I like I say, I like that moment where McCoy stands his ground in the face of this thing. You know, particularly because he's the oldest and the frailest of the three of them. You know, he could least withstand that. But that's where Cybok kind of steps in, and he's trying to stop a confrontation here. And that's when you find out that this entity reappears as Cybok himself. You know, he says, I've got so many faces, but this one I think suits me best. And it, you know, it's never really explained what this thing is, how it came to be stranded there, or what it was, or anything. But it desperately wants to escape this planet. And you hear almost the pain in its voice when it explains what it is. You know, it's like, for an eternity, I've been imprisoned in this place, and its voice is almost breaking. But it wants to get the Enterprise so it can escape.
I kind of felt that the planet was the prison, because obviously when you see the planet, when he just goes through the barrier, you know, it's like a blue shining ball. It doesn't really, you know, look too much Planet-esque that we know, like M-class planet or whatever.
Yeah,
and I think that the barrier was also a construct to prevent people from going through to this thing's prison. So whatever this is, I believe it to be exceedingly malevolent, and whatever time period, who knows, it was imprisoned and protected with the barrier to prevent people from releasing this entity.
it reminds me of that tar monster thing from TNG.
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
You know, again, a really powerful being that's been like stranded on a planet, and it wields great power within its little prison, but it can't go beyond it. And it just kind of makes you wonder what it was or where it came from or whatever. But you know, it wants the Enterprise, and so Cybok moves back towards Spock and the others, and he's like, you know, I all of this that I've risked everything for was a lie. Like, I've made a mistake. I was fooled, and this has all been my vanity, thinking that I could do all of this. And you know, he approaches this thing again, does that whole routine that he has about like its pain, its inner anguish and stuff, and he's like wrestling with it. He like inserts himself into the beam of light, and as this is happening, that's enough to distract it. And Kirk calls down like a photon torpedo strike on their position to destroy this thing, which would absolutely kill them. Like, if they were within like 10 miles of this like place. Fucking photon torpedoes are like nuclear bombs going off. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. So they open fire on it, and it kills this thing, or it seems to kill it anyway.
Yeah, the yield's like 10 times like nuclear.
Oh yeah, like
and you can adjust the yield to be massive.
Yeah, you don't want to fuck with a photon torpedo. Like, you couldn't be within like, you know, 10, 20 miles of it going off.
No.
But it's okay.
It'll be fine.
Just a bit of a flesh wound.
It'll be fine.
That'll be fine.
So you know, it's almost like this mist starts to rise up out of the ruins of this arena that they were in, and so they realize, like, fuck, we need to get out of here. So they make a run for it back to their shuttle. At the same time as which the bird of prey that's been tracking them throughout the whole movie suddenly reappears and fires on the Enterprise and cripples it. And that's when, you know, Spock has to speak to the Klingon ambassador guy, and it's like, well, you're the superior officer of this dude. You need to like get him in line. And so that sets that in motion. And I think that's when Kirk and the others, they make it back to the shuttle. It can't take off because whatever this god-like being is, it's disabled their systems. So he has to beam up.
That's when he beams
Spock.
up Spock and McCoy. So
Yeah, and that's when the Klingon thing strikes, because it disables their transporter. So Kirk is trapped on the planet with this thing, and he has to try and like flee from it. And he makes it as far as like some hilltop thing where it's almost at him, and that's when the bird of prey comes down and like opens fire on it. And I don't know why, like a photon torpedo couldn't kill it, but this bird of prey apparently is able to. And I think this is where their lack of budget and their special effects kind of ran out, because they were like, oh fuck, we have to fudge some kind of ending for this thing. So it's like, the bird of prey comes down and blows it up. That'll do.
Yep.
And Kirk's like beamed aboard the bird of prey, thinking he's going to be executed, and that's when he finds out that the Klingon ambassador is able to take control of it, and the gunner on board the ship is Spock. Spock. I'm sure that was written into the contract or something. Like every movie, Kirk has to go Spock. Because he's always amazed whenever Spock does anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, what are you, new, Jim? Come on.
Yeah, and Spock
like, I'm sure you're gonna hear a toilet flushing, and it'll be like Spock.
Spock. Yes, Jim. I too need to defecate.
Yeah. I wouldn't go in there after me, Jim.
I would give it 20 minutes if I were.
No, wait. 30 minutes.
Yeah. By my calculations, you should leave it 22 minutes and 43 seconds.
Yeah. That should allow the fecal particles to dissipate.
I use the air spray, Spock. Wow.
I do like where Kirk's about to. Kirk goes in and he's like, "Oh, I thought I was going to die." And it's like, "Oh, nope, you couldn't have done, because you were never alone." And he wants to embrace him, and it's like, "No, not in front of the Klingons."
Jim, not in front of the Klingons. Oh, and Jim is like looking around. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah. And then I think it ends with them all on that sort of 10 forward within the Enterprise, looking at the planet as they're preparing to leave. Klingons and humans side by side. It's all very nice. It's basically foreshadowing the plot of like Undiscovered Country, pretty much.
Yeah. And you got Sulu and Chekhov following
Victus.
The Klingon. Yeah, the Klingon lass in such amazing muscles. And then she goes
has wonderful muscles.
And then she just goes to the captain, and they both go whoop.
Yeah, fuck that shit. Cock blocked.
Sulu was straight, folks, even though George Takei wasn't.
Yeah, because this is a shocking thing, right? Gay people can play straight people, and straight people can play gay people. I know. I'm as shocked as you are. But that's the truth of it. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So you get that moment, I think, between Kirk and Spock and McCoy, where they're talking about God. Is he out there and stuff? And Kirk's like, oh, maybe he's right here in my crotch,
in my pants.
Yeah. And then it finishes up with a nice sing along around the campfire, and that.
But Bo doesn't sing.
Does he not?
No, it's Kirk and Spock who sing. And then
I thought Kirk taps McCoy on the shoulder, and then he starts singing as well.
I think he just sort of like smiles at him or whatever, or probably drinks some more Tennessee whiskey. I don't think he'd be joining. Maybe he did.
And that was the final time we saw the crew of the Enterprise together in a film.
Yes, it was.
Yes. No, all of them.
Sulu was a captain.
Yeah, but at the end of Voyage Home, he turns up. Remember when they all...
Yeah, but I mean, he wasn't in a lot of that film.
Oh, so. Yeah. He was a screen. Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's like I was saying earlier, like you could tell this screenplay was by Shatner because he fucking hated George Takei. And so George Takei had almost no scenes in this movie.
In all fairness, it was a mutual hatred.
It very much was.
Very day, I believe.
Yeah. Well, Takei still really hates him, and Shatner acts very coy about it, but I'm sure there's no love lost there between the pair of them.
Oh, and well, the Alex Kurtzman and CBS don't like him very much either.
No, well,
he's a toxic male, isn't he? Like you know, you can't have guys that have got self-confidence about them and pride and respect.
There's all sorts of
that shit out.
Well, there's all sorts of falling out because I think when Nimoy passed away, I don't think that he was on speaking terms with Shatner then, and Shatner didn't go to his funeral.
Shatner claimed that they patched things up before Nimoy died.
Yeah,
he said that they he visited him and stuff, and they got things sorted out because they did have a friendship throughout the years. Like it was on and off again sort of friendship, and I imagine Shatner was kind of a difficult guy to be friends with, but they were working together for all this time, so I imagine they had some kind of relationship. You kind of imagine, I don't know, man, like if I was of that age, I wouldn't want to go to my grave with grudges against people.
Sure, same. It just seems fruitless.
I think like whatever the differences we'd had, I would be like, look, we're old as fuck now. It's all in the past. We did this thing together, and it was really like important for a lot of people. Let's just let it go.
Well, I know he said he didn't go to the funeral because he had an already prearranged charity event which he attended.
Right.
But I don't know. I hope my heart really hopes that they were friends when that happened, because
I know Shatner got pissed when Leonard Nimoy got cast in 2009 Star Trek.
Well, he never got asked.
Yeah, he never got asked, and he was pissed.
That's understandable. I mean,
said, well, you're dead, William.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, like Shatner kind of is Star Trek for a lot of people, and he always will be. And he was obviously very aware of that. And like the fact that they never asked him back is a bit shitty. Like, I'm sure they could have found a way to bring him in. There's someone was saying in chat here, Alex Lawson was saying Shatner was not on speaking terms with Doohan, Nimoy, or Takei. Koenig doesn't like him much either.
Wow.
I mean, I can understand that. Like, I know from reading Shatner's autobiography when he had to do Generations, he was cast in with Koenig and Doohan. And he's he described them as two guys that are pretty much on my shit list for friends. So,
oh wow,
yeah,
okay,
yeah. Basically, like they didn't like him, he didn't like them, but they had to work together.
Oh wow, God, Jesus Christ, man. It would have been easy to bring him back because in Generations, when he goes, what's the ribbon called?
The Nexus.
The Nexus, yeah. When he goes into the Nexus, he sees Guinan there. And he's like, but Guinan, you're out of the Nexus. And Guinan says there's always a part of you which still stays in the Nexus.
Mm-hmm.
So they could have easily pulled another part that.
Yep.
I genuinely believe like they could do something with Shatner to bring him back, even just like for a passing the torch kind of thing. I think it would be easy enough to do. I think he could still play Kirk.
I think he dodged a bullet. I think he dodged a fucking bullet.
I think he dodged a bullet, but like in the right hands, I think he could still do it. As of now, like a few years from now, who knows? But I think it would be nice to see him do it while he still could. I think if they were going to fix Star Trek, I think it would involve him and like Stewart and like basically all the other captains doing some kind of weird crossover event where they have to put the timeline right again. I think you could do that and probably recapture a lot of the fans, because man, what would get people's interest more than like another like a crossover event with Shatner and Patrick Stewart and Janeway, Sisko, all those other captains. Like imagine having all of them on screen at the same time. Like how fucking awesome would that be?
In the right hands. But that would have to be out of Paramount. Paramount, like it can't even be like getting new writers and new showrunners, and it needs to get away from Paramount. That's a dumb company. And I mean, they're on the ropes right now. They're relaunching their Paramount Plus, and if you saw what they had to offer, it was pathetic. So it's going to be a matter of time until they're sold off. Probably a few more years. Unfortunately, won't be in time to save Star Trek in what we have now. It'll have to be probably a whole new thing or something. But yeah,
you want to get Robert Meyer Burnett as the showrunner.
Yeah,
that's what you want.
That guy he's got the passion for Star Trek, and he's got the understanding of what makes a great story.
I legitimately mean that as well. That guy should be show running.
Yeah, talking to him, I mean, you could see how much like he understands what makes Star Trek work and how much he loves it. Like it was for me, it was a pleasure to talk to him.
Yeah, and it really makes people like Alex Kurtzman look pathetic. I mean, and you see that I when I was young and naive, I always thought the cream rose to the top, but that's just not the case. No, there's a bunch of talented people who aren't working in Hollywood who should be, and there's a bunch of hacks who are in charge of things that they shouldn't be. It's terrible. Kurtzman. Fuck. I mean, I watched The Mummy. I watched the freaking Mummy because I don't know. I had a hair up my ass about Kurtzman because I was doing my Picard review and I find excuses not to finish it so I don't have to watch the show. So I watched The Mummy, and Jesus Christ, is that a bad movie? I mean, Media did a review, and it was a good review. Those guys are really good, but I think they even like you. It's like reviewing Star Trek Discovery or Picard. There is so much stupid you can't get to it all. Your video will be hours long.
Wow.
But The Mummy is probably the worst movie I've ever seen.
I've not seen it. I've got no inclination.
I mean, I wouldn't rank it as the worst movie I've ever seen, but it's definitely a terrible film.
It's the cliche part. I mean, there's parts where you laugh out loud. I mean, and yeah, it's
laughing at it though, not
laughing at it. Laughing at it, yes, laughing.
But I mean, the overall thoughts on Star Trek V, like kind of like I said at the beginning, like I think there's the kernel of a good story in all of this. I think Shatner understood the importance of the relationship between the three main characters. I think he plays on that really well. I think there's some great character moments in this movie. It's let down, in my opinion, by terrible special effects, an over-reliance on goofy slapstick humor that kind of cheapens some of the characters, and a script that, it kind of grapples with like overtly Western religious themes that probably it shouldn't do for Star Trek. I think they could have encapsulated these same ideas, but like made it not as overtly religious. I think that if it had been a pursuit of just knowledge or wisdom or something like that, like it would have been easier to take on board than just like, oh yeah, God is waiting for us. Yeah, you shouldn't do God. You shouldn't do religion in Star Trek. Well, but I think the basis of a good story is there, I think, for me.
I think DS9 did religion, and I think it did religion well. You had the Bajorians who are, very religious. You had the entities in the wormhole. But that had 8 seasons, to delve into that, and it had a lot of time to delve into it, and to go through nuance, etc. I mean, Battlestar Galactica, when it did, because that in essence is, a God exists in that universe, in the BSG universe, and so you have this, again, this split between pragmatism and theology, and it did it very. I think it did it very well in Battlestar Galactica, and it kind of fit that universe better than Star Trek, which is a very more scientific than theological. So yeah, when you're out and about in a spaceship, I think you should kind of leave theology out of it. And explain your entities, etc. But yeah, DS9, you're stuck on a space station by a wormhole with religious religious race and entities in a wormhole. Yeah, it's a great kind of thing to play with. But I think this I still I think this is the weakest of the films, but I watch it happily.
Yeah,
I don't watch the Final Frontier and think, God, I wasted an hour and 40 minutes, because it's not a particularly long film. I wasted an hour and 40. No, there's plenty of moments. I think there's some great script. There's some very well written pieces in this. It's not like it's badly written. I think it's potentially messily constructed for what they're trying to get across. But Kirk's great, Nimoy's great, DeForest Kelly's, the great performances by these characters who know their roles inside and out. And yeah, if it could have been tighter, if the budget was better, we could have had a much, much better film. But it kind of leads into Star Trek 6, and I think that did stuff brilliantly. So I still like it. It's a guilty pleasure, I'd say.
I think Star Trek 6 really nailed it. I think with this one, this movie for me is a classic example of if only. If only they'd had a better budget, if only they'd been able to get all those amazing special effects shots, if only they'd been able to nail down their script so that they really were able to distill down their ideas into what they wanted instead of this weird compromise of different things, and it came across as kind of a mishmash. If only the whole film had been a little bit more focused, I think it could have been great. For me, it's the spirit of what Star Trek is meant to be, grappling with these grandiose ideas, but anchoring it around really interesting characters. Just this one, it fell short because it was reaching so high. I think it was never going to quite measure up to that for me.
Yeah. I mean, I enjoy it. I think I like all the Star Trek movies. I like them all. So it's just varying degrees of love. And this one it's flawed in what you guys just said with these special effects, the editing, the directing, and the end falls apart. And they didn't need to have a big action ending. I was looking for something more philosophical where they would have had a longer conversation with the godlike entity, and he just doesn't turn on a dime. It takes a minute. They have a conversation, and maybe he lures Kirk in and Spock, and they start having a real conversation, and then it's within that conversation they start sussing out, and then you can say, why does God need a spaceship? Because maybe the entity loses patience, right? And I think it was made too soon, because if you look at Star Trek 6, which we went over and fucking love, that movie looks like it's made 10 years after this movie. And they made a giant leap in special effects in that 2 years in between. And if they had just waited, I mean, they couldn't, but it was made too soon. It aimed a little too high, and they probably rushed through it and maybe fell back on maybe got a little lazy. And I'm not talking about the performances or anything, maybe the production, maybe the studio, who knows? Because 5 kind of fell on its ass so much, they really got their shit together for 6, and so it helped us get a great movie, which is damn near as good as Star Trek 2 to me. I love Star Trek 6, The Undiscovered Country.
We absolutely spurged over it for a couple hours, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
Great to listen to as well.
And know that when I saw this movie on opening night in the theaters, I was loaded. I was on everything under the sun. So I mean, I walked out of it loving it. I was like, that was great, man. So yeah, it's still Star Trek through and through. It's still Star Trek.
I think as well, obviously they realized that hey, Star Trek 4 was quite lighthearted, and there was quite humorous moments in that. Let's replicate that in this, but they went way over the top with really slapstick humor. I think that was really misplaced, especially when you're dealing with really heavy, weighty theological stuff like the existence of God and the meaning of life and all that sort of stuff. You can't have like Scotty like walking into a bulkhead and knocking himself out in the same context as that kind of setup. Like those two things do not mesh with each other at all. So I think
it
you
would have
have
done if he was drunk. I mean, but if they literally showed that he was drunk for whatever reason, but that I don't think would have organically happened in the situation that was going on the ship anyway.
Yeah, I think it was purely a result of, Star Trek 4 was really successful. They realized that there was a kind of humor in that. There was a little bit of wink wink, this is all a bit funny and goofy, like let's just play with that a little bit. And they went over the score with this one, but like it was so misplaced in a movie that deals with really heavy kind of ideas. And so I think that was it created a real imbalance where, like, on the one hand you're expected to laugh at people bumping their heads off bulkheads, but at the same time you're expected to buy into the existence of God and the pursuit of like ultimate knowledge and all that. Those are two things that you can't really make them work together in the same screenplay, I don't think. And that's where I think
that's where more time had to be devoted to the theological theme, and it wasn't.
Yes.
And that's the problem. I think that's the underlying. What Gary just said before, when they got to the planet and they engaged the entity, that should have been, the film's 1 hour 40 minutes. You could have had 20 minutes extra on top of this as they engaged the entity and suss it out, and the entity could have shown them wonders. It could have, taken away their pain. It could have shown them some sort of idyllic future. It could have done all manner of things to try and trick its way off the planet, and for the crew and the boys, whatever, to suss an answer. And I think it's absolutely correct that there was a really, really big missed opportunity that they jumped almost immediately. If this entity has been trapped for so long, you have to imagine the patience that it would have when it has an opportunity. So yeah, I think it was a trick missed, but I think a lot of the film is a trick missed.
Yeah. You could have based it on so many things, made it a trickster god, make it the basis of any or Greek gods or anything. You could have, and they've done that before in Star Trek, so it could have worked. It totally could have worked, and they just probably ran out of money.
I think I said this once as well. Like if you look at Sybok and his teachings as being like the present day kind of postmodernism, like social justice kind of movement, this idea that like, hey, I can take away all your problems and all your pain, and I'll provide you with easy answers to everything. And the way you can easily brainwash people into following you, like, man, the movie takes on a kind of a certain relevance there. Like the idea that like the whole crew of the ship gets like just taken over by this thing that provides them with like easy solutions to all of their problems in life. Man, like, I think suddenly the movie becomes a little bit more relevant.
Yep.
Yeah.
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 Oh.
It's just frustrating because it's got the right ingredients.
Yep.
But it's put it into the microwave and not in the oven.
Yeah.
And so the taste is completely different when it comes out, and it's not quite cooked properly, and there's cold bits in the center and stuff like that. Which is a shame.
I think if they'd had a bigger special effects budget and they'd had an extra 6 months to refine the script down into something that was workable, I think they could have produced something much better, because, man, you got some great stuff to work with there. It's just none of it comes together into a coherent like narrative, and it's such a shame.
Yes.
And I think Shatner even said it himself. Like, it's like, we had some great ideas with this film. We had some great individual elements, but we just couldn't bring it all together into a good sort of whole. And so like it was us reaching a little bit too far, and we couldn't quite make it. And it's like, oh, okay, well, that's probably a good sort of realistic way of looking at it. I would say.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just what could have been.
Yeah.
What could have been. Yep. No.
Yep.
You know what's interesting as well? Like, this was the first Star Trek movie that was released in the summer blockbuster season, because normally they were released around Thanksgiving because it's like a quieter time of year. This was like Star Trek 4 had been a big success, and they were like, right, we're going to compete with the big boys now. This is going to be a summer Star Trek release. And this is what they brought. And it was, it was up against Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. It was up against Batman, like big fucking movies like that people remember. And so it just got swamped by that. I mean, it obviously didn't help that it wasn't a very good film to begin with, but man,
I forgot
like, everything was against this.
Oh, yeah, this is 89. This is, of course, yeah.
Yeah, and I talked about it for the live stream, but there was the rumor out there, and I can't remember if it was I think it was an interview in Starlog that Kirk might have died, like the possibility of Kirk dying. So that was supposed to be, and it's probably a rumor fed to Starlog by Paramount to get people to watch the movie. But there was the rumor that this was going to be Shatner's last one, and he's going to die at the end, and that's why when he brings up "I'm going to die alone," everybody's, "Oh no, don't do it!" And they didn't, obviously, but that was there.
Yeah, is that how they would just generally drum up interest? It's like, no, Kirk might die in this one.
Yeah.
Well, that was always the hook I can remember with these Star Trek films.
It's always like, he's really old now. He could die at any point.
I just remember as a kid when they were coming out, and it's just like, is this the one that Kirk dies in? Because they're already on Spock, of course.
It's called
so it's like,
well, I mean, Spock dying in Star Trek 2 got spoiled like a year before the movie came out,
and this is before the internet as well.
Yeah. Oh, well, I saw it as a kid.
Yeah.
I never knew
how
any
the
of
fuck
that
did they spoil that, actually? Was it like newsletters getting sent around or something?
No,
Nimoy didn't want to be in the second one at all. And I think he only eventually agreed to come back to have his character killed off at the end as a noble sacrifice and a noble end to the character. And then he was approached, I believe, and asked, can we add this little snippet with DeForest Kelley just to keep the door open for you in case you want to come back, to which he agreed with. And then, I think because Wrath of Khan was such a monumental hit, I think he saw dollar signs and was like,
well, I think it was quite a positive shooting experience for him as well. Like Wrath of Khan, compared to like the motion picture, I think it actually was quite a smooth shoot. And he was like, oh, I actually quite enjoyed this one. Maybe there's something I could do going forward with this.
Yeah, and his character was getting much more screen time as well, other than Kirk. They were really, the trifecta was really coming into play now. As the three, Kirk, McCoy, and Spock. So I think it was probably much more satisfying from an actor's perspective as well.
Yeah,
but he does bollocks all in Star Trek 3.
Yeah,
just turns up for a big fat payday at the end.
Wow, yeah. I mean, he directed it as well, so I mean,
yeah,
he earned his money that way, I suppose. What I would say as well, like, we do have super chats here. Do you guys have time to go through that stuff, or?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, I have to. I have a little while. I'll be right back. I have to take a little break.
All right. Cool. Well, we'll crack on with this then.
You're not going to wank over goddamn whatever.
The Romulan ambassador. Yeah.
The right.
A minute.
Okay. Hey, drinker, you'll get this. What if she walked into the room with a fucking tray of Ferrero Rocher?
Well, Ambassador, you are spoiling us.
Yeah, boy. At the ambassador's reception.
Oh,
You're
man.
really spoiling us with these Ferrero Rocher.
I would love if, David Warner said that. Like, wow, well, Ambassador, you're really spoiling us. And then the Klingon guy just belches.
Ferrero Rocher just falls out of his mouth.
He's just like in the middle of eating a kebab or something. We've all been there, Cord. We've all been there.
Oh, amen.
Right, let's see what we got here. Salad Cream Boy says, I had row, row, row your boat in my head for weeks after first seeing this. Yeah, we all did. Inspired me to go out camping with my mates for the first time. We got absolutely mullered. Well, that's what you got to fucking do when you go camping, man. So if that's what this movie inspired you to do, nice. Opposition HQ says, love the premise that the world of galactic peace is basically a shit version of Las Vegas. Also, what does God need with a starship? Best line of Star Trek 5. 100%. Yeah.
Great. Yeah. You don't ask the Almighty for his ID.
Yeah. I'm just asking a question, Bones.
Yeah.
Says,
iconic line.
As loves the equal queefer. Says
Queen Laquifa in The Equalizer, yeah.
Cynthia Gout acts with more depth.
Dude, if you don't, Jesus Christ, The Equalizer, fucking hell. That is like if a generic came into the room and puked over everything. That show, holy cow!
You couldn't pay me enough to watch that shit.
Oh, it is the procedural of procedurals and as generic as you can possibly imagine, with absolutely zero hook to the show that makes it different from anything than a very generic, boring procedural.
Yeah. I mean, that sounds about right, to be fair. It's what you'd expect nowadays, but it ticks all the boxes, so that's the important thing.
It certainly ticks all the jump cuts when she's fucking moving.
Yeah, well, she's not going to be leaping over any fences,
They
is
had
she?
to jump cut her running.
Yeah.
I'm not even joking.
She needs that kind of anti-gravity like belt like Spock has. In this
Yes, she needs that.
But anyway, as loves the equal queefer here says, Cynthia Gout acts with more depth than Brie Larson. I mean, to be fair, like...
Well, she smiles.
I mean, I'm acting with more depth than Brie Larson right now, so yeah, it's not hard. Jester of Roanoke says, I like the beginning when Spock's brother heals Az. Az, I can't believe you would kill me for a field full of empty holes.
Holy cow. Hi, guys. How you doing?
Dirty Soul Monkey says, I enjoy
anyone for an empty hole.
Well, yeah.
If I get
especially Cynthia Gow.
Oh, Cynthia, if you're watching this, and I'm sure you are because it's Drinker.
Well, yeah.
And we're discussing your Star Trek debut. Yeah, call me. I don't care if you're married. I will wreck a marriage for you. No problem.
Yeah. William Shatner, if you're watching this, and I know you are, call me.
I will wreck a marriage. Oh, he's already.
Yeah, I'll wreck my marriage for you, man.
You wreck your marriage. Going gay for Shatner.
Yeah, everyone would do it. Fuck it.
Absolutely.
To get with Captain Kirk, you'd do it.
Just to hug Captain Kirk.
Yeah, I just want to hold you.
I just want to hold you. I want to feel you next to me.
Oh man! As long as you wear the full uniform.
Oh yeah. I just want to smell you.
Touch
I want to run my hands through your toupee.
You can run your hands through my skull.
Dirty Soul Monkey says, I enjoy Star Trek 5. The humor and camping bookends, Buck and Spone's pain moments, even Kirk's face-off against God. It feels like a fun, big-budget original series episode. It kind of does, actually, yeah. It's got the feel of an original series kind of episode.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Especially at the end. And that's where I felt like the original series actually would have done it better. The ending.
Opposition HQ says the ending is clever as it appeals to the majority. Entity isn't God, which appeals to atheists, but has been imprisoned by something that could be God. Yeah, it's left very open. You never really understand where this thing came from or what it is.
I like that.
So, yeah.
I did too.
I don't think all of these
Sometimes
things.
you don't need to know why Han Solo is called fucking Solo.
Yeah,
The
yeah,
mystery's the fun part.
yeah. Remember when characters had mystique about them? And that was good.
Which Mystique? Rebecca
Romaine, yeah, she was the best one.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck off, Jennifer Lawrence, with your fat fucking face.
Oh, it's like a
I'm just saying, like Rebecca Romaine is way hotter than she was.
I just think she's an obnoxious cow. But, you know.
Yeah, but then what has it got her?
Lovely.
Like, when was the last time Jennifer Lawrence was in a big movie?
Dark Phoenix.
Yeah, and that was like 2 years ago.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mother? Did
Then
Mother
she's-
bomb?
Yeah, Mother bombed big time.
Oh.
Well, you know,
I
we've
like,
had
I like Darren Aronofsky's like explanation of it as well, where it's like, you know, sometimes you could play it coy as a director, but he just came straight out with it. It's like, yeah, it's like a metaphor for the Bible. It's like, thanks, Darren. Yeah, we kind of got that from the movie. Nice one, mate.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry, I was eating something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was typing, so I was just gonna go, yeah.
I was trying to get over here, but I'm eating, trying to sneak in food. How rude of me, but
No, just go for it. We want to hear every chew.
of my orange chicken. Yes.
Orange chicken. Oh, nice.
Chinese food.
It's not Mountain Dew chicken, is it? Don't get Movie Bob excited.
No.
Oh God. Cinema.
Oh, he has some great takes. No,
He really does, yeah.
doesn't. No, he really doesn't.
He's waiting for the eugenics wars. Basically, he sees himself as Khan Noonien Singh.
He really does.
Wow. He does realize he would be the first to go.
Yes.
Yeah. Morbidly obese. I see. Well, yeah. You're not gonna make it in the new world.
I'll be on the same list as him. We'll be all right. Put us in a room together. We can fight to the death.
Yeah, I think you'd come out superior. To be fair. Brian Allman gave me a super sticker, so thank you very much, mate. Way below average Canal says Captain Kirk, the inventor of free solo mountain climbing, 300 years in the future. Yeah,
Yeah.
I love those
fuck
canal.
you, Gravy.
Get me. Poor Ryan. He gets brutalized now. There's going to be a canal army of below averages and Polish sausages.
Well, good to see you, Ryan. Stephen Otten says, "Hail Drinker and everyone in the chat. Saying hello now since I may have to bail partway through. Can't wait for you to rip this a new one." Thanks, man. I feel like we didn't really rip it a new one. We almost had like partially like pleasant views towards it. It was almost like, you did your best. You know, I don't think we hated on it too much. We recognized that it had a lot of shortcomings, a lot.
Yeah.
But it was trying for something quite noble, so there's something to be said for that, I guess.
Yeah, you have to look at intent when it comes to stuff like this. And yeah, it didn't hit the bullseye. For a lot of people, you know, as Dooncock said, for him, he loves it. That's fine. I wouldn't say that I love this film, but I can watch it happily because it's got the characters and the characters act like the characters. And like I said, there's half decent script for quite a bit of it. So you gotta give it props for those aspects comparative to today's TV where there's just not a fucking thought put in. You know, it pisses all. I would watch this all day, every day over anything that came from 2009 onwards. Anything.
I would probably watch this over probably any of the TNG movies and definitely any of the Kurtzman. Sorry, not Kurtzman. The sort of new Star Trek from 2009 onwards. Mm-hmm. So, like, I mean, it's probably the weaker of the original movies, but like it's got like a charm and a heart way beyond anything that they produce nowadays. Yeah. So I will absolutely give it credit for that.
Because so many things I have to kind of draw the line when it comes to owning movies. I'm not a nut like I used to be. I used to just like, if I saw a movie once and I kind of liked it, I used to buy it. Now it has to be something I would watch again, not even if it's part of a set. I own Star Trek V, and I would put it on in an afternoon while I'm like doing something in my room or something, for sure. So it passes, and it's better than, like you said, the majority of anything I've seen over the last 2 years, television, anything.
Yeah,
Hollywood is in the worst place I've ever seen it right now, and we should be in a renaissance. I mean, there's money being thrown around like like freaking coke fiend because of the streaming wars, and they're acting like coke fiends with it. So yeah, I like Star Trek. Yeah, well, I wouldn't say we crapped on it. I mean, like, it's not like Drinker's Hobbit video.
Yeah, I fuck, man. Like, The Hobbit just pissed me off because, like, I genuinely loved Lord of the Rings. Like, I thought they were fantastic adaptations of the books, and so to see The Hobbit made, I was just like, I think I even mentioned it in my video. I didn't even go and see the final one at the cinema. I was like, fuck this. I don't give a shit. Like, I'll wait like a year and I'll go and see it, at home or whatever. And that's where I was at with it. Like, it was so brain dead compared to Lord of the Rings. Yeah,
it's like the final chapter of a book and stretched it over. I think 4 hours. I think it is.
Yeah, you take a 300-page novel, and then you stretch that out to cover 8 hours of movies. Like, it's never gonna work, man. No way.
I like them, but I know they're flawed. Very, very, very flawed. And they should have.
I could never watch them back again.
Oh, I own them. Oh, yeah. I like the world. I like the stuff.
No, that's fine. And yeah, I understand your love, but I no. once for that is more than enough. It feels rudderless a lot of the time. It does feel stretched. The ending was obnoxious for no fucking reason. The silly relationship with Hobbit and elves. Just no, stop it. Stop it.
Stop it.
The singing, fucking don't even get me started on the fucking singing.
Oh god, it's grim.
It's a good song. Come on.
No. I would listen to Row, Row, Row Your Boat all day, every day compared to that Hobbit shite.
I would listen to DeForest Kelley sing pretty much anything.
Yes.
If he was drunk and he'd had too much bourbon and beans, I'd be like, yeah, go for it, you old fuck. Just like entertain me.
Hey, he still had 10 years left in him,
He did, yeah, he did. He really did. And what an awesome actor he was.
Loved him.
Polaris Sucks here says, holy crap, all 4 in one place. Yes, we did. We maintained all 4 of us in one area and for a period of time, and it was lovely. And then Doomcock bailed on us, son of a bitch.
Him and his work.
Yeah. Denzel Kanu says, Drinker, would you review the Wolverine? I mean, to be honest, I'd rather review Logan than the Wolverine. I consider that a far better movie.
I like the Wolverine. The Wolverine's the Japanese one, isn't it?
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, I think it's good.
It's fine. That movie. If I had to pick between the two, though, I'd much rather spend the time talking about Logan as a film.
The Wolverine is really good until the ending. The ending goes a little south, but I think it's a proper Wolverine movie up until then. Logan, I love Logan. It's one of the best superhero movies I've only seen once.
Yeah, it's a weird one. I've seen it once, and I don't think I could see it again.
Yeah, like what they do to Professor X. I mean, it's good. It's really good and sad and horrific. It's really horrific.
It's like Requiem for a Dream. It's an amazing film. I don't ever want to watch it again.
Yeah, it's not an easy one to watch. It's certainly not a fun, entertaining, lighthearted kind of. But I think it treats the characters with respect, and I think that's maybe what you lack nowadays. But yeah, what a way to go out. Like, I'm glad Hugh Jackman didn't do anything more beyond Logan. They're gonna, they're gonna fold the X-Men into the MCU, and it's gonna be garbage. I just know it.
I'm going through. There's all kinds of debate drinker going on right now.
Yeah,
because WandaVision's good. There's no doubt about it. It's good.
Yeah, it's good.
What it's bringing in, right? So you're like, I'm really enjoying this, but I know I'm gonna get burned at the end. I know they're gonna bring in Captain Marvel. No matter what cameos they bring in, the MCU is coming without a doubt. And
well, I mean, for all the good that the show is, and I, me, I've been singing the show's praises about how much fun I think it is. Apart from when it goes out of the village, and when it goes out of the village, and we get the real world, then we just get a bunch of squawking fucking women and ineffectual, fucking effeminate or shitty males. So the outside of the WandaVision, it's gone completely fucking MCU.
Well, it shows you what's coming. That's
exactly that's the scary thing.
Because Darcy, she's from the Thor movies, isn't she?
Yeah.
She's the annoying fucking sidekick.
Yep.
Yeah. I wish they hadn't bumped her up to sort of main event status, because she absolutely can't support it. But yeah, I'll give WandaVision the benefit of the doubt for now, because it's just nice to see the MCU doing something like kind of inventive and different and like kind of creative. But yeah, I don't know where it's going to go. But yeah, if it goes down that road, then I'll be sure to talk about it.
Right.
Sam Got here says, "Greetings, gents. Drinker, which do you find more satisfying, being a published fiction writer or a successful content creator on YouTube?" Oh, damn, man. I mean, YouTube is more immediate. Like, you put out videos and you get immediate feedback on them. Whereas you put out a book, you can wait for like weeks before the reviews start coming in and all that sort of thing. But I think the long term, like being a writer is more satisfying, because like you really have to put the effort in to get a book done. Whereas you spend like a few days making a video for YouTube, and that goes out there. And yeah, you certainly get a lot more attention and a lot more feedback for it. But writing is what I really enjoy doing. I love being a storyteller. I love doing that side of it. So I guess that's the thing for me, even if you don't get as much thanks for doing it. The Gay Rascal here says, "It was ruined by too much interference." I assume Star Trek V was too much studio interference. I think their main interference was just cutting the budget consistently.
I can imagine Shatner's ego being out of control.
Yeah. I know he lost his shit at one point when he was making this movie, because they were filming in the Mojave Desert, and it was like 40 degrees. And yeah, he basically cracked under the pressure. He was like,
"That's Celsius."
Celsius. Yeah. So fuck knows what that'll be in Fahrenheit. A lot, basically.
100 plus, put it that way.
So one of my things is I like to go to locations, because so much shit is filmed here in California, and it's either a couple of hours away, or that was my favorite thing about being in the Bay Area. Is when a friend would visit, I'd always take them to Washington and Cherry, where the Zodiac killer killed the taxi cab, and then they filmed it there too. And I'd take them to the Bullet Road, and I've been out to the dry lake that they shot at, and the Trona Pinnacles, which are like these spiky rocks that they filmed at too. It's beautiful out there. It's barren. It looks like another planet. So yeah, it's one of the things I like to do, and you can do a little off-roading out there. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, if I sober up enough to drive a vehicle, I'd definitely like to do that. What's the next one here? Chucksenhausen says, "Okay, these next two chats are for Az." Okay, are you ready, Az?
Yeah.
Mr. Az, I can't wait for your episodic review of Cobra Kai season 3. I understand that making fun of the garbage.
Cobra Kai is amazing. Cobra Kai is absolutely amazing. I love Cobra Kai. Season 1 is the best season. Season 2 and 3 are very close, but I go 1, 2, 3. There is nothing garbage about Cobra Kai. It's awesome fun.
For me, I'd go like 1, 3, 2.
Same here.
In terms of seasons.
Some people have said that. I prefer 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
But either way. Yeah. I think there was a not detrimental, but I think in season 3 there was a few episodes where I was kind of like, did we really need these? Did they really advance the plot? Not too much. Whereas season 2, I really felt invested all the way through. But I love the twists and turns that it's taken, and I love the direction that it's been going at. So yeah, I thoroughly excited for season 4.
In terms of the quality of the writing, like, man, this is like top tier for what's on TV at the moment. Like in terms of understanding the characters and like paying respect to what's come before, but also moving it forwards. Man, this show is in like the upper echelons of what we have now on TV.
It's just fun. It's just a ton of fun.
How pissed off must Dee Snider be at Twisted Sister that they couldn't even get back together for a TV show that would have been probably the most attention they would have. But yeah, but my kid was like, "Who's that?" I'm all, "It's Dee Snider." "Who's that?" I'm all, "Oh, we're not going to take it."
Yeah,
great song.
Yeah. Denzel Kanu here says, "Drinker, do a live stream on Dirty Harry with Dankwish." Yeah. Interesting you should say that. The next live stream I do with Dankwish, I think we're going to cover Soldier with Kurt Russell, because it's a fucking great movie. It's good fun. And he's been wanting to talk about that for a while, so we will do that. I'm going to be doing Hot Fuzz with Mauler on Friday.
Oh, wow. Nice.
Yeah, that's going to be good fun. Like, I haven't seen that movie in a couple of years, and I remember it being fucking great, like in terms of screenplay, like the tightness of the script and everything is absolutely perfect. So yeah.
I'm so sorry that everyone's going to be watching Friday Night Tights though. So
well, I'm sorry. We'll try and do it before Friday Night Tights kicks off, because we're in the UK, so we'll be a bit slower. Leon K says, "I have a soft spot for this movie, having seen it as a kid. I love the Great Barrier concept. Amazing soundtrack, still better than Discovery." Fucking
God, yes.
Me sitting on the toilet shitting for 2 hours is better than Discovery, man.
Don't.
The soundtrack is great, though. I will give it that. Like I think it was Goldsmith that did this really good soundtrack.
Yeah, I think it was because he brought back his theme. That's why.
Yep. It was Jerry Goldsmith, wasn't it?
Yeah, I could have just
Goldsmith. Yeah.
Instead of looking it up.
Jerry
the Great Barrier.
Yeah.
The Great Barrier concept was good. I think just the special effects didn't bear it out really.
No.
Wormy Spoon says, "Have you watched Raised by Wolves yet?" No, I haven't. I'm trying to get to the end of The Expanse. I'm on season 5 now, so I got through that.
I watched the first 3 episodes, and it's different, but I found it just so boring.
Oh, shut up! It's great up front. First 2 seasons are the best.
Oh no, sorry, I'm talking about Raised by Wolves. Not.
Okay.
I can't sit. Yeah, I tried, dude. I'll give it another shot. Is it woke? Do you?
Raised by? I wouldn't say well. I mean, it depends on where you want to look at it. Well, it's the thing is that we got today's lens, and so I think sometimes we over scrutinize. Whereas if Raised by Wolves came out 15 years ago, as opposed to now, then we wouldn't necessarily say it was woke. We'd just say that it's coming from a different direction. But nowadays, you're kind of like, But it's definitely diminishing males and pushing like the feminine role and making males ineffectual and so I just can't be asked with shows that do that. Just if you want to do something, just have them on parity with each other. But if you want me to play by your rules in terms of representation, and you need to see yourself on the screen and all that kind of stuff for you to be able to relate, I can't relate to anything on the screen. So why would I watch your shit?
Yeah. In retrospect, I guess I can enjoy Blade. Because I'm not a vampire hunter. I'm not black.
You're not black, so you're not allowed to.
I'm not allowed to enjoy that movie.
Yeah, you're toxic.
You can't relate. You can't relate. You can't relate. Sorry.
Both of you, if you're both watching The Expanse, I'm not going to say anything. When you get through the season that just passed, we need to talk.
I'm 2.5 seasons.
Yeah, see, I'm just starting season 5. Like, there was elements of season 4 that were starting to drag a little bit for me. Like being marooned on the planet, and like, oh, man, like I feel like it took too long to get all that stuff resolved.
Yeah, I love that show. I've been pushing it on my channel for years, and I'm glad you guys are watching it. But after you watch this season, yeah, we definitely need to talk.
Yeah. Anyway, I won't say anything more yet.
Yeah,
I don't
want to poison the well. You know what I mean? I don't want to say anything. Just
give me a couple of weeks.
Like, I know there's issues because the actor got fucking Me Too'd. And so
the actor got
he's making an abrupt exit from the show. And I heard that.
Yeah.
Chucksenhausen here says, like Sheequalizer and Batwoman, but like this drinker, it brightens the soul to talk about a show film that you enjoy. And hearing your voice about watching Cobra Kai and seeing the joy in your eyes, worth it. Yeah, I mean, like, when I enjoy a show, it's just a pleasure to talk about it. That's one of the great things about doing this stuff. It's like when we actually find something that we really like, it's great to share it with people.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And even this film, which wasn't, it wasn't perfect by any stretch. There's, a lot of misses with this. When you can still see, like I said, the intent and what the film was trying to do, then you can be much more forgiving with it because you can see what they're attempting to do in it, and it didn't quite pay off. And so you can still speak about the film in a very respectful way and a positive way, because you can focus on the stuff that they did right as really the stuff that they didn't get wrong. Whereas with a Batwoman or anything like that, I am personally, I've seen your videos, pair of you as well, but I'm literally watching it to fucking cash a paycheck. It's a piece of garbage to be ridiculed and give you 30 minutes of fun, give you hopefully 30 minutes of giggles and laughter, and you'll be like, right, I'm coming back next week for my 30 minutes of giggles and laughter as we point and laugh at the stupid program. Whereas this isn't that sort of thing.
I very much agree. Like, this movie was something that I could engage with. Like, okay, I can certainly look at the flaws of it and stuff, but I was interested enough to actually want to look at it and want to understand it. Whereas if I was watching something like Batwoman, like, I've looked at it and it's like, I can do a review on it because I know people will get a kick out of watching it. But it's like there's very little to actually draw me into it. It's just like that show is just like a joke for me, and it doesn't really support any kind of deep analysis or anything like that because it's not that kind of show. But like you kind of look at it and think, oh, okay, well, it's fun to point and laugh, like how ridiculous it is. But that's it. Whereas with this, okay, there's problems with it. It's definitely flawed. There's definitely like things that it does way wrong. But like it's interesting enough that I would want to engage with it and like have a good discussion with you guys about it. And you can see what we've done here. We spent a couple hours talking about this film.
Yeah. That's the difference. I do the Batwoman reviews for the same reason, for a laugh. It's mockery. You got to mock this stuff, and that'll be the quickest way to end it. And it's not inclusion I'm talking about, or diversity. It's really bad writing. The reason I'm been slaving over that's a bad term, but Picard video, actually not, I've been having fun making it, is over a year, is because I want to get it right and show you guys stuff that if you didn't see it, you can laugh with me, because there is some generally, like, really genuinely stupid things that will make you laugh out loud, like belly aching laughter. It's so bad, and it needs to be exposed. And it's fun to do it. It's a lot of fun. And if I can make a buck, that's great too.
Well, it's always a bonus,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Stybeck B says here, Star Trek is dead. Surrender all hope for a bright, full future. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war, as the Emperor would say, and laughter of thirstful gods. Yeah. Blood for the blood god.
Oh, yes.
Joey75 says, I don't want my pain taken away. I need my pain. Yep.
Mm.
As Shatner himself would say. ActionCom says, didn't Star Trek, the original series, deal with Satan, but they made him a more worldly being who was self-indulgent than evil. Yeah, I think you guys were talking about that already. Douglas A. Burton says, in this terrible era of woke movies and TV shows, I rewatched Star Trek V and found myself enjoying it so much, just on the grounds that it was an honest effort.
Yes.
Imperfect stories are more forgivable than anti-cultural woke stories. Yep, I 100% agree with you, sir. I would take an imperfect, flawed story over any of the garbage they put out nowadays.
Because it was still entertaining. You know, it didn't lack entertainment. The film was entertaining.
Not at all. And if you just, okay, let's forget the plot. Let's go to performances. As far as performances are concerned, of William Shatner as Kirk and Leonard Nimoy as Spock and DeForest Kelley. I mean, it's one of their top performances. It just, the movie's bad. They delivered their lines great. They were, like as just said, it was entertaining as hell. And even with the flaws, they're charming. They're charming flaws that I like.
I mean, how rare would it be nowadays to get actors who have been playing the same role for 20 years? Would it have been at this point when they did this movie? Playing characters
25 years.
Yeah, 25 years. Characters with that kind of history and backstory and everything together again, like the actors doing it again. Like you don't get that nowadays. And so, there's no context for any of that now. I think movies and series like this, they earn certain respect because they've been going for so long, and that's what you had with the original series movies. It's like they had the TV show, you had the gap, then you had the movies, and there's a real history behind all of these characters. And so to see these older actors playing these roles again, it just gives them so much more legitimacy, because you really feel like they've earned all of these moments. Whereas now everything's so, it's got to be immediate. You've got to have an instant hit as a character. Everything's disposable. There's no history behind any characters, really. The closest we've got is the MCU, and that's probably died a death now.
I mean, you got to give credit to the MCU for what they did. I think it got a little oversaturated for sure, but it's an ever expanding, and they're trying to give the Marvel fans characters which we wouldn't necessarily see. And me not being a Marvel person, me being a DC person, I didn't know about Doctor Strange, so I kind of bypassed that at cinema. Same with Ant-Man, same with Black Panther, same with Captain Marvel. These are ancillary characters that I never knew about, but I was always coming for the Iron Man, for the Captain America, for the Avenger movies. And for that to have carried on so consistently well for a decade, I don't think we're ever going to see that again in cinematic form.
Yeah. Not to that same level of investment.
No.
Because they don't have the ability to do it now anyway because of the coof.
I mean, we don't even know if we're going to get theaters back.
Yeah. And now, when you've got things like WandaVision, okay, well, that's nice and fine and inventive, but it's just playing off past glories, really. You wouldn't give a shit about Wanda if you didn't know her from, the previous movies.
Yeah. But that's the setup. They have had it set up, and that's what makes WandaVision even more intriguing, because we know the journey that Wanda Maximoff has gone through and Vision has gone through, and so that that's what's making this series so compelling and interesting to see. But like I said, it's the great stuff is them. Elizabeth Olsen, Paul Bettany, they are acting, the ass off of this. They are great. Their chemistry is unbelievable. It's when you go to the back and you've got your, Monica Rambeaus and your goddamn, big tit fucking annoying woman, and total ineffectual Asian FBI agent, and then generic bad white, boss, that doesn't feel natural. And that's so weird because that's the real world in inverted commas. And it feels very forced. It feels very today's sensibilities. But you go into the village and you're going into this faux TV show with Wanda and Vision. And that's what feels natural because the actors, all of them, from the neighbors to, Wanda and Vision, are making it feel so natural with their incredible performances. So yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see where that leads.
I'll give credit to Elizabeth Olsen. Like, she does an excellent job in this show.
She's great.
Oh, the chemistry she's got with Paul Bettany. I can't believe that they're going to get, like, this is supposed to be it for Vision. You have to think they're going to change their mind after this. Because it comes out
so well together.
They do, and the series had a slow start as far as people getting into it, but people are into it now after that cameo. It was like trending on YouTube for 2 days straight.
Yeah, I mean, but it's a very intriguing curveball.
It was, and there's another one coming, and it could potentially be very cool if they do what I think they're going to do.
Well, I mean, we discussed it, but. Yeah. We can't really say, but yeah, I've said who I think has got to show up due to what happened at the end of the last episode, which could also lead to another certain person turning up because of.
And they roadmap that in the comics, so you're not.
There's put it this way, they've opened up so many different avenues now with the show with what they've done. Literally anything's up for grabs.
Yeah.
What would be great actually is to talk to you gents once we get to the end of the season and see how we all feel about it then, because I think there's a lot to cover there.
Yeah, I think there's gonna for the episodes we've had 5, we've got 4 left. I think there's gonna be a lot going on in the next 4 episodes.
Yeah, 100%.
Right, but good or bad, right or wrong, there's going to be a lot happening.
Yeah. Farewell Thunderchild says, critical drinker and panel, how much to recreate that dance? Doner Kebab would do the trick for me. Like right now, I'm pretty fucking hungry, so I'll strip off and get the palm fronds out.
Hey.
James Kelly says, hey Drinker and friends, Cobra Kai seasons 1 and 3 are nearly perfect. Season 2 is much weaker, but a very strong final 4 episodes really elevates it. I wouldn't feel inclined to disagree actually. I preferred season 1 and 3 over season 2, but that was just me.
Yep.
Farewell Thunderchild also says, also a review of War of the Worlds musical. When? Man, you might be waiting a while for that. There's
Jeffrey
too many
Wayne's War of the Worlds. God, so good.
Too many other things to do in between.
Farewell Thunderchild.
Yeah. Charles Hurst says, hello, gentlemen. Thank you for all the reviews. You've all saved me quite a bit of wasted emotion over the past year. Drinker, I'm currently listening to Betrayal on Audible. Really enjoying Ryan Drake's adventures. Excellent. Cool. I hope you carry on enjoying it. And thank you very much for the super chat, man. I appreciate it. And I was struggling to get the word out there. Super chat.
Dude, the best words are slurred words.
Yeah. Ben R says, thank you for doing this. I adore this film despite the flaws, and it's quite special just for the relationship between the three, if nothing else. I think that's what we kind of picked up on as well. So nice one. Stybite B says, censorship of Miranda's ass in Mass Effect will not be a problem on PC. Do not underestimate the modding community.
Oh yeah. Oh, they're going to be out in force. They're going to overcompensate. They're going to do all kinds of great shit to fuck it to Bioware. Yeah,
that's where Nude Raider was born. So yeah, I have great faith in the modding community. Go at it.
Your tweet today was great.
It's like, here's some arses.
here's some female asses from video games.
It's like, yep, enjoy the fucking cope, you games journalist assholes.
But you're objectifying women. No, we're objectifying pixels.
Yeah.
These aren't real life people. And also there's nothing wrong with objectifying anything.
Yeah,
but when you deal with them as a person, treat them like a person. That's all.
Yeah, put some male arses up on screen as well. I don't care. Like,
but the hypocrisy of these people is whatever. You know, they go, stop objectifying. Oh, look, there's Henry Cavill in a bathtub. Gosh.
Yeah.
It's like, you know. So take your faux rage, take your fake virtue, shove it up any orifice that you want. You fucking hypocritical dickwads.
Yeah, Denzel Kanu here says Stanley Kubrick directing Star Trek would be great. It would, but it would take him about 20 years to actually make the film. So I don't know, like,
and then it would still be 2001: A Space Odyssey.
Yeah. James Kelly says, "Hey, I'd love to hear you guys' thoughts on the show BoJack Horseman. It's equally hilarious and harrowing. It takes you to the highest highs because it delves to the lowest lows. It's nearly perfect." Have you guys seen BoJack Horseman? I haven't.
No.
Nope. I've heard of it.
I've heard it mentioned quite a bit though. So
yeah, I heard of it, but not seen it.
Olatization says, "I think Doctor Who would need to be co-produced with HBO Max to survive on, but even then, don't think that'll work as Warner Brothers isn't doing too good." Thoughts? Yeah, Doctor Who needs to fucking just die.
It might
stop making it.
Yeah, it's being considered. I heard. Not sure if it's going to happen or not, but I mean, it's obvious at this point.
I think
Doctor Who is in the ratings of cancellation without doubt.
Yep.
And I think the only reason it's surviving is because of the contracts they got.
Yeah, if this was any network apart from the BBC that was making it, it would have been killed years ago. So yeah, that's what it is. We're all held prisoner to it.
Each season commissioned, like they would announce it in a few months, right? HBO Max has nothing to do with it. They just licensed it to show it, so they have no say in the production or how many seasons get done or anything.
Yeah, they just won the war over Netflix. That's all.
Yeah, they paid more than Netflix refused to pay.
Yeah,
because they're like, you can have it.
Yep. Yeah, Netflix we're not bidding.
Yep.
Okay.
Douglas A. Burton here says they can save Star Trek V with a special director's cut. Just recast God as Brie Larson, and the whole film becomes the most important Star Trek movie ever made.
You got to recut Spock's scene with Michael Burnham. Bring
oh Christ! Imagine it. Just imagine it. Oh man, it makes my eyes bleed.
Yeah,
I
just
know.
thinking about it. They would totally do that as well. If you left this in the hands of Alex Kurtzman, he'd be like, finally I can make Mikey Burnham legitimate.
Man, the only way that Mikey Burnham is going to be legitimate is if it was in the Kelvin universe, because she certainly hell isn't legitimate in this one, for fuck's sake.
Nope.
Yeah,
the most disgusting Star Trek character ever created.
Yeah, I just see it as a parody at this point. It's easier to look at it that way. Eric Winberg says, "Damn, look at this panel. This could be a pay-per-view." Well, it's not. It's free to air, so enjoy.
Yeah, always free to air. But
PSX Hacker says, "Hail Drinker and the rest of the crew. I too have mixed feelings about this one, but in my opinion, it's still the worst of the old ones." Yeah, probably. Although I enjoy it more than the motion picture. Off topic, I loved your what's this? GOF playthrough. Now I'm considering buying a PS5. Ghost of Tsushima, I guess he was trying to say there. Yeah, loved your Ghost of Tsushima playthrough. Now I'm considering buying PS5. You don't even need a PS5. Get a PS4 for it. But yeah, fantastic game. Really love playing it.
Awesome.
Man of War 665 says, I'm sure someone said earlier and better, but this was a good portrayal of the id, the ego, and the superego of the three via the original episode on the big screen.
Mm.
Yep. I never quite subscribed to those like high-minded sort of philosophical looks at the characters. I always just saw it in more simple terms. It's like, okay, McCoy's like the really emotional, passionate one. Spock's the really cold, logical one, and Kirk's the kind of balanced one in between. But that was just me.
Yeah, I always see. I always see McCoy's the emotion, Spock is the logic, almost as the two. The devil and the angel, almost on Kirk's shoulders, and Kirk has to reconcile the two together.
Holy shit, we're in for a treat here. Ryan Cannell's sweaty butt crack says, I'd just back in the gym, man. I'd watch Star Trek 5 all day over Star Trek Discovery or Picard. Yeah, I think all of us would, really.
Oh, sorry, what was that? It's over Discovery.
Yeah, so he'd watch Star Trek 5 over Discovery or Star Trek Picard.
Oh God, yeah, no question. Jeez, no question.
I'd watch my wife section again before I watched Picard.
Yeah. Ed Starr says, from my heart to the Happy Hour gang, we are family. We are. And you're part of it, Ed Starr. So thanks, man. PSX Hacker says, Star Trek V, The Final Frontier is a perfect example of what happens when grand ideas with some potential, are not backed up by the equivalent required talent to support the whole. Yeah, I think it was a combination of like problems with the script and shrinking budgets and various other problems. Like, it was just, man, it was a rushed movie. If they'd approached this movie with the kind of time and budget that they had for the motion picture, could have been something quite special, I think.
Yeah.
Scottish Nerd says, I'm well versed in the classics, Doctor. Then how come you don't know Row, Row, Row Your Boat? Like the other 5 movies I can always watch. Yeah.
Great line.
Joe Bag of Donuts says, do you think that because the current iterations of Trek are the way they are, Star Trek V is given more leeway than it was in the past? I think in some ways they are, and I think Star Wars kind of falls victim to this as well, where the sequel trilogy is so god awful that people start looking at the prequels in more favorable light. I don't know. You kind of judge things in relation to what you have on hand, I suppose.
Yeah.
Like we were saying there, like we would all probably rather watch Star Trek V than watch Star Trek Discovery or Star Trek Picard, just because there's real heart and effort that went into it. It doesn't reach the ambitions that it set, but it's still fun, and you still appreciate the passion that went into it, if nothing else.
Remember when Kurtzman, before Picard came out, Kurtzman was just like, a lot of people put a lot of hard work into the show, and I really want you to give it a chance and to really see what they're trying to do here. Can you remember that? When he was just essentially like begging people to kind of give the show a chance, and you kind of like, why would you do that? And then you watch it and it's just like, oh yeah, because it's just fucking shit. It's just, it's the Picard apology tour. So yeah, it's just like, oh, you want us to have patience with that? No, fuck off. You know, we will.
He would be first in line to shit over all these original movies.
Oh hell yeah!
So yeah, he can go fuck himself as far as I'm concerned. Eric K says, all-star cast chatting here. Great panel, Drinker. Thank you. I do my best, and it's a pleasure to have all these gentlemen on tonight. So I'm very pleased that I was able to get them here. ActionCom says, during the camping scene before they go to sleep, Spock bolts up and says, Jim, life is not a dream. What did you think of that moment? I mean, if you were to subscribe to Doomcock's theory, then it kind of plays into that. The idea that
I like it. I like Doomcock's theory.
Love it. Yeah.
It makes the whole movie go down easier
Yep.
You know, it's like if you've got a really shit whiskey and you mix some Coke into it, and like, goes down fine now.
I really do like that concept. I think, it kind of, because it operates off the exaggeration as dreams do, and things make a lot more sense when you put it into that
really
concept.
You should write a little or do a video on that. Maybe. I think that's a great idea.
I think it's an interesting thing to look at. It's like, oh man, can I totally redefine this movie if I just look at it a certain way? Scottish Nerd says, Mr. Drinker, you should read Matthew Riley's books. Yes, I think you've mentioned them before, so I will take a look. PSX Hacker says, as Mikey Burnham, this is the Drinker channel, so please allow me to correct. Diverse female space Jesus. Even even the sci-fi bit is bad. Spore drives. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, God. My Cineo network. Just piss off Discovery. Just the whole thing. Everything about it. The uniforms are awful. The ship's awful. The characters are fucking awful.
4 seasons.
I know.
We're going to get 4 seasons. Like, what? Something happened. CERN must have turned on something, and we got sucked into through like a microscopic black hole into an alternative universe or something. I don't know what the hell we're living in now where that gets 4 seasons.
Who pays for that? Because it's not Netflix and it's not Amazon or anyone like that. It's got to be CBS.
It probably is Paramount at this point. They just need content, and the way it's almost like a scheme, right? What they're doing, a pyramid scam, because every time they introduce a show, they introduce another show within the show, and there must be something in their contract that they have to do. They have to follow through with that, or because I just don't understand how CBS could be that dumb unless they're just happy with it being CW Star Trek, with it getting like, probably like 1 million people watch it. That's tops. I don't even think it's that much, really. I think the average Critical Drinker video gets more views than an episode of Star Trek. As a matter of fact, they have, when it was on CBS, when they reran season 1, some of your videos have more views than a first run, even though it was made before its first run on broadcast television show on a network in America.
I know it's like when I did my review of like episode 1 of season 2 of Batwoman, that got more views than the actual episode did. And that's ridiculous. Like, how is this show still running?
Discovery, it averages 1.7 million views on CBS.
On CBS, television that's free.
Yeah, bearing in mind, I want to reiterate that only a few years prior, Supergirl, the dreadful CW show, Supergirl was axed with an average of nearly 7 million an episode.
Yep.
After 1 season.
Yep. Below 10 million is bad for broadcast television.
1.7 million for Discovery.
Back in the old days, like 15 million to 20 million was bad. I mean, a lot of people used to watch. Well, there wasn't as much television. That's part of it too.
Well, I mentioned this, I think, before. It was like, how many awesome shows have been cancelled because they didn't quite hit the ratings, 10 years ago or whatever. Now, those would be considered a massive success. And so you get shows like Doctor Who, or Star Trek Discovery, or like Batwoman, that just keep going season after season when there's no logical reason for them to keep running.
Yeah. How does Batwoman get renewed?
That were way more inventive and better written could have been made in that time.
I don't know if you guys saw Taboo, but that only got 1 season and it did okay. It was on a cable network. It was a co-BBC production. And if you watch that, it's like a film. It's really good. It's got Tom Hardy in it. It's made by the guy who did Peaky Blinders. And it was supposed to get a 2nd season, but then Venom, but it didn't get good enough ratings for them to, pull the trigger on it quick enough. And then we see, 3 seasons of Batwoman, 4 seasons of Star Trek Discovery. It just makes no sense. None at all. And if you haven't seen Taboo, watch it. It's good for it. It ends on a place where it's okay to end. You're not left totally hanging, but it's Tom Hardy at his best. At his best.
Tom Hardy is always good.
Yep.
Brazen Hammer here says Critical Drinker was the dude serving fucking titties at the Capitol Hill protest. I could promise you I was not at the Capitol Hill protest on that particular day. You know, I was drunk.
Erections.
Yeah, they won't let me fly internationally now. Scottish Nerd says Drinker as that is why Dundee invented hot dogs in a nightclub for people. I just got to do an accent for Scotty, very surreal. Yeah. Yeah, this was a story I mentioned before where one of my mates did shots of sake. We all did actually one night out in Dundee, and he just fucking did not take to this at all. Spewed all down the walls and everything. And then we went to a nightclub afterwards, and for some reason there was a hot dog cart in the middle of the club. Nice. And he just got like 3 hot dogs down him, and then he was right as rain, just carried on partying and drinking for the rest of the night. Fucking legend. And I've never seen it before or since. I don't know why there was a nightclub with a hot dog stand in it, but there it was.
It's like a dream. I dream of that. I dream of walking to a nightclub and there's just been a hot dog fucking stand in the middle of it.
Fucking Scotland, man.
Oh my God, heaven? This is amazing.
Jack here says, definitely check out In Thy Image, the 2004 Jack Marshall edit that turns the film into a pilot for Star Trek Phase 2, keeps the best parts, loses the silly parts, and feels like an episode of the original series. Oh, okay. Kit Kat says, inspired decision to have starships sail rather than fly. Nautical terminology in Star Trek ties starships to the romance of the sea. Captain Janeway says, come about, hard to port, hard about, and dry dock. And it creates a kind of magic. It absolutely does. There's a romanticism that comes with sailing ships, I think, and they absolutely get that with Star Trek.
It's explored at the beginning of Generations as well.
Yep. Yeah, when they're actually on a literal sailing ship.
Yeah.
Tobias Gregory says, good day, lads. I'm a Royal Australian Navy veteran, and it infuriates me how modern sci-fi calls female officers sir. From what I understand, Star Trek started this. Thoughts? Am I just a toxic male? This I don't mind, actually, because if you're referring to an officer, I think you should just call them sir regardless of their gender. Like an officer should be an officer regardless of male or female. Calling them sir or ma'am just seems a bit weird. I would just rather go sir.
Is there any veterans in the chat? Do they call, like in the Navy, do they call females sir?
Yeah.
I don't know. I thought they did.
I don't know what the proper terminology is. I'm just going to go in by what seems rational.
Well, it used to be sir for males and ma'am for females.
It's ma'am.
It's ma'am.
Yeah, it's ma'am. I'm going to let chat catch up here.
But what I've been watching some shows recently. I'm trying to remember which show exactly it was. But it's like a male and female cast, but when they speak to them, they always refer to them as gentlemen.
Ah, okay.
But it's both male and females, but they always refer to them as gentlemen.
Right. Someone in chat has mentioned Mr. Savick from Wrath of Khan. I can clear this one up. That was the reference to a lieutenant in the Navy. They always used to, like, basically commissioned ranks in the Royal Navy back in the olden times. They were called Mr. rather than their specific rank. And so that's why Savick, even though she's a woman, gets called Mr. Savick rather than Lieutenant Savick. So that's the reason for it, basically. It goes back to that old-timey sailing terminology that they used to have.
Picard uses it quite often in TNG. He refers to Mr. Data. And if he's Mr. LaForge, he will often refer to members of his crew as Mr.
Right. There we go. So I'm just putting someone in timeout here. They're getting a little bit overwrought. There we go. Anyway, so
yeah. A little bit. Just a little bit.
Yeah. Christopher Talk says, from yesterday, Drinker, please watch Orgasmo. Oh yeah. That was from when I was playing Ghost of Tsushima, Orgasmo. Yep, it's on my list.
Good film.
PS Attacker says, Doomcock, that line, I don't want my pain taken away, I need my pain, is my favorite line in the whole movie. Struck me even as a kid. Great stream. Sorry, Doomcock's not here, but yeah, I think we'd all probably agree that's quite a good line.
And he says it so well, though. It's not just a good line, it's the way he delivers it.
Yeah. Well, there's almost a fear in him when he says it. It's like he's genuinely worried that would be taken away from him.
He genuinely wants to hold on to that. Yeah, because Kirk's a damaged character, and that's great. It's amazing when characters have flaws or are slightly damaged and not the bestest ever.
Yeah, they don't just get
makes it, so much more interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. Wayne Jabian gave me a $5 super chat, so thank you. Mike Trout says modern feminism is literally female chauvinism. It pretty much is.
Yeah.
Kit Kat says Cybok would have been turned towards embrace of emotion by watching his father and stepmother abuse his little half brother by denying him the emotional release a half human child required. He might well have done, yeah. I don't know if he learned something from Spock or if he just kind of went on his own path right off the bat, but it would make sense, I suppose. Jay Fraser says, Hail gents, you're the new Starfleet captain. Using True Trek lore, which ship do you helm and who are your crew? You guys are awesome.
Wow.
Man, I would take the Constitution class Enterprise refit. That's my favorite. I love it. I know it's not the biggest or the best, but that's my favorite ship.
Same here.
I'm going to go against you, gentlemen. My one true love in the fleet is the Enterprise D.
Top heavy, man.
Yeah. Oh, I like a top heavy woman.
It's fat. It's a fat ship.
Woman, but I like a sleek, sexy ship.
D's, man. D's are great.
I like my ships with bulges in all the right places.
Yeah.
I heard both of you guys say nacelles, right? It's nacelles.
Nacelles, I see.
Yeah.
It's not nacelles, which they fucking say in Star Trek Discovery. I was like,
warp nacelles. Yeah. Abel Baquera says, cheers, friend. Wonder if you can ever do a review on Clint Eastwood's 1993 film, A Perfect World. Oh, man, that's such a good film. That's Kevin Costner that's in that. It's one of those movies that no one ever remembers, but it's actually really good. And it's got a great ending to it. So, yeah, I would love to review that. Mr. Tickle Trunk gave me a super sticker, so thanks, man. Dark Dino Chris says, never heard so much laughter off mic. Love this live stream. Yeah, that's what happens when you talk about Star Trek 5, man. Denzel Cano says, the drinker fixies, Disney's The Lone Ranger. Man, that's going to take some doing.
Good luck.
Stephen Otten says, I always quote Scotty's jailbreak line every time someone escapes capture. Do you not know a jailbreak when you see one?
Yeah.
Also from Stephen Otten, I was wrong earlier. Star Trek 5 is better than I remember. I feel like we've somehow brought him round to this film.
I actually, without trying to throw a little bit of shade, I just think stuff is so bad nowadays. It's elevating all previous material, good or bad,
It really is.
comparative to today.
the prequels, the Star Wars prequels, and apologies, Star Wars fans out there, but they're not very good. But they're Shakespeare compared to everything else we've gotten lately.
Yeah, I'm not a
I think you and I, like all three of us, would recognize, good intent behind something, even if the execution isn't very good. It's like, well, you almost get points for that because I recognize you were trying to do something worthwhile.
Yeah, I think the prequels, again, I do think there's good intent. I do think there's a good story there that just wasn't executed particularly well. But comparative to, look, I haven't seen Rise of the Skywalkers. I couldn't give a flying fuck, about ever seeing that. And I've only ever seen Jedi, Last of the Jedi once, because that's all it fucking ever deserved. So I've seen, the prequels I can still watch with no hesitation, because it's got, there's fun characters there. There's fun characters within the film, and it's still, regardless of how good or bad it is, they're still entertaining to watch.
Yeah, I 100% agree.
Fucking forcing Jesus, fuck off. Fuck off, Disney. Sorry.
M Tax Shark says, hey, sorry, thanks, Critical Drinker and panel. Hey, why is Rudy Wells from $6 Million Man God? I'm not sure he is, but he's good.
Oh, the guy playing God.
The actor, yeah.
Yeah, the actor, yeah.
Well, I mean, he's he's old, and you can put a beard on him, and he looks suitably godlike. So, yeah, fair enough. Bogey here says Discovery is a lecture, and the original series is a classic novel. Yeah, very much is. Andre Antonio says bad stream, heels versus babyface. No, he's not homophobic. Shut up.
That guy.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he likes to call me homophobic, and yet he won't supply a single scrap of evidence to support his attitude. So,
you know what? Whatever money he paid to make that super chat, I'm going to forward to you as just out of respect.
So, I'm going to match that. Yes, I'm matching that.
He can do that all day long.
Yeah, just keep saying the truth, man. That's fine.
I think it stemmed from the fact that sadly the person in question believes that homosexuality is a protected event, and therefore when we take the piss out of all the things that we take the piss out of, depending on obviously what the tone of the conversation is, what the topic of the conversation is, that you can't do some yucks about it. And I find it incredibly sad and pathetic, never mind reductive and redundant, that you believe yourself or you believe a certain practice above humor. The moment that you say, oh, you could, because I guarantee I am willing to put every scrap of money I have on the table as a bet that person has laughed at multiple different things that I've said and done, taking the piss out of another whatever. But because it touches something that they might be a little bit more sensitive to, then suddenly it becomes, oh, you can take the piss out of this, and this, but when it comes to something that I'm a little bit more sensitive to, then you can't. And people like that, I have no time for whatsoever. You're a hypocrite. You're pathetic. You're redundant. And the moment that you try and say what you can and can't laugh at, you've already lost.
I think Jester of Roanoke summed it up perfectly here. He says, that troll needs to man up and send a $200 super chat. Anything less means that he's the true homophobe.
Put your money where your mouth is. Yeah. I don't know how much call me a homophobe for $200 and we'll split it 3 ways.
Yeah, that's fine. What's the next one here? Stretchy Hawk says Star Trek V had its issues, but it might have had a better chance if the budget was a little better and it wasn't released in a very crowded summer. Yeah, both of those things are absolutely true. Phantom Mercenary says, is Star Trek V Turboshaft a dream or Star Trek 4D Turboshaft? Yeah, I think it was just probably oversight on the part of the production people where they just made it insanely big. But I really like Doomcock's version that it's all a dream. Frank Sarko says, 2021, we're questioning our tech oligarchs and the media is akin to asking, what does God need with a starship? Yeah, indeed. It'll get you blasted in the chest with a beam of light as well.
Yeah. Nasty God.
Whenever
Sorry, if there's any religious people out there that took offense at me saying nasty God, please put a 200 super chat to Critical Drinker to complain.
Thank you. Yeah, whenever someone gets demonetized on YouTube, they just go, why is God angry?
God need a super chat.
What does God need with a super chat?
Yeah. Douglas Burton says, in some ways, Cybok mirrors the modern millennium mentality that you can somehow bypass the process of failure and pain and still gain the perks of self-mastery. That's exactly like what I was saying earlier. I actually love the moment when Kirk Harsley defends his pain. Yes, because our pain and our failures and our mistakes are an essential component of our lives and who we are. And yeah, they're not great. We might not love them, but they make us who we are, and we can learn from them, and they make us stronger as people. So you can't just like cut them out. So 100% yes, you can't just try to like excise all the unpleasant parts of your life. You have to embrace them.
Just like Mikey Burnham does.
Yes, exactly. And then she has a good cry and talks about her feelings in a hallway.
All those flaws that she's the bestest ever at everything.
It's so hard, it's so hard being so amazing at everything. Don't you understand?
Oh, I'll never understand that character, thankfully.
The Doctor here says, until Star Trek V, there was a great barrier at the edge of the galaxy. Now it's at the core too. Question mark? I don't know. Yeah.
Galaxy prison. The galaxy's a prison.
Yeah. Tom says, review Kill the Irishman, please. Kill the Irishman. Never heard of that. Denzel Kanu says, Drinker, do a live stream on Conan the Barbarian with Az. Well, Az. The has been thrown down.
Oh, done.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't want to go.
Done. I will definitely do that. I fucking love me some Conan. Some Arnie Conan.
Conan, what is best in life?
Yeah. To hear these screams, defeat your enemies, hear the lamentations of the women.
To crush your enemies, to see them driven before you, and to hear the lamentations of their women.
Yeah, baby.
That'd be amazing.
So many good things in that episode. Oh, God, such a good film.
Yeah, he's saying a book that says a young Q originally unleashed that entity by accident, and as punishment and partially out of regret, Q was tasked with watching over Earth. Right, so Q created the godlike entity on that planet. I don't know. It's never explained where it comes from or what it is. It's just there. So it's a bit of a weird one.
That's a good thing they could revisit if they had a real Star Trek show. But
yeah,
not now.
Imagine that. Imagine a real Star Trek show.
Right now, I can't. Not with this business going on.
What's the next one here? Sorry, I'm just trying to catch up with the super chats here. I think we're getting close to the end. Yeah, Automata says this is for a cable extension, well deserved in my opinion. Thank you very much. Colin Hodge says, "Hey, Babylon 5 did religion better, even though it was largely written by an atheist." I don't remember.
Because you don't have to be religious to write about religion, and you don't have to be, an atheist to tackle these things. It's talent. Yep. It's talent and good writing that once upon a time we used to have. Now we're getting, DC Comics and Marvel Comics pushing segregation. You can only have women write women. You can only have black people write black characters. We're getting all this kind of nonsense. It's so regressive as a society. You need talent. That's what you need. Not color, not a dick, not a vag. You need talent.
100%. Dark Dino Chris says, Takei, a sporting player, resented Shatner at the start. The show was always about Kirk, Spock, and McCoy. The rest of the cast should be grateful. Yeah, pretty much. They were there to support them. I think Takei always had ideas above his station. That's why he insisted on being a captain in like the final movie. There's a bit of ego at play there for sure.
I mean, we talked about that in Star Trek 6. Imagine the negotiation. I need to be a captain. And the guy's like, what? I need to be a captain. But you're not really a captain. It's a fake captain.
Remember what we were saying as well? Like, I think in Star Trek 3, when he had that line about "Don't call me tiny," like he really took exception to that. It's like, wow, my fans don't see me as tiny, and it's like, no, George, you're not really understanding what we're doing here. It's just fucking ego.
But you notice that they gave him the Excelsior, and it's the ship that they took the absolute piss out of.
Yeah. Well, I think we said earlier as well, like, you can tell how much Shatner fucking hated him, that he's got barely any lines in this film.
Mm.
And those ones that are there is just to like make fun of him. It's like, oh, he gets lost even though he's the helmsman of the Enterprise. You know. Niku-san says,
No,
drink.
Chekhov's problem isn't Chekhov navigation, so isn't it really Chekhov's problem?
Yeah, Drew. Well, Chekhov kind of does everything. He's on weapons and stuff. Drinker, you precocious rapscallion. The problems with Star Trek V can be blamed on Mikey Spock, since Star Trek Discovery established that it's her fault Spock is weird. She messed everything up. The time-traveling bent. Yeah. Fuck you, Mikey Spock.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's the bestest ever, though. PSX Hacker says, Drinker, the point you're making about Kirk not being whole without his pain is very well made with an series episode where a teleport issue splits Kirk in half, one weak and the other one mad. I sort of remember that one, actually.
Mm.
And yeah, you get to see the two halves of Kirk's psyche, but I like how it's tackled here as well. Like this idea that our pain and our failures and our problems, they're an integral part of who we are. So you can't just like cut them out. Chuck
he had to makes a pass at Yeoman Rand, doesn't he? And she scratches him on the face.
Yeah, it's the original series, so yeah, that's what she was there for, I think. Chuck Grable says, Brie Larson is like disco. She will fizzle out like a bad fart. Hail from Wisconsin. Yeah. I think she already has, to be fair. No one gives a shit about Brie Larson.
Did you see that in the Tony Stark funeral scene where it goes through all the cast? The camera's panning through all the cast. When it gets onto Brie Larson, it's just like straight off onto Samuel L. Jackson. It was just not hovering on her at all. It's just like, see ya.
Well, you know that they had two versions of the script for Endgame. One was like really quite heavy on Captain Marvel, and the other one where she was barely in it. And they went for the one where she was barely in it because they kind of knew she wasn't popular. So tells you all you need to know, really. I cannot imagine how her next movie's going to fare when she doesn't have like the whole momentum of the MCU to protect her anymore.
But they're loading it with Marvel characters.
Yeah, and who didn't see that coming? But yeah, there's going to be Captain Marvel and the entire Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Yeah,
somebody.
I think they've got Spider-Man lined up for it. A couple more, but yeah, they're lining it. They're lining it up with Marvel characters to give it that boost.
So basically, everything they can do to protect it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds about right. It's like, fucking just accept. Nobody fucking likes her.
It's not. I was going to say, it's not necessarily the character. The character can be worked to be likable. It's Brie Larson. If it's her fault. She's come out obnoxious. She's come out very defensive. She's said stuff that she shouldn't have said. It's her fault.
I don't know. Like, I mean, she's not doing the character any favors, but I think the character is just badly written. In the Captain Marvel movie, you've essentially got a person with godlike powers with no weaknesses or anything, and no real personality to go with it. So, like, what is there to latch onto? What is anyone supposed to find compelling about a character like that?
Well, that's when a character like that needs character.
Yeah, at least Wonder Woman, and this is the point of comparison that I've made before. Like, she is similar in that she's got like these extreme godlike powers as well, but she's tempered by like she's kind of naive, and she's like got this like belief in the power of humanity and how good they are, and like that gets kind of gradually eroded away in the course of her movie. It's like, okay, I can buy into that, but like Captain Marvel doesn't even have that. Like, there's nothing to find compelling about her or interesting or likable or anything. So I don't know what anyone's supposed to latch on to.
It's because she was shoehorned in. I mean, and audiences can sense that out. This is a character that's been retconned 5 times, or comics been canceled. So even though most people who watch an MCU movie haven't probably read a comic, you can still sense there's a history behind a character. Iron Man, Wonder Woman, best example. So just tons of history behind that character. Captain Marvel is a generic superhero that was made up because as a pure reaction to Wonder Woman. That's the only reason she got a movie, is because the DC embarrassed Marvel by having a strong female superhero, and Marvel really didn't have any of their best. They didn't have the rights to them at the time, and didn't bother developing any others. And they had talked about having Captain Marvel there. I don't believe any of that crap. I think there's a lot of revisionist history that's been blamed on Ike Perlmutter, but I agree with that. Is that like Captain Marvel could have worked if they would have based it more on Miss Marvel and they cast the right person, Katie Sackhoff.
Yeah,
and people would have loved her.
Yeah, Katie Sackhoff could have nailed it.
Yep. Perfect for the role. Perfect casting. Fucked it up.
Phil Moore says, "Why are you guys talking about stuff that doesn't matter? Bitcoin is pumping." PS is, yeah, man, like 1 Bitcoin. If I invested all my life savings, I could buy 1 Bitcoin. It'd be amazing.
Well, it's gone nuts now that Tesla's invested. It's gone fucking crazy. So.
I love Elon Musk. The fucking
yeah,
he is.
the mad lad.
He just does not give a shit. The Hobbit movies were garbage. Yeah, 100%. I agree. Gerald Armstrong says, "I'd rather hear Shatner sing Rocket Man." Well, wouldn't we all? Wet Monkey also says, "Shatner, Lucy in the Sky." The Whitfield Report, "Drinker, you should review Bordello of Blood, maybe for production hell. I think you'd like that movie." I don't know.
Oh yeah, I've seen Bordello of Blood a couple of times.
Need to have a look at that. Emperor Billy Ritchie says, "Drinker Gary Az, do a review of Train Spotting." Oh man,
fuck!
There's a fucking depressing movie.
Yeah, it's another hard one to watch, but it's so good.
I love that movie.
Yeah, it's shite being Scottish.
Yeah,
he was right there. It fucking is.
It's not the English fault. They're just wankers.
Yeah, we were colonized by wankers.
It's great.
Antonio Cardenas says, "Drinker, what do you think of the military science fiction of David Drake?" I don't know, because I haven't I'm not aware of it, so I couldn't tell you. Sebat Hada says, "Can you review The Handmaid's Tale?" I don't want to watch that fucking show. No, it's going to be soaked in fucking identity politics, and I don't want to do it. It's not worth like 20 hours of my time. Denzel Kanu says, "Drinker, have you seen the movie Jack Reacher with Tom Cruise?" Yeah, I have. Tom Cruise was absolutely not the man to play Jack Reacher, but it was an all right movie generally. Nothing too offensive there. It's just Jack Reacher's meant to be 6'5", and Tom Cruise isn't really. No. Orville Nation says, "Great panel. Hey, Drinker, I heard a rumor on our stream you might do a review of Dark Matter. True?" Not as far as I know. Not really any plans to do it at the moment, so sorry, no. Andrew Matthews says, did you ever show Drinker Astartes? The visual storytelling and sound design are great."
I think we discussed it, haven't we? And I think you might have seen it.
I said I would go and see it. I haven't got made the time to do it yet, but yeah, I like my 40k lore, so I'd like to watch Astartes.
Oh, you'd love it. Trust me. You'll be blown away by it. Well, trust me. You will be like, why isn't this on TV?
Will the Emperor protect? That's what I want to know.
Well, you're gonna have to watch because it's fucking great.
Swinging Cod says, "I see them doing a Heroes Return arc with the MCU being Franklin's Pocket Universe and Multiverse of Madness, and Spider-Man 3 bringing them back." I don't know. I don't think Robert Downey Jr. is going to come back in a meaningful way. Chris Evans is coming back though, isn't he? Apparently,
Allegedly. Yeah.
yeah. I think they're perhaps realizing that the characters they got left, nobody gives a shit about.
Well, what did you think of the Winter Soldier and Falcon trailer?
I still haven't seen it. I haven't had a chance to watch it yet. I don't care a huge amount about it, but meh. I feel like Bucky should be Captain America instead of Falcon. So
well, the trailer teases that he thinks that as well.
Right.
But I mean, I watched it. I was just like, this just looks so. There's nothing. It just looks so fucking average.
Oh, the trailer. Yeah, I felt the same.
Yeah.
I was like, what is costume, dude? Oh, that was terrible.
Is Zemo in it?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Because I mean, he
could be good.
He was a great antagonist in Civil War. I fucking loved him. I love the fact that like this average man can destroy the Avengers.
Yeah.
So yeah, be interested to see what they do with it. But yeah, I'll need to watch the trailer first. 3-inch Canal Army says we are Legion. States Manuel says your 24-year-old beer vid reminded me that I had stored whiskey in a flask back in 1994. Sadly, when I retrieved it, I found it I had tipped over a long time ago and leaked out. Many tears. The beer was fucking grim. Like it was not pleasant stuff to drink.
I watched half of the video and then I got pulled away to do something, and I haven't watched the other half. I haven't seen the actual taste bit yet.
It tasted like really weak, stale ale. With no flavor or anything, and I mean, when I looked at the lid in retrospect, I found that there was mold on the inside of it, so that was a good sign.
Did you see the video of the guy drinking the Crystal Pepsi or Crystal Coke, whatever it was?
No, what happened?
This guy had got an unopened bottle of Crystal Pepsi, and I don't know what year it is. Obviously, it's old. And he broke the seal and he poured it and he drank. And then within a second was just reeing everywhere. Just absolutely puking his guts up. Oh, it's hilarious. Fucking hilarious, man.
Because it was, why was he puking his guts up? Because it was.
Yeah, because it's like crystal.
Okay,
it must have just immediately hit his stomach and gone like, no.
So he drank a vintage. I'm sorry, I didn't catch the first part of that. He drank a vintage bottle.
Yeah,
of it?
he bought or he had like a bottle of unopened Crystal Pepsi.
Dude, I'm surprised.
Yeah, and then he opened up and drank it, and he just as soon as he drank it, everywhere.
Oh,
I'll try and find a video if you want to see the video. I'll try and find it.
See, with alcohol, like, because I was curious to know if it would kill me or not before I drank it. So I looked it up, and it was like, yeah, the consensus was like beer won't go toxic like that, and it won't make like the worst thing it will do is just it will taste horrible. So I was like, I can live with that. That's fine. But
oh god, there's loads of people puking up and doing different. They're obviously copying the guy. I'm trying to find the OG one though. If somebody knows the OG one, can you tweet it at me? Because I really want the OG one.
So it's LA Beast drinking 20-year-old soda.
Oh, is this? Hold on. Okay. Let's have. Is this the one? No. LA Beast drinking 20-year-old soda. LA Beast. Drinking.
Just while you're looking, I'll do a couple more super chats. The next one, the O'Briens versus the Colberts. Which is the better written married couple? I couldn't say. The O'Briens from Star Trek.
Oh, they were good. They had a very realistic marriage. Yeah. It wasn't wine and roses, there's a lot of Keiko and Miles had a lot of issues.
Puerto Rican Pie also says, guys, did you hear that loud noise once the Super Bowl finished? It was the sound of 110 million households simultaneously clicking their remote away from the equalizer. Interesting ratings or not. Yeah.
Oh, did
Yeah.
we get the ratings for the show yet? Have we looked?
I'm looking. I'm trying to find the right one.
I can look real quick. Oh, here, let's see.
He's drinking a lot of 20-year-old sodas here, but I'm not seeing any vomiting going on with this.
We need vomit. Night King says, I do think that Star Trek V has the best rendition.
There's the Crystal Pepsi. Oh,
you got it?
I think it's not the one I thought it was, though. There's a guy that this is okay.
Gotta see this.
Okay, we got it. Oh God. Oh Jesus Christ. Okay. Right, let's share
Can you punt it up?
Yeah, I'm gonna share this now. Make sure I put the sound on. Do share audio.
All right, prepare yourself.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
Here we
You're in for a treat.
Wait, hold on. I need to you can do it better now, can't you? You share video. Oh no, that's a video that you've done. Oh bollocks. Okay, hold on, let me do this again then. Let me shrink this. Damn it, I thought we could do a here we go. Is that better? Yeah, there we go. So yeah, this is like 18 minutes 42 into the video. So
Man, he's really chugging it.
oh yeah, he's shoe icing it. Crystal.
Oh, shit's not going down well. Strong, man, be strong.
Oh no! Here it goes! Oh, oh boy!
Crystal Pepsi.
Dropping a like on that. Good boy.
Oh man. You got to respect
LA Beast, rare discontinued soda taste test. LA Beast.
Oh man. It's when he finished spewing and he's just like, Crystal Pepsi.
Crystal Pepsi. Yeah. Oh god, it's making me want to puke just watching that.
I love how they put the half-hearted censored over it, where you can still see everything.
I know.
Yeah. Oh damn.
Let's see if I can finish off these super chats here. I think we're almost at the end. Night King 01 says, I do think Star Trek V has the best rendition of the main Star Trek theme by Jerry Goldsmith. Also, the new Clarice show looks like trash. Yeah. I saw the script before it even came out, and I was like, yeah, this is like garbage. It's just
they
like
can't even say Hannibal Lecter in the show.
Yeah.
They don't have the rights to even say the name.
What is the point in it without Hannibal Lecter? Who gives a shit about Clarice? Puerto Rican Pie says, as the Equalizer plot, the show is actually the Batwoman season 2 prequel, and the young lady being framed versus is Javicia Leslie.
So that's why she's a victim. My favorite bit of the Equalizer pilot was at the end when Queen Laquifa pulls up in her beautiful new 4x4, which must have cost $70,000-$80,000 probably, with all the accessories and add-ons that looked like it had, with seats, etc. With her daughter, who's an obnoxious cow, to the outside of a prison. to say to her that the government, the people are just desperate to put a black woman behind bars. And if you're black, you're a victim. Now let's go back home to our Manhattan beautiful house. It's just like, how can you preach about victimhood when you literally, you have risen in your life to be top CIA agent. They want you back. You have a beautiful home. You have a family. You are not hurting for any sort of dollar. You could jump back into whatever career you want. And they're trying to preach about being a fucking victim. It's like, no, it doesn't work when you do it from that position.
Absolutely no sense of self-awareness or irony whatsoever.
Wasn't it the Equalizer?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, it's garbage.
It looked terrible.
It's
Matt Chu says, Drinker, thanks for all you do, as you're all right too. You're officially all right, man.
Thanks, man.
Joyful Cheese says, speaking of good shows that got canned, the one with Carl Urban, Almost Human, was brilliant.
Oh, it's so good.
They should do a Netflix/HBO series of Dread. Yeah, they should just do a sequel to Dread movie.
Urban was up for it. He was up for it.
They couldn't get the funding.
That's the sad thing. That is the sad thing.
Yep.
But Almost Human was fucking great.
John Dorsey says, teared up a little at the emotional core of this film as you guys explore this. I need my pain for the irreplaceable lessons that it teaches. Cheers.
Oh.
Yeah, I think that's the point that this film makes. Frank Sarko, Az makes us all wetter than a slaughterhouse floor. Haters, go away now. He always does that, does Az.
Not bad for a homophobe, was it? Not bad for a homophobe.
Yeah. Let's see. What's the last few here? Mr. Tickle Trunk says, in light of Star Trek V, what do good writer and good people need with pre-established properties as platforms to teach others morality? That's pretty much all they do. And that's what's sad about it, is like, fair enough if you want to create your own shitty show to espouse your political views, go for it. People can watch it or not. But when you cannibalize existing stuff and you pervert it to your own needs or your own desires, that's when it's just shit, because you can't create anything by yourself. You're just cannibalizing things that already exist.
Which should already tell you that nobody's really going to get turned on to your message if that's what you have to do. If you have to cannibalize something, that's why they don't create their own, like what Drinker just said. Every time they do, they systematically destroy it because they don't care about it, and your message doesn't get across because we can tell you don't care about it. The audience isn't stupid.
No, exactly. It's about, instead of creating, it's about tearing something down. It's about hijacking something that's beloved to pervert it to your partisan way, and that's insidious. That's an insidious thing to do. You're showing immediately off the bat, as Gary said, that you're just disingenuous. You are disingenuous, and you have no belief or faith in what you're espousing. If you did, you'd create something.
You would, and if you actually felt that passionate about your message, it would get through. So you could tell that they don't even feel that passionate. It's just a trend. It's just something they feel they need to follow. We'll use Star Trek to get it across, or Doctor Who. It's infuriating.
Yep. And the only people that lose are fans of the original shows that just get destroyed in the process. Marksman of 117 says, how bad do you think journalists will lose their minds when the adult game Subverse comes out and is a massive success? Big jiggly pixels for all. Yeah. Man, I miss video games from like the 90s. Like the attitude of journalism back then was just like, yeah, there's fucking tits and ass everywhere. Why not? Go for it. We love it. Because they recognized what their audience wanted, and they were happy to just go with it. Now it's all it's so boring. It's like it's like your grandparents now trying to police like what you perceive in video games. So fucking pathetic.
I wouldn't even say that. I think grandparents are more liberal.
Probably.
It's just the people that complain, they don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck about tits and ass in video games or sexy looking women. They don't give a toss at all. All they're interested in is starting an argument. All they're interested in is pulling something down, trying to put attention onto themselves. We are in an age where it is just pathetic. If you want to start complaining about fucking pixelated asses. Jesus Christ.
Feel better about yourself, because that's the thing. The activism, the source of a lot of the activism is insecurity. Is like, I need to have some kind of moral superiority over you so I can get my little jack of adrenaline or whatever. You know, I don't know, work out. Go, yeah, start a hobby or something. But instead, it's political activists who I guess couldn't get a job at USA Today because all the mainstream media is dying. So they've gone to games journalism and entertainment journal. Oh, I can't even use the word journalism. Blogging. That's essentially what it's at right now. And that's what's been driving a lot of the entertainment, because those companies are owned by other companies.
Nobody has given me a compelling argument as to what is wrong with objectifying video game characters. Nobody.
You're objectifying pixels.
Just because I objectify a video game character doesn't mean that I'm going to just objectify you, whoever you may be. If I'm talking to you, I'll talk to you like a regular human being. If I'm attracted to you, if I'm attracted to you, then I'll well, I mean, once upon a time we used to chat people up, but that's fucking, oh no, you chat somebody up, you might as well just fucking rape them for what the internet does. But nobody's given any reasoned argument as to what's wrong with objectifying a video game character.
They can't, because they're judging you by their own standards. As I mean, you know, but that's the problem, is they would objectify somebody like that, so they just assume everybody else does too. The classic male feminist.
Yeah.
Well, I want to objectify a video game character. I like looking at Ada Wong. I like looking at Claire Redfield.
Well, I think it's fine to recognize that these characters are attractive, and you can find them attractive in that way. You know, they also can have like deeper layers to their characterization that you can get into with the story. But like, if it's someone like Ada Wong, she's meant to be a femme fatale. She uses her attractiveness to her advantage. That's an interesting part of who she is.
Yeah, she
to be ashamed of there. That's how the character functions.
Yeah, she uses her sexuality to manipulate Leon.
Yeah,
because she knows that Leon is younger and naive, and she is that femme fatale. So she knows that she's attractive, and she's attractive to men, red-blooded men like Leon is. And so, yeah, throughout the whole of Resident Evil 2, although she, develops feelings for Leon, she manipulates Leon to do what she wants, which ends with her getting the sample of the T virus at the end.
Yeah. But that's all glossed over because can't find a female character attractive. That's not allowed.
Yeah, and Lara Croft, beautiful character, gorgeous character. And in the trilogy that they had, you can like it, you can dislike it. That's absolutely fine. But they certainly gave the character a passage to go through, which developed a lot of different layers to her. And even in the third one, she actually gets shouted down by the Hawaiian bloke whose name slips me for the moment, because he says that you think you're always right. You just think you're always right with what you do. You don't stop to think things through. And it's a great moment where he totally dresses her down.
I mean, I touched upon the idea as well that I actually found the original Lara Croft more interesting as a character than the new one, because she is your very definition of an actualized independent female character. She's independently wealthy. She chooses to do most of the things that she does. She doesn't have to do it. It's not forced upon her. She chooses to do it because that's what she wants to pursue. And she's able to handle most of the situations that come her way because she's an experienced adventurer and an explorer who's used to this sort of thing. You know, that for me was an interesting character to explore, because you know that there's a backstory there. You only get tiny little snippets of it, but you know that she's a person who's lived a life that's been quite eventful up until this point to make her who she is. She's not this mopey, emo kind of character with daddy issues who resents being rich and lives in like a dilapidated house because she doesn't want to be wealthy. Like that's just like pandering to the modern audience who wants to see any character who, you know, comes from a rich background as being evil or whatever. It's like, it's just manipulative. You know, a character who's unapologetic about who they are is more interesting to me than someone who's constantly moping around and feeling sad about everything while mass murdering dozens of people.
It's a really good point. A really good point. Yeah, you've taken a very strong, like I said, independently wealthy woman who's completely at ease with herself and dictates exactly what she does and doesn't do, and reduced her down. That's interesting. Very good point, sir.
But that's what they miss nowadays, because it's all about, you know, she has to be like relatable. She has to be sad and apologetic about everything, because we can't have her be like confident and self-actualized.
Yeah, you know, comfortable in her own skin.
Yeah, and so you end up in this weird, like, you know, roundabout circle of a character who kind of does the exact things that she shouldn't do because she needs to pander to the people that think they understand what makes a strong, interesting female character, and it's just. It's insanity, because these people are fucking morons. They don't understand how to write anything.
Well, I mean, you know, your Ada Wong, 1998, Claire Redfield, 1998, Jill Valentine, 96.
Yep.
You know, and I remember when I picked up Resident Evil, I played it from Jill's perspective. I don't think I ever played it from Chris's perspective for years.
Because it was easier playing as Jill.
Was it easier playing as Jill? I don't know why. I think it was her lock-picking skills that was, whatever.
She got more guns and stuff as well, I think.
Okay, yeah, maybe. Oh, I think she had more carry capacity. She could carry like a couple more things than Chris or something like that. She got like but for whatever reason, I just always chose Jill above Chris, and she had a great, she was a great character, and these are great characters which we've loved for decades now. But yeah, you've just got this very sad, like if you took the whinging and moaning out from Twitter, then probably most of these characters would be still revered the way they have. But people are just contrarian. So if a guy displays a like in something, then they'll just be contrarian to try and tear it down.
Mm-hmm.
And we have companies that are listening to these, to these mobs. The whole Mass Effect business being a prime example, showing just how pathetic EA are and how pathetic BioWare are. That Miranda's a sexual character. She's superb. She's a provocateur in Mass Effect, and the way for Mass Effect to one way, I should say, because obviously it comes through in her language, but one way to show that off is they had the camera angles at very specific angles to show her femininity, to show her attractive body, which was meant for you to then see that through the eyes of the Shepard that you were playing. But now it's just like, oh no, oh my god, we're like objectifying the pixels. We're gonna like take it out. It's that in itself is pathetic and sad.
Yeah, very much so. I think it's a result of the video game industry being the video game industry is like a teenage boy just kind of coming into their own and not very self-confident and not very aware of who they want to be, and so they're very easy to manipulate, and that's what's happened to them. These companies have been manipulated by outrage on Twitter and grifters like Anita Sarkeesian or Zoe Quinn or whoever, who can just implant their ideas into things, and they come in as like these all-knowing figures who can tell them like, I can help you avoid controversy by showing you how to write female characters properly. And so this is what you get, and it's like they don't have an ounce of creativity or common sense between any of them. They get listened to because they have that air of authority about them, and that's the sad thing. And then their idiotic ideas direct games that people don't end up wanting to buy.
The Last of Us Party.
Yeah, fucking Gigantor. Hey, you guys. Yeah. I'll finish up the super chats then, I think, and should be us done. So, Trenchcoat Sword says, "Help me out with Cyborg being woke. If he were an SJW, wouldn't he trap people in relatively smaller, painful experiences to manipulate them instead?" For me, no. I think being an SJW is all about like buying into the group think and just giving up your individuality to that, and just being told like, well, if you just follow our guidelines, you don't have to think about your mistakes or your problems or your issues anymore, because we'll just like take over all of that and we'll do your thinking for you. And that's what I always took Cyborg to be, like, just providing easy answers for weak people.
Yeah, you know? I think the TV evangelist analogy earlier was very good, because you see people who get caught up in the moment when, you know, you got all the lights and all the people singing and the evangelist, you know, screaming and shouting, and he's got a posse of people, and it almost becomes peer pressure that if you're approached and you get touched by the power of God and you see them fall down or whatever it is, you can kind of see the group pressure which has been almost placed upon people to do that. And Cyborg is very much like that. He's not a woke character because he's got an individual conviction as opposed to a group think. He's got, you know, he thinks he's had a dream where this entity has reached out to him and said, come rescue me. And maybe that's because because he isn't meditating the way that a Vulcan would meditate to control their emotions, and they open themselves up to emotion from other people, that it's allowed this entity to come in because they're more telepathically, empathically minded. So yeah, he like you said, he preys on the weak, so he almost gives that evangelistic spiel to them, while at the same time having that sort of telepathic link as well. So people who are more inclined will sort of fall for his charms, and that's what makes Kirk's speech so great. And also, you know, McCoy pleading with him not to show the thing with his father, and of course Spock's reaction to seeing how Sarek kind of dismisses him as a child. But Kirk summing up by saying, you know, I need my pain, and these three people are interconnected, and that's why they all bond with each other, and that's why they won't go with Sarek. But Sarek leaves them. He doesn't try and confine them. He leaves them because he's driven by the power of his own conviction.
Yeah, very much agree.
Well said.
Yeah. Don Grossman says, Drinker, if your books were ever made into films, who would be some of your ideal casting choices? I think Chris Hemsworth would be a good choice to play Ryan Drake. Yeah. That would be nice. I don't imagine that'll ever happen, but that'd be quite cool. Yeah, I when I originally started writing the series, this was like 10 years ago, I imagined Colin Farrell as being like my model for Ryan Drake. He's probably too old now, but I think he had that good look for him, so that would have been my choice back then.
Cavill.
Henry Cavill, yeah. That'll make Anna happy. John Oakletree says, paying someone to insult someone else. What a simp. And yes, the irony is not lost on me, Drinker. Friedkin Sorcerer would make a good production hell. I've not heard of that, so I need to look at that.
Yeah, interesting.
Taker 610 says, Drinker, explain to us normies how alcohol ages. Okay, so once it's in a bottle, it kind of doesn't age. So people sometimes think like, well, if I buy like a cheap whiskey and keep it for like 20 years, it'll become like amazing whiskey and it'll become worth a lot of money. It won't. It only matures in the cask, and it's the same with beer and it's the same with wine. Once it's in the bottle, it's not really going to do anything. So if you've got a cheap, shitty whiskey, You put it in a bottle, you keep it for 50 years, it's still going to be a cheap, shitty whiskey when you open it. So that's my advice on that one. Buy something that's good to begin with, and it'll be much better. Generally, alcohol doesn't go off once it's bottled, as long as it was bottled in like a proper like sterilized environment. So as long as there's no mold that can grow in it, you'll be fine. It might taste like shit, but it won't kill you or make you go blind. And I know because I've drunk it. Night King says, Az is talking about LA Beast. What a legend. His channel is great. He also has eaten 12 ghost peppers and has been stung by bullet ants.
Oh.
What would you rather do? The ghost peppers or the ants? I think I'd probably go for the ants.
I'd probably go for the peppers.
Yeah. 12 of them though. That's brutal.
I don't like getting stung.
Yeah.
Or bitten by shit. I got bit by a spider a few summers ago. Maybe about 10 summers ago. And it was a really hot summer, and I got bitten by a fucking spider, and it poisoned me. And I had poison going all the way up my arm, and I actually had to go to the hospital. And they were just like, we're just gonna keep you here for a couple of hours and put some antibiotics into you immediately. And if while you're here that poison starts going up still, we're gonna take you in, because if it gets too much higher, you're in a lot of trouble of having a massive fucking heart attack. I was like, oh Christ. And I was just bitten by a fucking house, some shitty house spider. And the doctor said that the heat, for some reason, is just making the venom of stuff so much more potent this year. So I was just like, fuck that for a sausage sandwich.
Damn, man.
Yeah,
and that was in this country. That wasn't like overseas.
Yeah. This was in the UK. Just some fucking spider bit me during the night, and some big old bastard, not a small one, some big old bastard. But they came over. I had a fucking munch and then fucked off and poisoned the shit out of me.
Shit, man. Oh, I'm glad it worked all right.
Yeah.
George here says, Crystal Pepsi, more like instant cancer Pepsi with all the dissolved plastics. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, that would be some bad shit you'd be drinking there. Night King says, I think Batman comics are safe from the woke storm. Gary, you could probably tell us better than I ever could.
No, Tom King fucked it.
Oh, they're way past being safe. They have he has been cucked. He got if you're not aware, he was supposed to marry Catwoman and was left at the altar and then whined about it, punched Robin in the face, and turned into a Batcuck. Yeah.
Right. Marksman says, what do you guys think about military horror from like the short stories from SCP Dollhouse and SCP Overlord? It's a genre I think could use more exploring.
I'm not aware.
I'm not aware, but it sounds intriguing. Yeah, that would be, I think that's a great subject for it. I know there's like zombie Nazi stuff.
Yeah, I like that zombie. Yeah, that's some good stuff.
There was a good horror movie set in World War I called The Trench. I think it had Andy Serkis was in it. And it was like a group of soldiers in World War I. They were caught in like a haunted trench, like where barbed wire would come up out the ground and like pull you down into the mud and that sort of thing. That was pretty good.
I saw one. Trying to remember who it had in it. It was, I think it's a relatively recent one. I think it was called Was it Overlord?
Oh yeah.
That was in World War II, and there was like a facility, a German facility, where they've been testing on shit, and I quite enjoyed that. I thought that was just a fun World War II horror romp.
Yep. No, that was a good movie. I think there's a lot you can do with all that. Gary, Drinker, and Az, what's your favorite B movie from the 80s or the 90s? Also remember when B movies were set the standard for bad cinema. Those were the days. My favorite B movie from the 90s has got to be Fatal Deviation. It's Ireland's only martial arts movie, and it's absolutely fucking great. Give it a watch. I think you can get it on YouTube for free. It's so fucking fun. It's like it should have been set in like Thailand or something, but like they didn't have any money, so they just made it in Ireland.
There's so many good ones though in the 80s. Kickboxer, Bloodsport, fucking amazing stuff. We'd watch anything with Cynthia Rockwell in it as well, because we just loved people kicking ass. We didn't care if it was male or female. And Cynthia Rockwell was really good, you know. I'm kind of mortified she didn't really break out, because you know, those type of B movies are fucking great stuff.
Yeah.
Return of the Living Dead.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
Bonsai, Repo Man.
Repo Man, damn, yeah.
So many good ones. Kevin Ian Cummins says, "Hail you three, super chatting again to highlight Love and Monsters. Been enjoying the conversation while I build fuzz pedals." Yeah.
Nice.
That's a good movie.
Nems says, "Don't ruin Miranda. If she cries, I'm done with gaming." Yeah, they will ruin her.
Cynthia Roth Rock. Sorry, to correct.
Roth. Mike Trout says, "It's a cultural war. Bad writing is intentional to program and condition younger folks towards anti-capitalism and pro-communist Marxism." I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah. Young Curmudgeon says, "What do you think about rumors of Disney buying MGM and therefore Stargate?" I mean, Emmerich's not going to do anything more with Stargate, so yeah, might as well.
I don't want Disney anywhere near shit. I don't want them anywhere near shit.
It's like the kiss of death. One more, and that's the last one. Night King says, "LA Beast did a tribal ritual where they put gloves full of hundreds of bullet ants on him, biting him repeatedly for 50 minutes. He also went deaf temporarily." Fuck that shit. Like, no, there's things I wouldn't do for views, and that's it. Like, fucking hell. Well, you gotta respect the hustle, I suppose.
Yeah. No, I can't watch shit like that. I can watch you drinking stuff and puking, that's fine.
Yeah.
Even that makes me want to puke. I couldn't watch shit like that.
But we have made it. We've made it to the end of the super chats, and I believe we've kind of reached the end of our stream for this evening. Gentlemen, I honestly want to say thank you very much for giving up so much of your time this evening. It's been great to have you on this stream. It's been great to talk to you, and it's been great to cover this. Well, I was going to say this fantastic movie, but this movie.
It tried. C+, good try.
Yeah. As so many people have said in chat, I would still rather watch this 100 times over than watch Discovery or
Absolutely. No doubt, no question.
Oh, without a doubt. No, this is a fun movie. You know, it's flawed. It's not the first one I go to, but it wouldn't be the last one.
Yeah. But no, it's been great. For everyone who's been watching this stream, like, thank you for all the super chats. Thank you for everyone who's been joining us on chat. I have included links to Az and Gary's channels on the description, so please give them a subscribe. They are awesome channels. They do great coverage of everything going on in the world of pop culture right now. I guess, gentlemen, I can turn it over to you. Like, do you have anything you'd like to say? Anything you've got coming up that you'd like to plug or anything like that? This is your chance, man. Go for it.
Who's going first, Gary?
I'll go first. That's fine. Hey, thanks for having me on, Drinker. It's always fun. I love doing these. So just holler if you want me to come back for another. And thanks everyone in the chat. Thanks and to all the mods out there. I appreciate it. There is still a lot of good Star Trek out there. It's just not being made. But maybe you haven't seen some older movies or dig deep in the original series. It's worth your time because they're really not making anything new to compete with your time. There's a lot of Star Trek is a beautiful thing, and Kurtzman cannot take that away from any of us.
Absolutely. Good sentiment, man. Thank you very much. What about yourself, Az?
Again, big thank you for having us on. This was a ton of fun to do. Big thanks to the chat as well for being awesome. I love to read the chat and see what's going on during streams. So that was a lot of fun to go through. Yeah, flawed film but fun film. You know, flawed but fun, and yeah, I'd absolutely love to watch this over and over again, than even think about touching Discovery or Picard or any generic. Not even generics. Not even generics. Just garbage. On Wednesday, I'll be doing Fully Articulated with Robert Meyer Burnett. Well, we'll have Justin Collectibles on as well, and we'll be doing our 5 favorite 1 in 6s. And then Friday Night Tights on
Excellent
Gary's time.
stuff. Yeah. No, excellent stuff. I tell you what, I would love to have you gentlemen back at some point in the future. I'm planning to do all 3 of the Lord of the Rings movies at some point, like 1 stream for each. So if you were ever up for doing something like that, that would just be super. But we'll see what we can organize. But otherwise, it's been an absolute pleasure to have everyone on tonight. And thank you to all of you. So that is all we've got for tonight. So we're going to go away now.